The Girl in the Scope by Adam Gaffin. Narrated by Bria Pellandini. For the women who fight, even when they're tired, even when they're alone, even when it would be easier not to. Truth doesn't need to be comfortable to be worth fighting for. Most of the time, it's exactly the opposite. Clara Davenport. I used to believe clean kills meant clean hands. Then I learned how long regret can stay under your fingernails. Marie Fontaine. Content and trigger warnings. The Girl in the Scope contains materials that may be distressing to some readers. While this story handles its themes with care, it includes assassination and contract killing, on-page violence including firearm use and close quarters combat, psychological manipulation and emotional coercion, child endangerment and experimentation, non-sexual, depicted as morally abhorrent, PTSD symptoms, emotional trauma and disassociation, covert surveillance and invasion of privacy, grief, guilt, and references to past loss, moral ambiguity and ethically compromised characters, strong language and thematic intensity. This book features a protagonist navigating trauma, loyalty, and personal reckoning in a world that doesn't reward vulnerability, but it does explore survival, agency, and the cost of doing what's right. Heat level, low to simmering. This book contains no explicit sex scenes, but there is emotional intimacy, unresolved tension, and a few moments where you might forget to breathe. The connection is real, but complicated, slow burning, and tangled in everything Marie doesn't say. If you're here for full-on steam, this one's more gunfire and glances than clothes on the floor. But if you like your romance with unresolved longing, slow reconnection, and heat that builds under pressure, you're in the right crosshairs. T-2. Cost of doing business. Berlin, 2104. Local time, 2342. Position, 47 stories up, 3 blocks east of the target. The rifle purred against Marie's shoulder as she settled into position atop the rooftop parapet. Wind drifted soft across the skyline, dragging the last trails of summer rain with it. The smell of wet concrete and ozone clung to the city like regret. She adjusted her angle, checking the uplink one final time. The scope's AI tagged her target, Diedrich Voss, mid-50s, Dutch, a corporate fixer with half a dozen syndicate laundering streams and 0 known convictions. Outlook had given her the contract for the kill 3 days ago. The timing was hers to choose. The method had been suggested: precision rifle, distance, public setting, medium chaos. She didn't ask why. They didn't explain. That was the arrangement. Berlin's cityscape glowed below her in a million blinking lights. Neon, biolum signage, drone traffic weaving patterns above the city's arteries. The building across the gap was all smart glass and engineered aesthetics. Penthouse corner, full exposure. Voss was making her job easy. Inside the party was a blur of velvet suits and surgical enhancements. High fashion clashed with low ethics. Through the scope, Marie tracked him weaving through it all, talking, laughing, touching shoulders like he belonged. The scope fed her everything. Distance, 312 meters. Wind speed, 4.6 kilometers per hour. Angle, -6.3 degrees. Pulse, steady. She steadied her breath, slowed her thoughts. Align, anchor, squeeze. It was almost meditative. Her rituals were cleaner than Outlook's paperwork. She'd done this kind of job a dozen times, maybe more. They blurred together after Caracas. No, not they. He. Assignment D-116, Nico Alvarez. Don't name them, she reminded herself. That was the rule. But the rule hadn't been working lately. She realigned the scope slightly as Voss turned towards the window. Then the girl stepped into frame. It was like a slow glitch in the system. Small, unscheduled, human. She couldn't have been more than 8, maybe 9. Barefoot, long hair swinging as she ran across the carpet and threw her arms around Voss's waist. He laughed, real, unguarded, and scooped her up into a hug. Marie's finger hovered over the trigger. She could hear the faint click of the wind sensors recalibrating, the AI's silent nudge waiting for confirmation. Non-combatant proximity detected. Her heart rate ticked up. The scope flagged the child and grayed the target outline. He turned, carrying the girl, stepping out of the optimal kill zone. Marie didn't move. She watched. The girl pointed at something outside the window. Fireworks from another building, maybe. Or a drone light show. And then she looked towards Marie. The eye contact wasn't real. It couldn't be. The child didn't know she was out there. But it felt like she did. Marie swallowed, reset her stance. Voss said something, lips unreadable, then set the girl down and stepped away. He returned seconds later, alone. The target retagged. Marie fired. The silencer snapped the sound into a flat whisper, but the impact was unmistakable. Glass fractured. Voss staggered back, hand clutching the blooming red at his chest like he could deny it. He went down fast. Not instantly, but fast enough. Inside the penthouse, panic ignited. Screams echoed. People ducked. Security scrambled. Marie watched the girl vanish into the crowd, carried away by someone tall, maybe a guard, maybe a parent. Hard to say. The scope's facial recognition was already clearing itself. She stayed in position long enough to confirm no one was looking in the right direction. Then she moved. Rifle broken down in 7 seconds, shell casing pocketed, pack shouldered. All surfaces wiped, no fingerprints, no DNA, no trace. She was down the first stairwell before the building's AI could even tell something had gone wrong. Berlin, 12:04, post-op. Exfil route, public transit, Tiergarten loop. Marie slipped into the crowd at Tiergarten station, blending into the slow tide of night travelers and drunken students. The platform buzzed with synthetic announcements and the scent of street food from a cart that probably wasn't licensed. She kept her eyes forward, her pace casual, her profile low. She could still feel the weight of the shot in her hands, even though the rifle was already disassembled in her bag. The mag line hummed as it pulled into the station. She boarded near the middle car, slid into a corner seat by the window, and set her bag at her feet. The lights inside the car flickered once, then steadied. Berlin passed outside in streaks of color and motion. She tapped her wristcom and activated the secure channel. "Fontaine," she said. No emotion, no static. The response was nearly instant. A male voice, clipped and clean. "Confirm status." "Target down," she said. "Confirmed at 2344. Single shot, chest, window side exposure." A beat. "Visual confirmation?" "Yes." "Building security?" "Scrambling, but not tracking. No alert protocols issued yet." "Contingencies engaged?" "No." The voice paused. She could hear the sound of keys being tapped, someone updating a ledger in real time. "Efficient," he said finally. "Package confirmed. Your record updates within the hour. Stand by for your next assignment routing." Marie didn't respond right away. "Fontaine?" She stared out the window, at her reflection mostly. Cool, composed, a woman who still looked like someone Outlook could trust. "There was a delay," she said finally. Pause. "Elaborate." She considered the truth. A child stepped into the line of fire. I hesitated. She considered the lie. Wind shift. Correction needed. She said nothing. "Delay cleared," she said. "Target expired. No variance." Another beat. "Understood. Maintain position for next 48 hours. Routing en route." "Copy," she said, and ended the call before he could speak again. She sat in silence for the next 3 stops. The girl's face had already started to blur in her memory, but not completely. Berlin, 051, room 1803, Caden Executive Suites. Marie unlocked the hotel room with a thumb scan and stepped inside like a ghost entering its old haunts. Everything was as she left it, pristine, silent, still carrying the antiseptic hum of premium filtration and the programmable scent. The lights adjusted to her biometric preferences: dim, indirect, cool. The kind of lighting that didn't show blood if it was already dry. She locked the door, engaged the room's counter-surveillance shell, slid her bag onto the bed, and began the ritual. Unzip, unroll, disassemble. The rifle came apart with the same ease as always. Carbon flecks caught the light on the interior of the suppressor. Remnants of the shot. She cleaned them away with practiced hands, every motion precise, methodical. Barrel, slide, mount, wipe. Each piece returned to its place in the false bottom case, nestled in molded foam like surgical tools. The silencer last. She held it for a moment longer than she needed to, then snapped it into place and closed the case. In the bathroom, she stripped off her field wear. The sleek, dark fabric peeled away from her skin like memory. The adhesive sensor mesh at the base of her neck pulsed green. Outlook's way of saying, "You're still ours." She removed it and dropped it in the sterilizer. Her reflection in the mirror was a stranger she still mostly recognized. Tousled black hair, high cheekbones, the faintest smudge of oil at her temple, blue eyes that once looked colder. She was tiny, barely over 5 feet, and her natural blonde had been dyed, cut, and camouflaged so many times she barely remembered what it looked like. This version, black and sharp, suited the job. Not the girl who'd grown up wanting to save people. She used to look into this face and feel pride. Now she wasn't sure what she saw. She tried to sleep. Didn't. At 1:34, she was back at the window, a glass of whiskey in one hand, staring down at the city as it buzzed obviously below. The penthouse was out of view now. The job was done. The file would be sealed. The body bag zipped. And yet, she could still see the girl's face in the scope. Not clearly, not sharply, but with that strange emotional fidelity her brain liked to assign to inconvenient moments. She didn't see me. She couldn't have. 3 blocks. 47 stories. The optics ran cold and clean, one-way vision. She didn't see me. But it felt like she did. Marie didn't have a word for that. She'd watched a dozen people die, maybe more. Had their faces committed to record, filed under names she tried not to remember. Assignment D-116, Caracas. Assignment E-023, Melbourne. She'd killed a man in Paris while he'd made a toast. Shot a woman in Lagos between her 5th and 6th security checks. None of them had looked at her. Not the way the girl had. She blinked, and her mind tossed her backward. Her first mission kill. Fresh from orientation, maybe 2 months in, Someone else made the decision. She'd just executed it. Close range, apartment hallway, pistol with suppressor, borrowed from Outlook's armory. The man had opened the door holding a coffee cup. She still remembered the pattern, red flowers on porcelain. He'd had time to frown before she pulled the trigger. She'd gone home afterward, slept 9 hours straight. She remembered feeling proud, not because she'd taken a life, but because she'd proven she could. She was useful. Now, she didn't feel useful. She felt off. She took a sip of whiskey, let it burn, let it numb. It wasn't guilt, not yet, but it was something. It's not the killing that bothers her. It's that she used to sleep better after. T-1. Echo Chamber. Outlook Headquarters, New Orleans Complex. The psych wing smelled like air scrubbed too many times. Mint overlaying antiseptic, as if someone had tried to make anxiety taste fresh. Marie checked in at the desk with a retinal scan and an authorization code she hadn't had to look up in 3 years. The woman behind the counter didn't smile, didn't blink, just nodded and gestured towards a row of chairs along the curved glass wall. She took a seat. The furniture was modern and aggressively ergonomic, designed to imply comfort without actually offering any. The light was cool and even, calming, calculated. No sharp edges, no shadows. The kind of space meant to make you forget you were being observed. She didn't forget. Marie accepted the offered cup from a passing admin, hot, murky, claiming to be coffee. It tasted like compromise. She drank it anyway. The intake AI pinged her wristcom with a soft chime. Evaluation scheduled, Dr. Harlan, room 7. Please wait to be summoned. The words dissolved as soon as she read them, like sugar she didn't want. Across from her, another operative sat down. Mid-20s, maybe. Cropped blonde hair, smooth jaw, bright eyes that hadn't yet dulled from too many post-op silences. The kind of recruit who still believed Outlook was the sharp end of the moral spear. They caught her glance and gave a nod. Not respectful, not deferential, just recognition. Peer to peer, killer to killer. Marie nodded back, brief, impersonal. The younger agent tapped something on their comm. Their lips quirked upward, almost a smile. Marie didn't ask. She didn't want to know. She remembered being them, remembered the satisfaction of a clean kill, the high that came from doing it right, fast, with no mess and no second thoughts. Remembered coming into this very wing and thinking, they're just making sure I'm sharp, that I'm still ready. She remembered the first time she wasn't. The memory was dull around the edges now, softened by time and protocol, but the discomfort stayed. She sipped her coffee, burned her tongue. The blonde stood when their name was called, wristcom blinking blue. They gave her a final nod, almost a salute, and disappeared through one of the seamless doors along the wall. Marie sat alone again, except she wasn't. The camera in the upper corner didn't blink. Neither did the one behind the abstract painting. Neither did the wall-mounted biometric scanner, subtly syncing with her vitals every 10 seconds. She crossed her legs, shifted her weight, acted normal, felt anything but. Outlook Psych Room 7, 10:17 a.m. The room was white. Not the kind of white that evoked cleanliness or clarity, the kind of white designed to erase you. Marie sat in the center, alone, in a chair modeled for posture correction. There was a table, a blank screen, a glass of water so perfectly still she didn't trust it. The door opened with a faint hiss of pneumatic control. Dr. Harlan entered without ceremony, carrying a slate and nothing else. No jacket, no pen, no folder. He didn't need them.
"Marie Fontaine,"
he said, nodding as he sat.
3 years, 7 months, 9 days. Operational tenure noted. Berlin report uploaded.
He didn't offer a greeting. She didn't expect one. He tapped his slate.
"We'll proceed with standard debrief and resilience calibration."
Marie said nothing. She didn't need to.
"Your most recent operation. How would you characterize your emotions state prior to the kill?"
"Stable."
"Post-kill?"
She let the word hang in her mind. Stable. Like a shelf loaded with weight just below collapse. Unchanged. He glanced at the slate.
"Efficiency logged at 96.4%. Slight drop from Libsyn."
She tilted her head. "Longer shot. Wind adjustment."
"No elevation flag recorded."
"I didn't submit one." Harlan's expression didn't change, but she felt the shift anyway, his attention tightening, even if his voice stayed loose.
"You made no note of emotional deviation in the post-op summary. Is that still accurate?"
"Yes."
"No ethical conflict? No concern for collateral proximity?"
Her jaw ticked. The glass of water stayed perfectly still. "No collateral." The girl hadn't been in the blast radius. She hadn't even been in the room when the shot hit. She didn't count. Not in the numbers. But Marie could still see her face, framed in the scope, eyes wide, pointing.
"You were observed?"
"No," Marie said, too fast. Harlan looked up, met her eyes.
"Clarify."
"There were windows, guests, confusion. I timed the shot appropriately. No one observed me. No angles supported a trace."
"You're certain?"
"I'm here," she said. He didn't smile. He didn't blink.
"Operational loyalty 1 to 10.
8, she said. He raised an eyebrow. Marie's voice was smooth. "I've been working at a 9.5 pace for the better part of 3 years. I'm efficient. I'm consistent. But I'm also tired. It's not disloyalty, it's math." He tapped something into the slate.
"Fair?"
Silence stretched for a breath.
"Do you feel fear in the field?"
"No."
"Do you feel empathy for targets?"
"No." She thought of the coffee cup, the girl's laughter, Voss turning into the window like it was nothing at all. She told the truth, technically. Empathy wasn't the word.
"Do you believe your work has value?"
"That depends on who's assigning it."
"Who do you believe is assigning it?"
Marie looked at the ceiling for a beat too long. Finally. "Outlook? Still? For now?" That earned another pause. Harlan leaned back, studied her like a project undergoing minor design failure.
"You've never missed a shot," he said. "You've never requested reassignment, never flagged an op for internal review. That makes you one of our most reliable operatives, but reliability isn't the same as permanence."
"I never asked for permanence."
"No?"
He agreed.
"You didn't."
He tapped a few more things into the slate.
"Operational profile remains active."
"Operational profile remains active. Psychological markers within accepted range. Deviations noted. No action required." Marie stood without waiting to be dismissed. As she turned to go, he said,
"You haven't asked what comes next."
She stopped, glanced back. "I didn't think I needed to," she said. And then she left. Outlook Complex, 11:02 a.m. Marie Fontaine, still active, already gone. The hallway outside room 7 was empty. Marie didn't know why that bothered her more than the evaluation itself. Usually there were at least a few staffers, clipboard carriers, diagnostic techs, agents coming off missions with blood under their fingernails, and expressions like cracked porcelain. But today, the hallway stretched sterile and silent, every door sealed, every echo her own. She walked with calm, deliberate steps, passing under the biomonitors embedded in the ceiling, each one pinging her vitals in sequence. Heart rate, steady. Respiration, controlled. Adrenaline, minimal. Performance, intact. Still hours, the system whispered. Still functional. She turned the corner and found the admin desk where she'd started. Same chair, same glass wall. Same admin with the expression of a deeply bored AI wearing a human's face. The woman slid a data stick across the desk without looking up. "Site complete. Clearance updated," she said. "You're back on active standby. Orders will be delivered within 72 hours. Travel restrictions in effect." Marie picked up the stick. Didn't bother pocketing it. You always say it like it's a vacation itinerary. The woman blinked once. "Your file's clean. That's all that matters." Marie smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. "That's the problem," she didn't say. In the lobby, the sun hit her eyes like judgment. She paused just outside the double doors, blinking against the glare of New Orleans daylight. It was hot, too bright, too real after 2 hours of institutional lighting designed to make you forget what time meant. She considered going back to the guest quarters. She had a room there, sterile, safe, monitored. Instead, she turned left, took the stairs down to the lower plaza where the agents and mid-tier staff took their mandated fresh air breaks. A few sat on benches under the drone-shielded awning, eating protein wraps or chatting over silent comms. And there, leaning against the glass railing, was the young operative from earlier, blonde, relaxed, still too clean. They were laughing at something on their wristcom, the kind of laugh Marie hadn't heard come out of her own mouth in years. Not the bitter kind, not the weaponized sarcasm. A real laugh. For a second, Marie didn't recognize the feeling curling low in her chest. Jealousy? No, not quite. Nostalgia. She remembered being that uncracked, that certain. The operative noticed her, straightened up, gave a respectful nod. "Evaluation go well?" they asked, almost friendly. Marie considered lying, then realized the truth was easier. "Still active." "Same." They grinned. "God, I love it when it's clean. You ever just feel lucky to do work that matters?" Marie looked at them for a moment too long. Not long enough to be rude, but enough. "Yes," she said. "I used to." The grin faltered. She turned away. Back in her quarters, she stripped out of her Outlook jacket and laid it across the desk. The collar still held the faint scent of rain and steel from Berlin. Her comm pinged. "Standby active. Assignment update pending." Marie tapped it off, then opened a blank file. Subject: Resignation Protocol Initiation. Fontaine, Marie. She stared at the screen. No one ever really resigned from Outlook. Not cleanly. Not quietly. But they didn't have a field code for "I've stopped being yours," so she'd write her own. She didn't hit send. Not yet. But the file was open, and that was enough. T-0. Separation. Outlook Quarters, New Orleans Complex. Marie Fontaine. Active status, pending. The room lights were dimmed, the default evening profile casting soft amber over cold furniture. Soft shadows clung to the corners like they were waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. Marie sat on the edge of her bunk, legs crossed, fingers curled loosely around a ceramic cup of something, pretending to be tea. It had steeped too long. She didn't care. The bitter edge suited her mood. Her boots were off. Her jacket hung on the back of a chair, half slipped, as if it had tried to leave the room before she did. She hadn't bothered to unpack her go-bag. The zipper was still halfway open, field kit peeking out like a half-forgotten confession. The screen on the wall glowed in silence. She stared at it, flicking through a curated data feed with the slow disinterest of someone not looking for answers, only noise, something to drown out the thoughts she didn't want to name. News from London, protests in Taipei, a scandal in high orbit, orbital CEO caught with a synthetic smuggler. Another merger, another government official found dead in their pool. Marie kept scrolling. The retinal tracker followed her gaze, the UI obediently surfacing stories she might be interested in. It didn't know what to do when she wasn't interested in anything. It kept offering headlines like apologies. She wasn't angry, not exactly, but the quiet was loud in a way that made her skin itch. Outlook had taught her how to wait, how to kill time as precisely as she killed people. But this was different. This was the kind of stillness where something inside her pressed up against the walls of its cage, slow and steady and insistent. She was tired, not the kind of tired that sleep fixed, the kind that followed you home and sat in the dark, waiting for you to break. Then she froze. Davenport Target Syndicate ties in live address. Savannah, Georgia, 2042 UTC. Watch clip. The thumbnail was grainy. Clara in a dark suit, hair pulled back, chin raised, fire in her eyes. A microphone cluster in front of her, city courthouse steps behind. Marie didn't think. She tapped play. And if this council believes that by taking Crowder's money, they're investing in the future, then I invite them to look a little closer at the stains on their checkbook. The audio was shaky. Someone in the crowd had been filming from the edge, but Clara's voice came through clear and surgical. This man doesn't fund art. He launders it. He doesn't donate to community programs. He buys silence. And if this court won't investigate, we will. Because Savannah belongs to its people, not the highest bidder. Cheering erupted behind her, a swell of noise. Microphones jostled. Clara didn't flinch. Marie watched the full 2-minute clip. Then she rewound it and watched it again. Clara hadn't changed, not in the ways that mattered. She still had that impossible clarity, the kind that made her dangerous. She didn't speak like someone trying to win. She spoke like someone already right. Marie could still hear her voice echoing across courtroom tiles and bedroom walls. You know what scares them? Clara had once said, curled against her at 3 a.m., warm and righteous and impossibly stubborn. It's not our anger. It's our certainty. Marie hadn't understood that then. She thought she did now. She closed the clip, let the screen go dark. Her pulse was higher than it should have been. Not panic, not fear. Something worse. Recognition. She stared at the reflection in the dark screen. Her face, washed in shadow, eyes rimmed with the flicker of a clip she couldn't unsee. Dim and colorless, half real. She looked like someone watching a life she used to imagine, on the outside of the glass. Always the outsider now. Clara was still out there, still fighting, still fearless, still loud, still brilliant, still herself. Not polished, not silent, not rebranded and recoded into something tactical. Marie's throat was tight. She ran a hand over her face like it might rub the truth away. And she was still here, still quiet, still useful, still efficient, still killing. Each word dropped heavier than the last. A list she used to be proud of. A list she used to cling to. Now it read like an epitaph. The screen was dark, but Marie didn't move. She sat back against the bunk's thin mattress, the half-finished cup of tea cooling in her hand. Clara's voice still reverberating in the hollows of her chest. Outside the sealed window, New Orleans flickered beneath storm-scarred skies, its surviving towers dim and uneven, patched like battlefield wounds. Half the street grid was still underwater. The rest leaned on generators, goodwill, and the kind of desperation no one bothered to hide anymore. No one talked about rebuilding. They were surviving. Just surviving. She thought of Herbert Hall. Not the Outlook barracks. The real Herbert Hall. Half forgotten, half reclaimed, tucked into the bones of what once had been a university. It had taken weeks to clean it out. Longer to make it livable, even longer to make it theirs. She, Kendra, and Rose had turned it into something wild and warm, all scuffed furniture and mismatched lights, and smart glass that didn't always obey the weather protocols. The Tigers, Bonnie and Clyde, and the Cubs had claimed the sunroom as their own. Marie never fought them for it. She liked watching them stretch across the floor like they owned the world. She could still picture the way Rose used to read aloud, one arm thrown over Clyde's massive shoulders, while Kendra stretched across the opposite couch, making sarcastic commentary. Marie would sit on the floor, back against the coffee table, drink in hand, trying not to smile, usually failing. That place was never quiet, but in silence, it breathed, laughed. God, she missed it. They still spoke, her, Kendra, Rose. Comm calls, encrypted bursts. The occasional message dropped between handler firewalls. But since Kendra and Rose had gone back to the California Confederacy, it hadn't been the same. They weren't gone, not really. But she hadn't felt with them in a long time. And there were days, like this one, when she needed them here, not as data packets, but as people. She wanted Kendra's voice in the room, irreverent and fearless, calling her out with love sharpened to a point. She wanted Rose's calm, the way she could still a storm with 3 words and a glance that cut through the noise. She wanted the Tigers thudding down the hallway at midnight, knocking over priceless artifacts like they were chew toys. She wanted to stop being a weapon and start being a person again. Marie rubbed at her eyes, suddenly tired. She had friends. She had people who cared if she lived or died, who would come get her if she asked. So why was she still here? Outlook Quarters, New Orleans Complex. 4 hours after Clara lit the match. Marie sat at the terminal in the corner of her quarters, staring at the login prompt like it might bite her. Her hands rested on the desk, still, steady. The datapad to her right buzzed with passive activity. Mission status unchanged, no new orders, no reassignment. The machine hadn't caught up to her yet. She entered her passcode. The screen blinked once, then rolled out the menu. Status active. Operational. Clearance level, Omega-3. Logs, fully synced. Options. Update preferences. Request reassignment. Report asset compromise. Submit resignation. Her finger hovered over the last one. Outlook didn't talk about resignation. Not because it wasn't allowed, but because it was rare and messy. No one walked away clean. The moment she clicked it, a flag would go up, eyes would turn, records would be duplicated, monitors would start pulling everything with her name on it into a review queue. But she'd already made her choice. This was after the moment of decision. This was execution. Marie clicked. The screen opened a blank form. Black text on white interface. No autofill, no prompts. They wanted her to mean it. She started typing. To Director of Operations, Outlook Internal Security. From Fontaine, Marie. Subject: Formal resignation. Effective immediately, I am withdrawing from field service with Outlook. I have fulfilled my obligations. I have exceeded term. I have bled for this organization, and I have killed for it. I've done both without hesitation. But I've also started asking questions you don't want answered. And I've realized I'm not afraid of the answers. This isn't desertion. This isn't a threat. This is a professional parting of ways. I don't want a commendation. I don't want a plaque. I want my name back. I want out. Marie Fontaine. She stared at the message, read it again. Didn't change a word. Before she hit send, she reached for her datapad, opened her secure folder. There was one image left. The girl. A blurred still from the Berlin scope. Just a fragment. Dark hair, hand outstretched, mouth caught mid-laugh. Marie stared at it for a long time. Then she deleted it. No backup, no archive. Gone. She turned back to the terminal and tapped send. The message vanished. Confirmation blinked. Transmission received. Logged. Time-stamped. Marie leaned back in the chair, closed her eyes. She wasn't free yet, but she was done. 1. A debt paid in blood. Outlook Complex, New Orleans, 2104. Marie Fontaine, final mission, maybe. The body dropped with a neat twitch of synthetic limbs, a red flare blooming just below where the left eye used to be. Cephalic shot confirmed. The voice in Marie's ear intoned. Female, British, algorithmically cheerful. Next target. Thoracic center, 10-meter offsite, 90-degree pivot. Marie adjusted, turned. The next dummy sprang from the wall, a human silhouette with enough detail to be unsettling. The pistol was cool and familiar in her grip. She exhaled slowly, fired. Thoracic shot confirmed. Another red bloom, another face in her head. Nico Alvarez, she thought. No, she corrected herself. Assignment D116, Caracas. She didn't like thinking of them as people. That was the slippery slope. But some days the slope got a little steeper. Next target, occipital precision strike, 20-meter range. She turned again, raised the gun, fired. Rima Okoye. She didn't let herself think, but her brain did it anyways. The body collapsed. Occipital shot confirmed. 3 more shots, 3 more targets, 3 more little funerals that would never get held. Marie let her arm drop. The weight of the weapon was comforting, familiar, heavy in the right way, like guilt. If guilt had a recoil pattern and a maintenance schedule. Session complete, the voice said. Efficiency 98.7%. Deviation minimal. Lethality optimal. Great, she muttered. Gold star for the contract killer. She pulled off the earpiece and left it hanging on the wall as she walked out of the range. She didn't look back at the dummies. They didn't look back at her. Marie sat at the cleaning bench, methodically breaking down the sidearm, barrel, slide, spring, frame. The movements were automatic. Muscle memory after 3 years of wiping blood and carbon off her conscience. The scent of solvent clung to her fingertips. Her gloves were already off. There was something satisfying about cleaning the weapon bare-handed, as if skin contact with cold metal made it more honest. She wasn't in a rush. Hadn't been for weeks. 6 weeks, to be exact, since she'd submitted the final forms, since she told them she was done, since she turned in her notice with a clipped 2 weeks, and the vague hope someone in Outlook HR had a soul. Instead, they left her in limbo. No new assignments, no release papers. Just enough training hours and departmental busywork to remind her she was still property. She twisted the boar brush, spine straight despite the ache starting in her shoulder. Another old injury, another unpaid consequence. The datapad beside her chimed. Font A7F. Report to room 32D. Immediate. Her heart did something stupid. Lifted. Room 32D. That was administrative. Out-processing. Sometimes, anyway. She wiped the last smear of lubricant from the pistol, reassembled it under 10 seconds, and holstered it without thought. Maybe this was it. Maybe they'd finally signed off. She stripped off her range vest, straightened her jacket, and told herself not to hope too hard. That never ended well. The waiting room hadn't changed. Same precision chilled air, same brushed steel and frosted glass and recycled luxury, the kind of opulence that screamed, we could afford better, but efficiency is sexier. Marie Fontaine sat alone at a too-long table, surrounded by ghost white walls and silence polished to a shine. Somewhere beneath the floor, the hum of unseen machinery whispered a lullaby of control. The chair was uncomfortable on purpose. Outlook didn't do comfort. They did performance. Marie folded her hands on the table and resisted the urge to rub at the ache in her shoulder. Old scar, old job, still whispered when the weather shifted. She didn't check the time. Outlook kept it better than God. The door hissed open behind her. Fontaine. The voice belonged to a man she hadn't met before but recognized immediately. Ex-military, everything from the buzzed hair to the pressed shirt screamed regulation. Late 40s, trim, eyes the color of rust and just as warm. His badge said Carrick, but Marie knew better than to assume it was real. They never gave you real names unless they wanted you dead soon after. Report, he said, settling across from her like she was a particularly disappointing spreadsheet. Marie smiled without warmth. I didn't know I had anything to report. You're between assignments, not off duty. So this is social then. She leaned back in her chair. What are we drinking? Carrick didn't blink. You're being reassigned. He slid a matte black folder across the table. Its corners were too crisp. The paper inside smelled like plastic and blood. Marie didn't reach for it. Not yet. You know I've served my time. The agreement was 2 years. I gave you 3. I submitted my resignation 6 weeks ago. Carrick didn't blink. And you're still drawing pay. We both know the system isn't built for clean exits. She folded her arms. That's not the same as consent. He gestured to the folder. And yet here you are. He gestured to the folder. Simple job. 4 targets. Savannah. Savannah. She echoed, dry. What is it, target rich or just tourist friendly? They're whistleblowers, he said. Tearing down a stabilizing asset. You're tasked with containment. Define stabilizing asset. Carrick tilted his head as if curious about the question. A syndicate boss with philanthropic leanings. Marie arched an eyebrow. Cute. You'll find the names inside. Payment on confirmation. You do this right, your record clears. She opened the folder. 4 faces. Dossiers. Movement patterns. None flagged a memory until she hit the 3rd one. A woman in her 30s, sharp jaw, coppery hair, eyes like defiance given form. The name didn't hit her, but the feeling did, like déjà vu sharpened into warning. Something wrong? Carrick asked. Marie closed the folder. That's a lot of cleanup for one city. Crowder has influence, Carrick said, as if that explained everything. And enemies who want to misuse the truth. Your job is to ensure the balance isn't disturbed. Balance. Right. She studied him. This really clears my account? Carrick nodded. No strings, no trackers, ghost protocol. You'll walk. You always say that like it's a gift, she said. It's not. It's just the first time you won't have a leash to yank. He didn't rise to the bait. One last thing. He reached into the coat and slid a small vial across the table. Clear liquid, unlabeled. A single drop shimmered like a promise. 2-stage neurotoxin, he said. New formula, slower than what you used on Karzai. Cleaner, too. First dose primes the system. Second one triggers. Non-traceable. Marie didn't pick it up. You always lead with poison now? She asked. Carrick smiled without teeth. You're not the only one evolving. Her hand closed over the vial, cold, fragile, like a future you didn't trust yet. She stood. 4 names, 1 city. That's right. 1 last job. Carrick's smile didn't move. We all believe that, at first. Marie turned without another word and walked out of the room. Behind her, Carrick tapped his comm. Fontaine active. Monitor level 3. Observe for variance. Subject tag, unstable/loyalty conditional. 2. Undercover among ghosts. Savannah, Georgia, June 2104. Savannah greeted Marie like a smirking ex-lover, beautiful, unchanged, and ready to reopen every wound with a smile. She stepped out of the Magrail terminal and into thick air that clung to her like a memory. The scent hit her first, jasmine, salt, and the faint electric tang of ozone from distant storm clouds. It was early evening, the sky a canvas of molten gold and bruised purple, and already her clothes were sticking in places she didn't want to think about. It was exactly how she remembered it, and not at all. 3 years hadn't changed the skyline. The same domes, the same colonial facades, patched over with smart glass and AI-driven greenery. The cobblestone streets had sensors now, and drones zipped between old churches and new wealth. But the bones of the city were still antebellum arrogance, sun-baked and smug. Marie walked slowly, deliberately, suitcase trailing behind her like a tether she hadn't cut yet. She didn't rush to the rental. Let them think she was just another weary traveler checking in for a gallery exhibit or a weekend of social climbing. That was the persona, after all. Marie Bouchon, independent art consultant, specializing in rare acquisition negotiation. Mid-level, just obscure enough not to raise flags, but respectable enough to open doors. Her new identity had been crafted with surgical precision. It sat well on her skin, like an old cocktail dress that still fit if you didn't breathe too deeply. Her hotel, the Bella Fontaine, was one of the newer boutique conversions. Clean lines, antique furniture, walls that hummed with privacy protocols. The concierge welcomed her with the right amount of deference and distance, no hint of suspicion. She checked in under her alias, accepted the key card, and declined assistance with her bag. As she rode the lift to the 8th floor, she caught her reflection in the polished brass and studied it like a case file. Short, tousled black hair, just long enough to flirt with being intentional. Eyes like still water, blue, unreadable, dangerous if provoked. Makeup minimalist, jewelry strategic. She looked expensive, but not opulent. That was the trick. Be distinctive enough to be remembered, but not so much that anyone asked too many questions. The room smelled like lavender and automated climate control. A complimentary bottle of mineral water stood on the nightstand, untouched. Marie set her bag down, toed off her boots, and exhaled. She wasn't off the clock. She would never be off the clock again. Not really. But for the next 10 minutes, she could pretend. She sat by the window, stared out at the skyline, and let herself remember. Clara had loved Savannah. The squares, the trees, the endless ghosts buried under cobblestone and Spanish moss. She used to take Marie on late-night walks through the historic district, pointing out stories carved into the architecture, tragedies and triumphs told in wrought iron and chipped paint. Marie used to roll her eyes, then kiss her to shut her up. Now, the memories hung heavier, like humidity, like guilt. She hadn't told Clara goodbye when she left. Not really. She just vanished. The way Outlook liked it. The way assassins were supposed to. She'd watched from a distance once or twice. A security camera feed, a news blurb, Clara arguing at a protest, Clara giving a speech in front of the courthouse, Clara still fighting, Marie still killing. It didn't feel like balance. It felt like a ledger someone else had written, and she was the red ink at the bottom of the page. Her wristcom buzzed. Target environment confirmed. Crowd dynamics, low. Social entry points, multiple. Schedule delayed for 48 hours to accommodate recon. Translation: we're giving you time to breathe before the bodies start hitting the floor. Marie stood, stretched, and forced herself to switch gears. Tonight wasn't about ghosts. Tonight was about optics. She had a dinner reservation under her alias at one of the trendier rooftop bars, the kind that served molecular cocktails and art world rumors on the same tray. Her first inroad into the social stratum Crowder liked to operate in. She'd do her part, play the game, smile when it hurt, laugh when she wanted to scream, slip through the cracks like smoke in a locked room. Just another ghost. The rooftop bar was called Velvet Rook, a high-end predator's perch built atop a reskinned bank. Old columns supported new ambition. The view was exquisite. River to the east, stars to the south, and the carefully manicured decadence of the city center sprawled below like a painting someone had forgotten to finish. Marie arrived precisely 7 minutes after her reservation time. Fashionably late, but not suspiciously so. Her dress was black, sleeveless, structured just enough to whisper money without shouting security risk. A subtle shoulder rig nestled beneath the fabric, invisible to the naked eye, but comforting against her ribs. Miss Bouchon, the host greeted with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Welcome back. She inclined her head, letting the assumption ride. It's good to be back. They always assumed they'd forgotten you rather than admit they'd never seen you before. Human nature, exploitable as ever. Her table was near the edge, close enough to the glass for the view, far enough for privacy. It had been requested, flagged as a returning client preference, a detail her Outlook contact had slipped into the system like a grease payment to a maitre d'. Marie ordered a drink she didn't plan to finish and opened her menu with the absent detachment of someone who'd eaten here too many times. Her eyes, meanwhile, were scanning the room. 21 patrons, 4 staff, 2 servers with military posture, former private security, she'd guessed. 1 pair of eyes lingered too long on her from the bar before flicking away. The table to her left was a couple arguing quietly in French. The one to her right, gossip. Art gossip. Perfect. She let her ears drift that way while her fingers absently toyed with the stem of her glass.
And then he had the gall to suggest the Rosenberg was genuine.
A woman in her 60s, crisp white bob, eyeglass chain that probably cost more than Marie's old apartment lease. Her companion was younger, bored, trying not to check his messages.
The provenance was digital, he muttered. Nobody trusts post-war scans.
Well, I told him, she continued, that unless he had physical verification from a reputable dealer, someone like Bouchon, say, he could stick it back in his climate-controlled closet and cry about it there. That caught Marie's attention. Just a blink. Just long enough to confirm. So the name was already working, and the next link in the chain was letting her know that the next move was Marie's. Her contact hadn't been lying. Her reputation, fabricated as it was, had weight in this crowd. That would make things easier. And harder. Her entree arrived, something overpriced, undercooked, and beautifully plated. She took 2 bites, enough to satisfy social contract, enough to keep up the illusion. The man at the bar was still watching her. Now he was pretending not to. He was in his early 40s, salt and pepper hair, well-tailored suit that didn't come off a rack, confident without swagger. Not outlook, not a cop. Probably local. Syndicate? Press? Or just a bored rich bastard looking for a challenge? She'd know soon enough. Marie finished her drink, left a generous tip and stood. As she passed the bar, she let her gaze meet his, just briefly. Calculated interest. He didn't smile. Neither did she. She'd be back tomorrow. Savannah wore her charm like a silk glove hiding bloodied knuckles. Old-world elegance draped over modern decadence. A city pretending not to notice the shadows curled up in its corners. Marie Fontaine stepped onto the sidewalk outside the Velvet Rook and let the humidity wrap around her like a shroud. The city hadn't changed, still smelled like money, magnolias, and wet stone. Still smiled at you while it picked your pocket. She hadn't been back in 3 years. She should have felt like a stranger. Instead, it was like slipping into an old skin, tight in the wrong places, familiar where it shouldn't be. The persona settled around her easily enough. Marie Bouchon, aloof, elegant, expert in high-stakes acquisition with a preference for Southern surrealists and ethically ambiguous antiquities. Her accent was a breath off her native cadence, her posture a hair more confident than she felt. She knew the rhythms of this world, even if they no longer belonged to her. Inside, the Velvet Rook buzzed with soft laughter and champagne effervescence. The rooftop bar was all marble, mirrors, and money. Everything glimmered like a promise someone else was paying for. She wasn't here for promises. She was here for cracks in the facade. Marie took her place at the edge table again. Same reservation, different night. She didn't order anything yet. The hostess gave her a smile as artificial as a centerpiece and flitted away. To her left, the art gossip was back. And I told him, darling, unless you have verification from someone like Bouchon, you've been had. Marie gave it 3 more sentences before she turned, slightly towards the pair, tilting her head just enough. Forgive me, she said, her smile measured. I couldn't help overhearing. You mentioned my name. The woman turned, startled for a heartbeat. Then recognition dawned, or the need to pretend it did. Oh, of course, Bouchon! You were recommended by Lauren, yes?
From the gallery in Marnie?"
Marie inclined her head. "Lauren speaks highly of you." She didn't know a Lauren in Marnie. Outlook probably did.
"I hope you don't mind," the woman said, gesturing to the empty seat. "We were just discussing the Aitchison collection. There's a new piece being circulated."
Marie sat, let the air shift. "What kind of piece?"
"Mixed media, supposedly," said the bored man. "But it's the signature. There's some dispute."
The woman passed her a hollow slate, already cued to an image, a collage, acrylic and AI-spun wire mesh overlay with the embedded code patterned in the lower quadrant. Marie's eyes narrowed. Crowder. She recognized the motif. It was hidden in the layering. Clever. Subtle. But the arrangement of sigils was too deliberate. Something meant to look like art, but built like a cipher. The lower left corner bore a twist on Crowder's Syndicate logo, encoded like a watermark, stylized into faux brushstrokes. Her heart did something unpleasant. She smiled anyway. "It's ambitious," she said, tracing a finger above the image. "But I'd question its authenticity." She paused. "May I?" She snapped a pic of the piece with her wristcom, posing like it was for a style archive. The code pattern might decrypt with the right algorithm, or maybe she'd have to dig deeper into the artist or the buyer. "This artist, do you know who brokered the piece?" "Not exactly," the woman said, "but it was at a fundraiser for some non-profit Crowder funds. One of his pet causes, I think." Marie's stomach curled. Crowder was laundering his money through art donations. Smart. Easy to over or undervalue. Tax benefits, clean reputation, hush funds built into gallery wings and cultural preservation grants. She'd seen it before, never from this close, and never so close to Clara. The thought landed like a blade, clean and unkind. Later, back at the hotel, she sat by the window, code running through her comm, decrypting what little it could of the art's embedded signature. She hadn't expected it to hurt, being here, but the past wasn't staying quiet. Savannah had a long memory, and hers was worse. The last time she'd been in this city, Clara stood on the courthouse steps, raising her voice against syndicate corruption, citing records Marie had shredded, edited, buried. That night, Marie had watched her from a rooftop across the square, unseen, ashamed. She hadn't said goodbye. Not really. She'd left Clara a note she never read, an apology she never delivered, and then she became something else. Someone else. But Savannah didn't forget, and neither did she. 3. Spectres of the Past. Savannah Museum of Art, Private Gala, June 2104. The gala was a masterpiece of manufactured elegance, opulence curated to the micron, down to the imported orchids and precisely timed fragrance diffusers that made the entire mezzanine smell like rain over crushed citrus. Marie glided through it like smoke in heels. She wore a deep navy gown with asymmetrical lines that whispered wealth without trying too hard. Her hair was swept up in a loose knot, and her jewelry glinted like promises, small, tasteful, and chosen for maximum intrigue. She carried a clutch with nothing in it but a vibro knife and a calm override chip. The smile she wore wasn't sincere, but it was sharp enough to pass for charm. People noticed. Not all at once, but in twos and threes like a rumor catching fire. "That's her," someone murmured behind a champagne flute. "No, really, Marie Bouchon, the acquisition expert. I heard she once negotiated a private sale with one of the Lisbon vault families.
person. Go talk to her." "God, no, you go."
Marie pretended not to hear any of it. She stood before a sculpture in the center of the gallery's main hall, a towering helix of polished obsidian and repurposed drone servos. It rotated slowly in its containment field, casting shadows like fractured teeth on the white walls. The artist was either a genius or a fraud. Marie hadn't decided which. "I heard your firm consulted on the Hallenstein deaccession," a man said beside her, polite, eager, slightly tipsy. "Extraordinary work." "We offered a few insights," she replied smoothly, letting the accent ride the edge of her vowels. The key was not to oversell provenance. Simplicity has more market value than sentiment.
"Oh, absolutely," he gushed. "That's exactly what I told them. Honestly, I'm surprised to see you here. We were told you only took clients from out of region."
Marie tilted her head slightly. "Savannah's charm is hard to resist." And then came another voice, female this time, whisper shouting to a friend across the room.
"Beauchamp's here? I didn't think she still did public events."
Marie offered a practiced laugh to her current conversation partner. "I'm afraid rumors of my recluse status have been greatly exaggerated." More heads turned. She could feel the buzz rising, a social ripple, curious looks, invitations tucked into glances, predatory interest from people who measured worth in rare brushstrokes and auction scandals. She hated it. She was also damn good at it. A tall woman in a ruby-red wrap dress stopped on her way past and murmured, "You're even more elegant than the auction photos suggested." Marie smiled, just enough teeth to be disarming. "Flattery is always welcome. Payment in advance, of course." That got a laugh. A good one. Natural, slightly surprised, hook set. She moved on, slipping through conversations like a shark through warm water, leaving impressions but no fingerprints. The Beauchamp name was doing its job. Every introduction was a nod, a compliment, a veiled request. She took none of them seriously. Until she froze. Not visibly, not outwardly, but something inside her spine went cold and stiff. It happened sideways, a flash of copper in her peripheral vision, a tilt of a head, the curve of a mouth that still haunted her sleep when she drank too much, the cadence of a laugh she hadn't heard in 3 years. Marie turned slowly, casually, as if studying the layout of the gallery space, and there she was, Clara Davenport, attorney, activist, the only person who ever made Marie consider being better instead of being efficient. For a breathless second, the present dimmed. She was back at a fundraiser in Charleston 6 years ago. The room had been all champagne and self-congratulation, polished marble and crystal chandeliers imported from somewhere colonial and morally bankrupt. Marie had been half bored, nursing a glass of something expensive and underwhelming, when Clara had taken the mic. No notes, no script, just fire. She'd spoken about systemic injustice like it was a virus you could see under a microscope. About the corporations funding the event, how they laundered their reputations through charity galas while gutting workers' pensions and buying judges. The laughter had faded. The polite smiles had turned to tight-lipped stares. Marie had watched, transfixed, heart doing strange things in her chest. Clara had stood there, radiant and unapologetic, and carved the truth into the room like it was marble too. Later in their hotel room, Marie had asked her why she did it. Clara had kissed her, slow and intense, and said, "Because someone needs to ruin their nice little evening." Marie had laughed. God, she loved her for that. And then she'd left, for a bigger paycheck, for a quieter conscience, for the clean kill instead of the messy crusade. Now Clara was here, again, standing across the room like a reckoning in heels. She hadn't changed much. Maybe a little more fire around the edges, maybe a little more steel in her spine. The tailored suit helped. She looked expensive in a way that had nothing to do with money. She was tall, taller than Marie by a full head, with long limbs that moved like courtroom rhetoric, fluid, deliberate, impossible to ignore. Sharp cheekbones, full mouth, and eyes the exact shade of judgment. Even across the room, Clara looked like a reckoning wrapped in silk and steel. Marie didn't know if she wanted to run or walk straight over, and Clara turned. Their eyes met, and Marie knew. Clara had seen her first, had been watching, waiting. The crowd thinned like someone had drawn a breath, the background noise muted, or maybe Marie's pulse was just too loud in her ears. Clara walked towards her, measured steps, no hesitation. Marie straightened, mouth dry. Clara stopped an arm's length away. "Well," she said, voice cool as marble. "I see Outlook taught you how to accessorize." Marie's laugh was low and reflexive. "Still can't resist a grand entrance." "You're the one who disappeared in the middle of the act." "I left a note." "You left a debt," Clara snapped, "and not the kind money covers." There was a beat of silence. Around them, laughter and music resumed, unbothered. Marie looked at her, really looked. "You look good, Claire." Clara's eyes flicked to the name badge on Marie's wrist. Marie Bouchon, subtle. Not trying to be, just trying to work. Clara arched an eyebrow. Working with or for? "I haven't decided yet." Another beat, this one longer. Clara's gaze softened, fractionally. "You shouldn't be here," she said low. "Not if you're trying to stay out of the crossfire." Marie tilted her head. "That's not what I heard. From what I'm seeing, you brought the matches." Clara didn't deny it. "You're one of them now?" Marie smiled without humor. "That depends on which them you mean." Clara stepped in close, closer than polite, closer than safe. Her perfume was sandalwood and memory. "You walk away, Marie. Whatever they offered you, it won't be worth it." Marie's voice came out quieter than she meant. "Maybe I'm not doing it for the offer." Clara studied her like a cross-examination. Then she stepped back. "I have work to do," she said, voice cool again. "Don't get in my way." Marie watched her walk off, heart still hammering. She wasn't here for Clara. She wasn't. Somehow, she didn't believe herself. 4. Still there, still her. Savannah, Bella Fontaine Hotel, 2:17 a.m. The room was dark, but not quiet. The air processor purred with artificial calm. The streetlights outside painted slow-moving patterns across the ceiling. Somewhere below, a synth jazz track played too loud on someone's terrace. Marie lay on top of the covers, stripped of her fancy dress in favor of comfort. Calm in hand and utterly still. She should have been sleeping, or planning, or compiling target patterns from the gallery guest list. Instead, she was scrolling. The search term on her screen read, Clara Davenport, Public Records, Filter, Legal/Video/Public Engagements. She told herself it was tactical. Knowing your opposition was standard procedure. Clara had gone up against syndicate-backed development projects before. She'd embarrassed their partners, blocked permits, burned legal loopholes to ash. If she was linked to the whistleblowers, it was a relevant variable, a risk factor. It was smart to know what she was walking into. She told herself that twice before opening the first video. It was from 3 years ago, courthouse steps, Clara dressed in black, wind in her hair, her voice low and devastating as she outlined charges of collusion between a Port Authority executive and a local security firm. She looked furious, composed, dangerous. Marie watched it all the way through, then another. A debate panel, Clara versus a corporate ethics rep. The man tried to condescend, cut her off twice. Clara's smile never moved. She dismantled him one argument at a time, methodical and lethal in a way Marie recognized like muscle memory. Another. A rally. Clara on stage, no microphone, shouting to be heard over chants. Her voice cracked halfway through the speech, but she didn't stop. Marie watched her lean forward like a blade and shout louder. There were more. Legal briefings, press conferences, interviews. Clara standing behind survivors of something terrible, never speaking for them, only with them. Marie didn't realize how many she'd queued until the autoplay suggested Clara Davenport, Savannah's righteous troublemaker, and a gallery of thumbnails filled the side of her screen. She paused the video. Not for the first time, she let herself feel it. The heat in her chest that had nothing to do with attraction and everything to do with regret. Clara was still Clara, still brilliant, still terrifying, still too good to be true. Marie closed her eyes. God, she was still in love with her, or maybe still angry, or maybe both. That was the problem. With Clara, the line between fury and gravity never held. She took a breath and reopened the next video. Marie didn't realize she'd stopped blinking until the screen dimmed to save power. She tapped it, brought the last paused video back to life. Clara standing outside a courthouse, one hand on the shoulder of a girl. Dark hair, sharp eyes. Same as the girl who stepped into her scope in Berlin. The image wouldn't let go. Marie zoomed in, ran facial pattern checks through a scrubbed subroutine. Not a match to any official files, but the algorithm spat out 24 images with a 91% similarity. None older than 6 months, and one of them, Berlin. Airport security footage, the girl and a man. Voss, Marie's Berlin target. Her stomach dropped. She opened a new window. Dietrich Voss. Death report, public dossier, unsealed economic crimes allegations. He was under scrutiny by both the European Union Authority and the German federal justice system. Suspect of laundering, yes, but also flagged as a potential defector. Marie's eyes narrowed. He was talking to them, not the syndicates. The government. The intel branch. He was flipping, and he never got the chance. She pulled up her contract file from Berlin, something she almost never did post-op. Her role was tactical, not strategic. She wasn't meant to ask where the intel came from. But this time, the metadata on the kill order had a third-party hash. Marie ran the encryption tracer. The contract didn't originate from Outlook. It was outsourced, brokered, through a syndicate shell. Her pulse spiked. She opened the Voss family registry. Fake names, old aliases, protective custody overlays. But the girl, Voss's daughter, was listed as relocated under protective supervision pending international tribunal. Location, Savannah. Legal guardian of record, Clara Davenport. Marie swore softly, sat back, then leaned forward again. The girl wasn't a target, not officially, but she was in the blast zone. And Clara was protecting her. Not on mission, not for money, just because that's who Clara was. Marie stared at the image for a long time, Clara's hand resting gently on the girl's shoulder. Nina Voss. No aliases, no deep cover sig. Just the daughter of a man who tried to cut ties with the wrong people and paid for it with a bullet to the chest. Marie rubbed her temple like it might scrub the thought away. It could be a coincidence. Clara found strays all the time. Survivors, victims, outcasts. She wrapped them in legal protections and righteous fury like armor. Nina could be just another kid caught in the wake of a collapsing empire, Maybe Clara didn't even know who her father really was. Marie clung to that thought for a few seconds longer than she should have, but it didn't hold. She knew Clara, knew how thorough she was, how deep she dug before she took anyone under her wing. Clara knew who Nina was, took her anyway. Marie swallowed, told herself it didn't change anything. Then she opened the contract again, the one Carrick handed her. 4 names. She hadn't memorized them, hadn't needed to. She was trained to act, not analyze. But now she needed to know. She pulled Clara's legal history again, filtered by date, by region. The docket populated. Case titles, document links, hearings, scheduled interviews. 4 of them. One by one she matched them. Not just the same last names, same people, the same 4 targets. Her pulse jumped. No aliases, no code words, no clever encryption to untangle. Just 4 civilians Clara Davenport was trying to protect, and 4 containment targets Outlook wanted removed. Marie stared at the list. The cursor hovered above the last name, twitching in time with her heartbeat. She didn't remember standing, but she was suddenly on her feet, cold all over. She leaned back against the desk like she'd been hit, hard, clean, center mass, and not a single drop of blood to show for it. Savannah, the Ashcroft Gallery, 3:42 p.m. The Ashcroft was the kind of gallery that looked expensive even when it was closed. Smart glass facade, micro-drones sweeping the lobby with polite menace, curated quiet that made everyone speak in low, reverent tones, as if the art could overhear them and disapprove. Marie stepped inside like she belonged there. Technically, she did. The Beauchamp alias had enough social weight now to pass without a second glance. The hostess gave her a nod, eyes sliding right off her. Perfect. She moved through the central exhibit with the disinterested curiosity of someone reckoning for a collector. The installation was a mix of kinetic sculptures and projection-based surrealism. One of Crowder's funded spaces, naturally. A laundering front disguised as a philanthropy project. She wasn't here for the art. She was here because Clara was. Marie had learned her routine overnight. She was predictable like that. Still used the same kind of case schedule. Still took morning meetings at a local cafe near the courthouse. Still showed up to these gallery events. Community-facing, press-adjacent, full of the kind of people she liked to challenge. Marie had watched her enter the building 20 minutes ago. Same sharp stride. Same don't fuck with me energy wrapped in tailored linen. Clara stood near the far wall now, arms crossed as she studied a rotating installation made of recycled steel and projected flame. She looked good, strong, unmoved by time. Her copper-red hair was pulled into a loose knot, her posture impatient but deliberate. Marie wasn't surprised. Clara hadn't changed, but she had. Marie approached from an angle, slow, casual. Clara saw her coming. She didn't look away. "Miss Beauchamp," she said, voice dry as antique wine. "Here to buy more local redemption or just browsing?" Marie smiled without warmth. "Bit of both. Art's a good investment." "For who?" "That depends on who gets silenced first." That earned a pause. Clara's brow ticked, mouth tightening, like she'd bit into a familiar trap, but she played it cool. "You always did speak in riddles when you didn't want to answer straight," she said. "I'm not here to answer," Marie replied. Clara turned back toward the exhibit briefly, studying the slow looping burn of artificial flame. "This city's been through enough. If you're here for the syndicates, you should leave." Marie's gaze flickered to Clara. "That's what you think I'm doing?" "I don't know," Clara said slowly. "But the last time you showed up in my orbit, 3 people disappeared and 1 courthouse mysteriously lost a server." "I was in the neighborhood." "You're always in the neighborhood when someone ends up dead. Marie let the silence stretch for a few heartbeats. Then, "There's a case," she said, "involving whistleblowers." Clara turned sharply, her attention locked. "You're representing someone?" Marie huffed a dry, humorous sound. "Not exactly." "Then what?" "They pissed off the wrong people," Marie said. Her voice was even, controlled. "Too much so. Made too much noise about the wrong names. Didn't know how far the roots went." Clara's eyes narrowed. "How many?" Marie didn't answer. Clara's shoulders squared. "You're here for them?" Marie's lips twitched, but it wasn't a smile. "Didn't say that." "But you didn't have to." Clara stepped in closer now, heat rising in her voice. "You walk into this city with a fake name, a fake job, and a real gun, and then start sniffing around whistleblowers under protective counsel, my counsel, and you want me to pretend it's coincidence?" Marie said nothing. Clara's voice dropped. "Are you working for Crowder?" Marie shrugged, eyes drifting to the installation. "I'm in town on business." "That's not an answer." "It wasn't meant to be." The civility cracked. Clara stepped in, closer now, eyes locked. "Let me guess. You're still telling yourself it's not personal, that the world's just numbers and orders and clean exits." Her voice dropped. "How many of the names in your pocket are people who stood in someone's way, Marie? Not traitors, not threats, just inconvenient truths." Marie didn't respond. She didn't need to. Clara was already reading the silence. The stiff set of Marie's shoulders, the way her jaw didn't quite unclench. "Jesus," Clara muttered, stepping back half a pace, disgust surfacing over confusion. "You really are cleaning up for them." Marie's voice was quiet, even, deadly honest. "You know I've done worse." Clara's expression flickered, grief and rage in equal measure. "Does that make it better?" "No," Marie said. "It just makes it familiar." A pause stretched between them, long and thin, so sharp it could cut. Around them, the gallery moved on, casual browsers murmuring over augmented installations, sipping champagne, pretending the world didn't burn just beyond the curated walls. But here, in this corner of filtered light and twisted steel, time was still, tense, personal. Marie stared at the flame sculpture, let it roll through its loop once, twice. Then, "The youngest one, the girl. She's not one of your clients, but she's close, isn't she?" Clara flinched. Not much. Just enough for someone who knew her to see it. That was all Marie needed. "She's not listed," Marie said. Her voice was unreadable now, like static behind glass. "But she's in the blast radius." Clara's face hardened. "Why are you asking?" Marie met her eyes, calm, controlled, a blade in its sheath. "Because if I was going to do it, Clara, I wouldn't need to ask." The air went still. Clara blinked. Confusion sparked, small, fragile. "You recognized her?" Marie nodded once. "Not from the file, from the window." Clara's brows furrowed. "What window?" Then she saw it. Understanding landed like a blow. Her mouth parted slightly, breath caught mid-protest. "You had her in your sights," she said. "Jesus, Marie." Marie's gaze didn't waver. "She stepped into the line," she said flat. "Wrong place, wrong second. I had the shot lined up and she was there." Clara stared at her. "And you didn't take it?" Marie's silence was answer enough, but she gave Clara more than that. "I pulled off," she said finally. "I waited." "I took it when she was gone." Her jaw clenched, the words like shrapnel. The hit landed clean. The splash didn't. Clara exhaled. shaky and slow. For the first time since they'd locked eyes, she looked less like a lawyer preparing cross-examination and more like someone trying not to fall apart. "You didn't shoot her," she said quietly, like she needed to say it aloud to make it real. "I don't shoot children," Marie said, "not even by accident." Clara looked down at the floor, then back up, anger still simmering beneath the gratitude. "You're not supposed to need that line," she said. "I know." She didn't have to. Clara's anger cracked, just a hairline fracture, enough to let doubt in. "She has nothing to do with this," Marie added, low. "You know that." Clara folded her arms, hugging the file folder closer to her chest. Her voice dropped. "Then don't do it." Marie didn't move. "Don't," Clara said again, softer this time. "They're not liars. They're not traitors. They're scared kids or stubborn fools or decent people who saw too much and refused to look away. They're whistleblowers," Marie said flatly. "They're witnesses," Clara countered, sharply now. "And if they survive, if they testify, Crowder's entire network doesn't just take a hit, it collapses." Marie didn't blink. She didn't interrupt. So Clara kept going. "I'm not protecting idealists," she said. "This isn't about some grand stand for morality. It's logistics. These people have documentation, timelines, financial links, bribes. Shell companies, enough to bury half of Crowder's civic infrastructure and detonate the rest." She glanced around the gallery, quick, sharp, just enough to check for ears too curious. No one close enough to hear. Then she leaned in, voice dropping. "You know what that means for Savannah? For the people who still live here and aren't part of the old money loop?" Marie didn't answer, so Clara filled the silence. "It means schools without syndicate board seats, housing that doesn't need a backdoor deal to approve repairs. It means rehab programs with real funding, health clinics that don't run out of antibiotics in the first week of every month. Power that doesn't go out in the ninth every time someone forgets to pay tribute to a ghost in a penthouse." She paused. Eyes locked on Marie. No fire and brimstone speech, no dramatic pacing, just pure, aching certainty. "They're not just witnesses, Marie. They're the trigger. Crowder goes down and this city has a chance. One it hasn't had in decades." Clara studied her for a long moment, eyes narrowed, not hostile anymore, but searching, measuring. The anger hadn't vanished, but the edges had dulled into something more dangerous. Hope. "Don't let them use you," Clara said quietly. Marie didn't respond. She turned instead, calm as glass, and began to walk away. "Marie!" She stopped halfway between sculpture and exit. Clara's voice was lower now, no edge, just the echo of something older. "I know you don't promise," she said, "but you're here, and that means something." Marie stood there a second longer, back still turned. Then she walked out without looking back. The afternoon felt heavy. The sky pressed down with that storm-dense weight Savannah wore like a second skin. Humidity like a hand on her neck, every step echoing. Marie kept walking, not because she had somewhere to be, because stopping would mean thinking too hard. Her calm buzzed twice, updates from Outlook. She didn't check them. She ducked into a side street, into the narrow cut of shade between buildings, and finally let herself feel something. Clara's voice still echoed. "This is the best shot we've got." Marie leaned against a sun-warmed wall and exhaled like it cost her. She spent the last 7 hours trying to convince herself this was just another job, that Clara's presence was an inconvenience, not a moral audit. And now Now she'd seen what was at stake, heard it from the only voice she trusted to make it real. Nina, the girl in the window, the names in the file, the smell of blood in Berlin. Outlook hadn't given her a mission. They'd handed her a cover-up. And she was already in too deep to pretend otherwise. 5. Ghost in the Glass. Savannah, 7:42 p.m. Kingsley House Private Gallery. The car dropped her at the foot of a gravel path that crunched like powdered bone beneath her heels. Kingsley House loomed ahead, white-columned, red-bricked, and old enough to pretend its sins were historical. The kind of place where debutantes used to learn etiquette and billionaires now peddled influence in curated brushstrokes and hush-money wine. Marie, no Bouchon, stepped out like she belonged there. She dressed for the role, backless slate gray gown, neckline daring enough to whisper danger, not scream it. The pendant at her throat caught the porch light just enough to draw the eye, not enough to look expensive. Nothing here was accidental.
Miss Bouchon.
The host greeted her with the kind of smile that had been practiced in boarding school mirrors. Mid-50s, salt and gold hair, a matching ascot and teeth too white to trust.
We were hoping you'd make it. They told me you were back on the coast.
She smiled with the right wattage. Savannah keeps calling me.
A dangerous city for beauty and good taste, he replied, offering his arm. Which means you'll do well here. She let him lead her in. The entrance was all polished floors and curated shadows, sculptures spotlighted in quiet reverence. Soft jazz played somewhere distant. Servers floated with chrome trays. Everything was choreographed to make you forget the city outside had water in its veins and blood under its nails. A woman brushed past her and whispered to her companion. That's her, Bouchon, the one who found the lost Whitby. Marie raised her glass to no one in particular and smiled like someone being complimented on a corpse. Inside, everything sparkled. Outside, the air was still heavy with things no one talked about. And somewhere beneath it all, Marie Fontaine was a ghost wearing silk and secrets. Marie moved through the gallery like liquid mercury, reflective, fluid, untouchable. She knew how to hold a wine glass like a promise and laugh at the right moment without showing her teeth. The Bouchon identity had been sculpted for this exact environment, authoritative but mysterious, worldly without being threatening. She was every collector's confidant, every broker's prize. She was also lying with every breath. So tell me, said the man in the velvet blazer beside her, is the new Dufresne piece a forgery, or are the rumors finally wrong?
Marie gave him the kind of half-smile that suggested secrets too valuable to share for free. A forgery, but one with exquisite lineage. He commissioned the counterfeit himself back in '93. It's practically part of the oeuvre now. Velvet Blazer laughed like she'd just blessed his whole evening. He drifted off, already formulating how to parrot that line at his next party. She tuned him out before he finished his first word. Every exchange was like that, a dance of trivia, half-truths, and strategic pauses. She commented on brushstroke, on digital restoration methods, on how Crowder's recent acquisitions hinted at an impending museum wing expansion. All correct, all calculated. Not a single word came from Marie Fontaine. She could do this forever. And yet, tonight, it felt like she was performing through glass. Her mind drifted, not to her targets, not yet, but to Clara, to Nina, to Berlin, to the look in Carrick's eyes when he slid the folder across the table, already knowing she wouldn't refuse. Not really. Someone asked her about the viability of smart contract galleries for NFTs tied to physical installations. She nodded smoothly, said something cutting and clever. but she couldn't remember it 5 seconds later. She was functioning perfectly, and she was nowhere close to present. She moved toward the alcove near the structure garden. Fewer guests, better sightlines. The ambient lighting here was cooler, tuned to highlight the artwork's kinetic shimmer, but it cast the people in soft blue shadows, like ghosts walking through an aquarium. Marie leaned against the high-top table and set her drink down without drinking from it. Her left hand slid casually toward her wristcom, shielded from view by the sleeve of her wrap. A practiced flick brought up her secure screen. 2 messages from Outlook, one flagged urgent, the other marked as a routine status sync. She didn't open either. Instead, her eyes drifted to the personal cue. She wasn't expecting anything. Not really. But there it was. From Rose. Subject, you'll laugh. Body preview. Ran into someone who thought I was Kendra and tried to ask for a holo. I told them I don't do fetish conventions anymore unless I'm in charge. Kendra says hi. Come visit you, ghost. Marie blinked. Then she tapped the preview. Not to open it, just to see it, to remember it was real. The message wasn't long, just a few sentences, warm and snarky and exactly what she remembered. No pressure, no guilt, just love wrapped in sarcasm, delivered with a wink. Kendra had probably dictated half of it. Pacing in that over-decorated apartment she hated and still refused to leave. They were safe, alive, normal, whatever that meant for those two, and they missed her. The weight of it hit her more than she expected. She could reply, could pretend she was fine, could say she was busy with consulting work, send a photo of her view, maybe even ask about Bonnie and Clyde and whether the cubs were still knocking over statues in the garden. She didn't. She closed the message instead and pushed it back into queue purgatory like it had never arrived. Someone passed behind her. She heard the tail end of a sentence, something about logistics funding and a silent partner in Jakarta. She turned her head, nodded politely, filed the name, logged the voice. But her hands were colder now, and when she looked at the next piece of art, she saw nothing at all. She'd made another circuit of the gallery, lingering long enough at key pieces to remain visible but not clingy. It was a delicate balance, engaged but elusive. That was the Bouchant method. People remembered her, but rarely recalled what she'd said. That made her useful. That made her forgettable in exactly the right ways. She was scanning a new sculpture, brutalist lines, wrapped in carbon fiber and the kind of AI lighting that always tried too hard, when she caught the conversation behind her. 2 women, expensively dressed, matching champagne flutes, whispering like they were trading classified information, when really they were gossiping in well-modulated tones.
Clara Davenport was at the Velvet Rook again last night,
one said a little too loud. Oh, God, protesting something else?
I think she's taken up permanent residence on a soapbox. Honestly, she should just run for office or get a podcast and leave the rest of us in peace.
Polite laughter. Light, sharp. Marie didn't move, didn't turn, didn't speak. Her fingers stayed curled around her glass, perfectly still. But inside, something kicked. She wasn't even sure what did it. The dismissal? The condescension? The fact that Clara had been at the Velvet Rook and Marie hadn't known? It didn't matter. The reaction was there, hot and fast, completely uninvited. She took a breath through her nose, let it out slow, focused on the sculpture like it deserved her attention, like she wasn't doing emotional damage control behind her eyes. It was the test, wasn't it? Not surveillance, not infiltration, not a kill shot from 600 meters. This, pretending she didn't care. Keeping it locked down when every part of her wanted to whip around and say, "You don't get to talk about her. You don't get to know what she's done, what she's risked, what it cost her to stay and fight when the rest of you bought new shoes and changed the channel." But Marie Fontaine didn't exist here. Only Bouchon did. So she smiled faintly at the sculpture, tilted her head like she was admiring the structural metaphor, and drifted away like she hadn't heard a thing. No one noticed. No one ever did. That was the point. She slipped down a hallway lined with quiet, indifferent portraits, generational oil paintings of people who'd never had to hide anything, because everything they did had already been made legal. The kind of art that whispered legacy and roared entitlement. The bathroom was unoccupied, predictably pristine. A marble sink that probably had a commemorative plaque somewhere. Lighting designed to flatter. Even the soap was tasteful. Something French, probably expensive, definitely smug. Marie washed her hands for longer than necessary. Then she looked up. The woman in the mirror was flawless. Perfect makeup, no shine, no cracks. The eyeliner precise. The lipstick still fresh despite hours of use. She looked expensive, elegant, untouchable. Bouchon in full. And yet, the eyes didn't match. Marie stared at them, not moving. Watched herself watching herself. She remembered a mission in Cape Town. Midnight drop, intel extraction, clean exit. She'd changed identities 4 times in one night. Different accents, different names, different faces. At the end, the debrief officer had smiled and called her a chameleon. She smiled back and said, "No, chameleons blend in. I become the thing they're expecting." She didn't know who'd been expecting this. Clara had said something earlier. Don't let them use you. She hadn't argued, but she also hadn't promised. Because she wasn't sure she wasn't being used. Wasn't sure where the mission ended and the guilt began. Wasn't sure the line had ever existed. Her wristcom buzzed again. She didn't check it. She already knew who it was. Marie Fontaine was a woman at war with her own reflexes. Outlook had taught her how to be efficient, invisible, decisive. Clara had taught her how to care again, and neither one of them had prepared her for this. She pressed her fingertips lightly against the countertop, cold marble, solid, and then she adjusted her neckline, smoothed her hair, and gave the mirror a final look. The woman staring back smiled, perfectly, and Marie hated her for it. She left the powder room with the same poise she'd entered it, not a hair out of place, not a flicker of dissonance. Bouchon was back on the floor. The host spotted her and waved her forward, a circle of collectors, laughing over a piece that looked like it had been welded out of disappointment and scrap metal. She gave him a regretful smile and tapped her wrist as if indicating an urgent message, silent shorthand for next time. Then she was gliding past the velvet stand, down the stone steps, into the heavy Savannah night. The humidity clung to her skin like silk soaked in secrets. The sound of the party faded behind her. Laughter, music, money pretending it didn't know what blood looked like. She didn't call a car. She walked. Heels ticking softly on old pavement, she moved through the edge of the historic district, each block more dimly lit, more real. The glamour of the gallery gave way to cracked sidewalks and the low thrum of a city that still hadn't recovered from the last time the ocean tried to swallow it whole. She turned a corner and found herself at a quiet overlook, just a rusting railing and the wide black mouth of the river stretching beyond. No one else around. The city lights shimmered on the water, not beautiful, just honest, dirty, flickering, trying to hold. Marie stood there, arms folded, the wind teasing the hem of her dress. Clara's voice echoed again. They're not just witnesses. They're the trigger. Her calm buzzed. She ignored it. For a moment, she let herself wonder what it would feel like to step off the path. Not to run, not to disappear, but to choose. She wasn't ready. Not yet. The idea had weight now, though. She stood in the dark, listening to the river.
Somewhere behind her, the party went on, but she didn't go back. 6. Terms of engagement. Savannah, the Bella Fontaine Hotel, 8:04 a.m. Marie opened the messages because not opening them had become a problem. 3 from Outlook. The first 2 were routine: status pings, time-stamped check-ins, behavioral flag assessments. The third wasn't. Priority override, client escalation. Target progress unsatisfactory, client escalation active, supervision considered, recommend adjustment to timeline, verify status within 24 hours. Marie stared at the screen. Not because of the message itself, but because of who the client was. She didn't need the metadata tracer to know. Crowder wanted results, and Crowder had pull. Too much pull. She should have been angry. Instead, she felt cold. She could have answered with deflection, could have sent a vague update, staged some bullshit about surveillance bottlenecks or timeline recalibration. She didn't. Instead, she sat back on the edge of the hotel bed, the morning sunlight painting sterile angles across the floor, and thought about the one option that would piss everybody off: Clara. It was stupid, reckless, possibly suicidal, but Clara had the kind of mind you went to war with and prayed you were on the same side. Marie opened a private channel. To C. Davenport. Subject: query. You still want Crowder buried? Might be time we start digging together. She stared at the message for 3 full minutes before hitting send. No encryption, no false pretense, just truth and bait. Savannah, Café Maison Fete, 11:27 a.m. Clara was already there when Marie arrived. Corner table, back to the wall, just like always. Her eyes tracked Marie the entire walk across the cafe, expressions somewhere between curiosity and guarded fire. Marie sat down slowly, no armor, no smile. I'm not asking for forgiveness, she said. Good, Clara replied. You won't get it. They sat in silence for a moment. The waiter came. Marie offered black coffee. Clara had an untouched herbal tea. Finally, Marie said, If I'm going to go against the contract, I need something ironclad. I need to justify treason to the people who think they own me. Clara raised an eyebrow. You really think evidence is going to stop them? No, Marie said, but it might stop me. That gave Clara pause. Marie leaned forward. You've been fighting Crowder for years. You know how he thinks, what he hides. I need cracks. Marie studied her for a long, quiet second. Why now? Marie didn't answer directly. Because the mask is slipping, and if I'm going to burn this down, I want to know I'm burning the right thing. Clara didn't speak, but she reached for her tea. That was something. They spent the next hour talking strategy. Clara laid out patterns, nonprofits Crowder used as shell companies, a dummy corporation tied to campaign donations, a newly launched cultural heritage initiative fronting as a laundering mechanism. She spoke like she was giving a deposition, every detail like a scalpel. Marie took it all in, her brain moving like a machine, cataloging, modeling, wargaming. Emotionally, it was harder to stay focused. Clara's voice, her presence, the way she slipped into rhythm with Marie, like no time had passed at all. By the second hour, they weren't sitting across from each other anymore. They were leaning in, sharing, challenging, laughing once, quietly, about a mutual acquaintance who tried to forge a donor's signature and spelled their own last name wrong. The tension softened. Not disappeared, never that, but softened enough to make breathing easier. Clara said, You're still you, you know? Marie replied, Some days I wish I wasn't. Neither of them spoke for a while. Not because they had nothing to say, but because they remembered what it felt like to say nothing and still be understood. Outside, the city moved. Trolley bells, tourists, the humid shuffle of people who learned to live with heat and corruption like background radiation. Inside, silence coiled between them again. Then Clara asked, "So what are you going to do?" Marie didn't answer right away. She looked at Clara instead. Really looked. The sharp lines hadn't dulled. The fire was still there, banked behind her eyes. There was something new now. Tiredness, maybe. Not physical. Deeper. The kind of wear you got from pushing boulders uphill for too long. Marie hated seeing it. It made her feel things she wasn't equipped to feel right now. "It's better you don't know," she said finally. Clara's expression didn't change, but something in her posture did. Shoulders drawing tighter, mouth hardening just enough. "Oh, we're doing this again," she said. Marie didn't blink. "You know I'm right." "No, I don't," Clara snapped, "because this isn't Caracas or Bangalore or wherever the hell you were when you decided my safety was your moral exit strategy." Marie looked away. If something happens, Clara cut in, "I'll deal with it, like I've dealt with everything else you left me to handle." That landed harder than Marie expected. "You don't need to protect me," Clara added, quieter now. "I'm not a civilian in your scope, Marie. I never was." "I know." "Do you?" Marie's fingers tightened around her mug. Clara's voice softened. "You're not the only one who gets to make sacrifices." Marie swallowed that. Because she'd said it once, years ago. Post-mission, post-sex, post-something. She told Clara she didn't want to lose her the way she lost everyone else. And Clara had laughed, bitter and beautiful, and said, "Maybe don't vanish next time." Marie had vanished anyway. She didn't want to do it again. But this was the part of the conversation where walking away usually started. She said, "The closer I get to Crowder, the more dangerous it will get. And you think that's news to me?" Marie finally looked at her again. "No, I think you'll put yourself in the middle of it, even if it kills you." Clara smiled, all sharp edges. "Sounds familiar." They sat in silence again, and this time it didn't ache quite as much. Marie glanced at her wristcom, though she already knew what time it was. The coffee was cold. The conversation had reached a point where there were no easy next lines, and her walls starting to crumble around the edges. She cleared her throat softly. "I should go." Clara didn't look surprised, but she didn't look happy either. "Of course," she said, smoothing her expression into something neutral. "You've got a city to save. Or burn." Marie gave a breath of a smile, dry and barely there. "Hopefully neither." She stood, adjusted the hem of her jacket. The motion was precise, deliberate. Something to do with her hands while her heart tried not to show too much. Clara didn't move to stand with her, didn't reach out, but her eyes followed Marie the whole way around the table. And when Marie hesitated, just for a second, Clara tilted her head. "You're running," she said softly. Marie didn't deny it. "Do what you have to," Clara added, "but don't pretend it's not personal." Marie paused. "I'm not pretending." She meant it, and that scared her more than anything. Clara didn't argue. She didn't push. She just nodded, small, accepting, like she knew pressing too hard would only make the retreat faster. Marie turned and left the cafe, the door chiming softly behind her like punctuation. Outside, the wet air, full of ghosts, hit her like it always did. She walked fast, like distance might fix everything. It didn't, but movement helped her breathe again. She was in deep now, past the point of pretending she could do this the old way. That didn't mean she knew how to do it the new way yet. Still, Clara had helped, more than she should have. For the first time since arriving in Savannah, Marie felt like she had a direction, not a path, but a target, and that was enough to start with. Entry wound. Savannah, Bellefontaine Hotel, 6:13 a.m. Marie worked in silence, not the kind Outlook preferred, sterile and empty, but the kind with substance, layers, street noise, low jazz from a nearby balcony, the occasional chime of the room's proximity sensors as she moved between windows. The planning had taken 2 days. It would have been faster if she'd gone with the original brief to locate, isolate, and neutralize. The simple kind of contract. The kind you didn't ask questions about until the debrief, and even then only in past tense. But this wasn't that. The whistleblowers weren't exposed. They were insulated. Legally protected, civically connected with Clara's fingers in every relevant system. The kill window wasn't open. Hell, it wasn't even glass. She sent Outlook the update that morning. Status report, Fontaine, A7F. Mission complications confirmed. Targets embedded in civilian protection matrix. Legal entanglements. Proximity to press and high-level local counsel. Elimination not currently viable without political and media blowback. Recommend strategic patience. It was a diplomatic way of saying, I can't just shoot them through a window, you absolute bastards. The response came back fast. Mission timeline critical. Client pushing for confirmation within 72 hours. Marie didn't answer. She didn't need to. She was already moving. The first steps was optics. She made herself seen. Beauchamp became a name spoken with nods of recognition, the kind that carried more weight than memory. She showed up everywhere that mattered. Cocktail events in rooftop gardens, gallery walkthroughs with curated lighting, donor brunches where everyone pretended mimosas counted as strategy. She even sat on a panel, Art and Resistance in Post-Platform Societies, said a few well-scripted things about post-human expression and digital resilience, quoted a defunct philosopher she didn't believe in, got a dozen reposts and a feature mention in a microcolumn syndicate through Crowder's own Newsnet partner. Each appearance was subtle propaganda, quietly tagged, algorithmically boosted. The AI behind the scenes did half the work, spinning her public footprint into something rich, rare, and irresistible. She watched it unfold like a simulation. Through it all, something kept tapping at the back of her mind. A shape, a name, a voice. Clara. She wasn't calling her, not for intel, not for backup, not even to say, this is working. It should have been easier that way, cleaner, safer, but it wasn't. She told herself it was a compartmentalization, operational discipline, necessary distance. If that were true, she wouldn't have caught herself reaching for the comm 3 times in 24 hours. She wouldn't be wondering what Clara would say about the dress she wore to the Larkspur show or the lie she told about sourcing a Rothko for an orbital tech mogul. She wouldn't be keeping track of when Clara's legal appointments ended and what cafe she was probably stopping at afterwards. She wouldn't be listening for her voice in the background of charity event coverage. She wouldn't care. But she did. And caring made her sloppy. So she didn't call. She kept moving. Then came the insertion point. Crowder's Foundation was hosting a private auction, riverfront penthouse, glass walls, curated scarcity, exclusivity so sharp it might cut. The guest list was walled off behind 6 layers of social vetting and invite tokens. But one of the lots caught her eye. A reclaimed digital piece attributed to an AI collective that had vanished after a quiet class action lawsuit. Marie didn't need the art. She needed the proximity. She reached out to an art broker Clara had mentioned in passing. Drayden Holt was mid-level with an overstated resume. He had one foot in Crowder's philanthropic network and the other in anything that paid fast. She floated interest, dropped a fake acquisition ledger, implied Beauchamp represented an unnamed but powerful family trust. She used the right fonts, the right phrases, the right encrypted watermark. 6 hours later, the invitation arrived. Time, date, dress code, and a note handwritten in stylized cursive. Looking forward to meeting you in person, Miss Beauchamp. J.C. Crowder wanted a glimpse of the enema. Marie gave him one. Just like that, the door opened. Savannah, Bellefontaine Hotel, 6:12 p.m., auction night. The prep didn't require thought. The clothes, the hair, the face, all muscle memory, automatic. She laid the dress out on the bed without ceremony, black satin, understated but unforgettable, the kind that made people assume wealth and misery without ever saying a word. No exposed holsters, no hidden blades. This wasn't that kind of mission, not yet. She applied her makeup with precision, not creativity. Liner, gloss, and contour went on. Nothing dramatic, everything intentional. A swipe of scent behind the ears, hair pinned back with a jeweler's clip too niche to be traced easily. The Beauchamp identity didn't need touch-ups anymore. It wore her like a second skin. She moved to the desk, opened the drawer, and the vial was waiting. Clear, unassuming, nestled in its cushioned case like a piece of glass too delicate to exist in the real world. Stage 1. Harmless, in theory. The compound was inert without its counterpart, an engineered neurotoxin designed for clean execution. Dose 1 preps the body. Dose 2 finishes the job. Delay window adjustable, undetectable in both parts. Outlook's gift to deniable operations. Marie held the vial up to the light. Technically, this part wasn't even illegal, not by itself. Just a hedge, a backup plan, in case things didn't go the way Clara hoped. That was logic. So why did her stomach knot like she was choosing sides? She uncapped the tiny injector, loaded the ampule into her lipstick tube, and slid it back into her clutch. Smooth, familiar, like slipping into old habits. She caught herself glancing toward the balcony window, out into the evening, light curling over Savannah's skyline. Somewhere out there, Clara was probably preparing legal filings or making enemies at a city board meeting, still fighting, still believing people could be better. Marie had stopped believing that a long time ago. Hadn't she? She closed the clutch, stood, checked her reflection once. Perfect. And then she left. Savannah, Crowder Foundation auction, 8:09 p.m. The penthouse was exactly as she expected. High walls of glass, a breeze that smelled of expensive filters, floor staff in minimalist black, guests in architectural couture, the kind of place where everything looked curated down to the last champagne bubble. And at the center of it all, a man who'd bought the city's silence one gala at a time, Jameson Crowder. He was holding court near a display of reclaimed structure and frozen hollow loops, sipping something amber, laughing at something forgettable. Mid-50s, tall, tailored, with the kind of face that had never had to apologize for anything. He turned as she approached and smiled. "Miss Beauchamp," he said, his voice smooth as oil on water. "I've been waiting to meet the woman who made Holt beg for an introduction." Marie smiled, just enough. "I make a habit of being memorable." Crowder offered his arm. She took it. The game had begun. Crowder moved through the room like someone who'd thought he'd owned more than real estate. His hand on Marie's arm was light, a signal, not possession, invitation. She let him lead her to the private balcony, where the breeze was cooler and the air buzzed with curated exclusivity. A pair of servers circulated among the select few deemed worthy. Below them, the river glimmered like a lie told well. "I have to admit," Crowder said, lifting his glass, "when I saw your name on the interest list, I thought someone was playing a long con." Marie smiled without showing teeth. "And now?" "Now I'm hoping you're real," he sipped, "and hoping even harder that you're interested." "In the art?" "In staying longer than one evening." Smooth, confident, testing for openings. Marie glanced at the sculpture beside them, glass shards suspended in a magnetic loop, refracting light like a captured explosion. Her voice stayed soft, calibrated for maximum impact. I've been watching your collective evolve.
Flattered.
And your public initiatives.
Now I'm nervous.
She turned to him. I don't waste time on places with no future. Or people. Crowder's smile deepened.
Then I hope Savannah's made an impression.
She tilted her head, assessing him like a half-solved equation. It's trying to. Crowder motioned for fresh drinks, something gold and effervescent. She accepted hers with her right hand while palming the clutch open with her left. Inside, the lipstick tube waited. Waited. Ready. Timing was everything. As the server turned away, Crowder shifted to admire the sculpture behind them. A half-second of inattention. That was the window. Marie uncapped the applicator with a flick of her wrist, a dab on the rim of his flute, quick and casual, masked by the motion of picking up her own glass. The contact dose went on invisible, scentless, like a promise no one remembered making. He turned back, none the wiser.
Shall we?
He asked, lifting the glass. She raised hers in tandem. To potential. And he drank. He didn't notice. Why would he? Marie sipped her own drink, untouched, untampered, then stood there for a moment longer. Two silhouettes carved from poise and performance. Crowder leaned in, voice lower now.
You know, Miss Beauchamp, I think we could do remarkable things together.
She smiled, slow and unreadable. Let's see how the night goes. He turned slightly to refill both their glasses. Casual, courteous. The poison was doing its part. The first dose was in his system, harmless on its own. She could leave. Mission secure. No blood, no mess. But she didn't. She watched him pour and thought of Clara, of the files, of Nina, of what it meant if everything Clara told her was true, and what it meant if it wasn't. 3 years in Outlook's pocket, pulling triggers on faith. No questions, no second looks. If she'd been misused, if they'd let her become a weapon for the wrong people, what was that worth? Was that worth the not knowing? Was it better? Her fingers tightened slightly around the flute stem. She could disappear right now, claim interference, lay low for 72 hours and wait for the neurotoxin window to expire, harmlessly, walk out clean. Instead, she smiled at him again, tilted her head. Do you make all your business pitches as intimate? She asked. Crowder chuckled, low and smooth.
Only the ones I actually want to win.
He was watching her now, appraising, interested, not subtle, the predator who'd already decided the outcome. Marie leaned in slightly. Then maybe you should show me what the win looks like. It wasn't flirtation, not really. It was negotiation. She wasn't here for pleasure. She was here for proof. A one-night truce. No strings, no trust. But intimacy came with access, and access might crack the surface wide enough to find the truth underneath. Because if Clara was wrong, if this really was about stabilization, not silencing, then Marie needed to know before she sabotaged something bigger than herself. If Clara was right, then this man was the architect of a system built on silence and disposable lives. Marie had been invited into the blueprint. Crowder offered his hand. She took it. The warmth of his palm didn't faze her. It was the ease that unsettled her, the way he smiled like he'd already won, like she was a signature he hadn't had to forge. He guided her back inside, past servers and whispered speculation, towards a private lift guarded by 2 men in suits that didn't quite fit their posture, syndicate muscle, hidden in plain sight. She filed away faces, gait, badge clips, watch styles. The lift ride was silent. She broke it first. Won't your guests notice? He smiled sideways.
They'll assume I'm discussing a very generous donation.
And your reputation?
What's left of it?
He chuckled.
A man like me doesn't thrive by being predictable. Let them talk.
The doors opened onto a suite the size of a mid-range penthouse. Art on the walls, bottles on the shelf, a view that could make a lie look like poetry. She stepped inside without hesitation. She'd done this before, played the role, laughed at the right jokes, sighed at the right compliments, kissed like leverage was currency. But this time, the performance sat wrong. She let it happen anyway. He slept soundly. The tranquilizer had been slipped in with a kiss, masked by the wine and the natural fatigue of a man who never questioned his own invincibility. He wouldn't wake for 6 hours. Marie slipped from the bed with a grace that betrayed no hesitation, no weight of what had passed. But she felt it, not in her limbs, in her stomach, in her skin. It clung like residue. She dressed in silence, avoiding her reflection in the mirror, and pulled her hair back into a loose knot, functional, clean. Then she moved. Through the darkened suite, past locked doors she bypassed with practiced ease. Crowder's terminal was old-world private with a physical security and biometric fail-safes. She bypassed those too. The system was cluttered, arrogant, not messy, just indulgent. Files with names like Donor Sync, Compliance Review, Q2 Strategy, Confidential. She copied everything. A data worm masked the pull. Then she found it, hidden in a dead folder under a defunct subdirectory labeled Project Echelon. The surveillance logos, briefings, dossiers, highlighted intelligence from Outlook sources, and below that, overlays, doctored footage, redacted identifiers, false attributions. One of the whistleblowers flagged in the original Outlook file as a syndicate mole was listed in Crowder's notes as civilian asset to be neutralized pre-testimony. Her pulse kicked. They'd fed Outlook lies, used her, used the system, and the mission wasn't about balance. It was about erasure. She closed the terminal, wiped her traces, and slipped out before the sun rose. The city was still sleeping, but Marie Fontaine was wide awake. 8. Between the Lines. Savannah, Bellefontaine Hotel, 7:42 a.m. The message was already composed. All she had to do was hit send. Stage 1 complete. Target verified. Initial dose administered. Awaiting go/no-go for second stage. Recommend hold pending updated intel. Risk factors elevated. It wasn't the kind of message she usually sent. Outlook didn't ask for updates unless someone screwed up, but this one was technically within protocol. The kill window hadn't been established. There was no deadline written in blood. Marie hit send. Then she poured herself a glass of water and stared at it for 5 minutes. The sun slid higher across the sky. Her comm remained silent. That was expected. They were stalling, too. She spent the rest of the morning sorting data, scrubbing, duplicating, encrypting. She layered backups in ghost nodes and hard drop cloud caches. She'd done it before, but never for herself. Everything taken from Crowder's system had a stench she couldn't ignore. Finding data trails rewritten, surveillance logs altered, dossiers retagged to obscure who fed what to Outlook. Half of it was false. The other half was worse, strategically crafted lies designed to look real. It wasn't misdirection. It was manipulation, layered and deliberate. Sanitized intelligence, doctored with surgical precision. The whistleblower files had been stripped of context and stitched back together, built to withstand a surface-level audit. But the metadata told the real story. Marie traced insertion points, synthetic tag markers, and time-stamped anomalies with growing certainty. She wasn't a forensic analyst, but she knew the shape of a lie. Knew how it flexed, how it smelled. Crowder's people had done their homework. 2 of the whistleblowers were flagged as syndicate moles. One had been labeled dangerous without a single behavior incident. His file was padded with connections to a shell firm in the EU that hadn't existed when the supposed surveillance was logged. And the fourth, marked as unreliable witness, liability classification, removal recommended. No charges, no risk profile, nothing but the wrong name on the wrong list. Marie sat back, the screen light washing pale across her skin. She didn't move right away. The data was all there, organized, labeled, and damning. Each file a brick in a wall that someone had gone to great lengths to keep standing. But now that she could see it clearly, the shape of what had been built, it wasn't salvageable. It wasn't misunderstood. It was intentional. She scrolled slowly through the final entries. Patterns emerged with painful clarity. Shell accounts disguised as civic grants, surveillance feeds with mismatched timestamps, political favors woven into charitable donations that funneled right back into Crowder's holdings. It wasn't just corruption, it was architecture, a system designed to erase consequences. Clara would recognize this instantly. She'd see the pattern for what it was, a carefully constructed, meant to mislead just enough to keep the wheels turning without ever raising alarm. Once she had it, she'd start building the case in her head, layering connections, checking names against contracts, tracing the money through civic fonts and proxy donors. It wouldn't matter that the evidence was unusable in court. Clara didn't need admissibility to start peeling back the layers. She needed motive, shape, a place to push. Marie hesitated for a moment, not out of doubt, but out of the knowledge that sending this meant something would change. Clara wouldn't back down. She would follow it, pursue it, drag it into daylight the way she always had. And when that happened, she'd be in deeper than she already was, more exposed, more visible, more likely to end up caught in the crosshairs. But there wasn't a version of this where Marie could justify silence. She hadn't crossed the line to keep Clara safe. She'd crossed it to make sure the truth didn't die quietly. If Clara was going to fight, she deserved to know what she was walking into. And if that made Marie responsible for the fallout, well, she already was. She built the data package with methodical care. No obvious sender, no direct route. The file would appear as part of a regulatory dump, a collection of dry, irrelevant compliance audits, buried deep in the metadata of a familiar archive Clara would check regularly. She cloaked the payload with a burn-on access shell. No trace left behind once it opened. No signature, no message. But Clara would know. Marie hit encrypt, watched the progress bar blink across the screen, and leaned back in her chair as the final packet disappeared into the net. She didn't feel better, but she felt right. Clear in a way she hadn't since before the mission began. No orders, no justifications, just choice. By late afternoon, she was pacing. Still no word from Outlook. No ping, no redirect, not even a delay notice. Fine. She keyed the comm. Carrick picked up on the third ring. Tight frame, neutral tone, background blurred to hell. Probably on a mobile mode, maybe even in motion. He looked exactly as she remembered. Regulation haircut, blank effect, posture like a man carved from leftover orders. "Fontaine," he said, not quite annoyed. "This better be important." "It is." She didn't wait. "I need to escalate." His brows lifted, but barely. Not in surprise, just the flicker of a man filing away a future note. "I have new data," Marie continued. "Surveillance logs, internal records, the intel behind the Savannah contract, it's been tampered with. Crowder's been feeding us doctored lies." Carrick didn't blink. He didn't even look interested. He took a sip from whatever was in his Outlook-issued thermos and gave her the look of a man used to hearing noise. "Got proof?" "I'm looking at it." "Send it." "I already did." He glanced off-screen, a quick flick of the eye. "Right," he said after a moment. "I see the file. I'll bump it up the chain." "That's it?" Marie asked. No protocol? No review team? You're not even going to— What do you want, Fontaine? A standing ovation? She didn't give him the answer that sprang to mind. I want the contract suspended, she said. Pending review, that's standard. If the intelligence is flawed, the mission's compromised. Carrick gave her a look usually reserved for rookies who'd tripped in their own explosives. They both knew she wasn't one. You know how this works, he said. The contract stands unless the client pulls it. We don't initiate withdraw, not for jobs like this. The client's compromised. You saying that as an agent? He leaned back slightly, thermos in hand, or as a woman who got too close to her mark. That landed, not because it was true, but because he thought it might be. Marie didn't flinch. I'm saying it as someone who doesn't like being used as a mop for corporate blood. Another pause. He didn't nod, didn't disagree. I'll pass it up, he said finally. No promises. These things don't move fast, not when the client's wearing a white collar in half a city. She leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. You've seen this before. What? This exact play. High-profile target, pretty face, shit intel. You've passed jobs like this up the chain before and they still went forward. Carrick looked at her. No reaction, but she knew his type well enough to see it. The silence answered for him. So what am I supposed to do in the meantime? She asked. His voice was quiet now, not gentle, not threatening, just cold. You stay on mission, you stay invisible, and you don't pull anything you can't walk away from. The call cut out without ceremony. Marie sat back in her chair, the screen blinking dark. Not a word wasted, not a single breath of surprise. They knew. They always had. Marie sat in silence for a long time after the screen went dark. She didn't move, didn't blink, just sat there, the hum of the hotel's climate control filling the room like static. Outside, the light was turning golden, casting long shadows across the window glass. Inside, she felt the edges of her new clarity shifting. They didn't feel smooth anymore. They felt sharp, useful, like a decision waiting to be made and a blade waiting to be drawn. This wasn't what she'd signed up for. One last mission. That's all she wanted. A clean exit, a quiet end, a way to walk out without owing anyone anything. For a while, it had looked like that's what she'd get. 4 names, 4 shots, fade to black. She didn't owe these people, these whistleblowers, not the movement they were trying to spark. She didn't know their causes or their crusades. Frankly, after 3 years of being told who was expendable and why, she'd stop asking questions about nobility. She'd done worse for less. So why was this different? Why was the weight of this one pressing in around her ribs like guilt with a barcode? The answer had copper-red hair and a voice that still lived in Marie's bones. Clara hadn't asked to be part of this. She'd done everything right, kept her head down, kept fighting the right fights, kept chasing justice in the broken spaces no one else wanted to look at. She wasn't the one who had resurfaced old feelings like shrapnel under skin. She wasn't the one who'd made things complicated. Clara was at the center of this storm now. Maybe she didn't see it, or not all of it, but Marie did. Those tangled goddamn feelings she buried where Clara was concerned, they hadn't stayed gone. They'd waited, curled up in the corners of memory like coals refusing to die out. She'd told herself they were over, boxed up and filed under regret. But now they were surfacing with every breath, every file she'd decrypted, every word Carrick didn't say. Because it wasn't just Clara's name on the edge of this firestorm. It was her voice, her cause, her refusal to let anything slide quietly into shadow. If Marie walked away now, finished the job, closed the file, pretended none of it mattered, then it wouldn't just be blood on her hands. It would be proof, not of guilt, not of betrayal, but of something worse, that Clara had always been right, that no matter what else she was, Marie Fontaine would always choose the mission over the person. 2 C. Davenport. Subject, urgent. We need to meet, tonight. Choose the place/time. I'll be there. 9. The space between. Savannah, the Signal Club, 9:47 p.m. Marie spotted her the second she walked in. It wasn't hard. Clara had never known how to disappear. Not really. Even now, slipping through the crowd of half-dressed aristocrats and nouveau influencers, she moved with the kind of confidence that drew eyes without meaning to. She didn't scan the room. She didn't hesitate. She didn't need to look over her shoulder to know exactly who was watching. Tight black blazer, soft curls pinned up, eyes like Judgment Day. She looked like trouble. Marie's heart did something she didn't appreciate. Lifted, caught, betrayed her. She shoved the feeling down with practiced efficiency and willed herself not to smile, not to react, not to give into the moment. God, it was all so familiar, too familiar. The way Clara held tension in her spine like it was a moral position. The way her jaw set when she was pissed, but pretending not to be. The way Marie could already hear the edge in her voice before a word was spoken. This wasn't a date. This was a détente. Still, she smiled when Clara reached her. Interesting choice, Marie said, letting her gaze sweep the club. You're either improving your tradecraft or trying to get me killed with strobe lighting. Clara's mouth twitched, somewhere in the no man's land between a smile and a snarl. I figured this was the only place we wouldn't be overheard. And here I thought you just missed me. That earned her a look. Sharp, familiar. The kind that used to come right before Clara said something cutting and then kissed her before she could reply. Marie didn't let her face betray the memory, didn't let her body react to the ache sitting just beneath her skin. She gestured toward the bar. You want to have this conversation like we're not enemies? Or do you want to keep looking like a woman seconds away from breaking a glass over my head? Clara didn't answer, but her posture shifted slightly, shoulders easing just enough, chin lowering a fraction. Less courtroom, more theater. A small concession. Marie took it, ran with it. Come on, she said, nodding towards the dance floor. We should sell the illusion, just in case. I didn't come here to dance. I didn't come here to dance, Clara muttered, but the resistance was already fading from her voice. You didn't come here to pout either. That earned her a full eye roll, but Clara followed anyway. The beat hit like a slow denotation, all bass and pressure and pulse. It vibrated through the floor, through their shoes, up their spines until there was no room for anything else. Not thought, not breath, not the tight, brittle silence between them. They stepped onto the dance floor and into a crush of movement. Shoulders brushed, hips shifted, strangers spun in rhythms that blurred bodies into silhouettes. Lights strobed across skin and glass and the high sheen of sweat, painting everything in colors meant to distract and disarm. Marie found a pocket near the edge, not private, but safe. Just enough distance to be ignored, just enough exposure to convince any observers. Clara hesitated for a half second, then stepped in. They didn't talk. Couldn't. The beat didn't allow it. At first, their movements were awkward, self-conscious, a slow, uneven shuffle, like two professionals forced into a role they hadn't agreed to. Clara kept her distance, one hand hovering near Marie's arm instead of resting on it. Marie mirrored the hesitancy, one hand hovering at Clara's waist but not touching. It would have looked stiff from the outside, unconvincing, but the music didn't care, and neither did muscle memory. Marie adjusted first, a shift of weight, a subtle step forward. Clara matched her without meaning to, and suddenly the space between them narrowed, then narrowed again. Clara's fingers brushed her shoulder, then settled. Marie's hand tucked against her waist like it had never left. The beat surged, and with it came something Marie hadn't felt in weeks. Ease. Not peace, not forgiveness, but rhythm, familiarity, a physical vocabulary written in bone and nerve. They moved like people who used to know each other in the dark, and maybe still did. When Marie spoke, it wasn't because she wanted to. It was because the silence between them had turned into something urgent. "You read the files," she said, her mouth close to Clara's ear, the words barely more than breath. Clara nodded once, didn't pull away. "I did," she said. "You took your time. I had to be sure." "And now that you are?" Marie's fingers flexed at Clara's waist. The beat shifted, slowed, made space. "I sent them, didn't I?" "That's not the same thing as telling me what you're going to do." Marie let out a slow breath, warm against Clara's skin, just beneath her jaw. "Because I haven't decided yet." Clara's fingers curled a little tighter against Marie's shoulder. "You sent them," she echoed. "But not to do the right thing. You sent them because they backed you into a corner." Marie's mouth twitched. "That's one way to interpret it." Clara's hips moved with the beat, sharper now, more deliberate, as the crowd's movement forced them towards the middle of the floor. "You don't get to pretend this was charity." "I'm not," Marie said, matching the motion. "I'm admitting it was complicated." "Complicated," Clara said flatly, "is a leak in a boat. This is arson in a crowded theater." The music surged faster, hotter, layered with synth and pressure. They turned together, seamless in their pacing even as the words bit deeper. "You think I don't know what that contract meant?" Clara pressed. "You think I don't recognize what they were trying to hide?" Marie shook her head. "I think you've always been good at drawing lines in ash and pretending they were laws. Better than hiding behind a mission and calling it clarity." They spun, bodies too close for comfort and too synced to separate. Marie's hand slid up Clara's back to steady her. But it didn't feel like a tactic. It felt like instinct, like memory. Clara didn't pull away. The bass spiked again, hard, insistent. And then, the transition was subtle at first, a single note stretching longer, breaking the rhythm's spine. Then came the new beat, slower, smoother, wrapped in low piano and smoke. A love song. A love song. Of course it was. Marie didn't say anything, neither did Clara. Their bodies paused mid-step. Then Clara's eyes lifted, uncertain but open. Marie didn't speak. She simply moved her hand, letting it slide down, settle low at Clara's back. The other took her hand, fingers folding in, light but sure. Clara adjusted, closer, warmer. They found the rhythm again, slower now, quieter. The world pulled back and the argument unraveled with it. No more accusations, no more defenses, just the press of skin and the weight of 1,000 moments they'd never properly buried. They didn't ask if they wanted to stay. They already were. They moved slowly now, pressed together in the hush between bass lines and breath. The club's noise had faded to the edges, there but irrelevant. In the center of the floor, time folded in on itself, and Marie forgot, for just a moment, why she'd been so determined to stay away. Clara's body was warm against hers, familiar, steady. Marie let her head rest lightly against Clara's collarbone, close enough to feel the subtle change in her breathing. The heat between them wasn't lust. It was gravity, the ache of orbit, of falling back into a shape her body still remembered too well. The music swayed, and so did Marie's memory. "I haven't danced like this in a long time," she murmured, the words barely audible. Clara glanced down at her, the edge of a smile touching her mouth. "Since Anna and Jules' wedding?" Marie let out a quiet huff. Oh, God. That was, 6, 7 years ago? 7, Clara said. "You wore a dress that didn't have a single hidden weapon." "I had a garter knife." Clara laughed, low, surprised. "Of course you did." They turned gently in place, bodies easing closer, muscle and memory working out the friction of years. Marie swallowed hard. That night had been easy, uncomplicated, too many drinks. A slow song on a too small dance floor. Clara's arms around her like a promise she never had the courage to cash. "You stepped on my foot 3 times," Clara added. Marie rolled her eyes. "You kept changing direction. You kept trying to lead." A beat passed. Then, "I'm glad you finally learned how to let someone else take the lead." It was said lightly, almost a joke, but the subtext was barbed, wrapped in silk maybe, but sharp all the same. Marie's fingers tightened, not enough to draw attention, just enough to acknowledge the hit. Clara didn't press, didn't smirk. She didn't have to. Marie didn't respond right away. The song swelled around them, low and lush, the kind that made everything feel suspended in amber. Her eyes stayed on Clara's shoulder for a beat longer than necessary, then lifted, slow, deliberate, careful. "I've learned a lot since I left," she said, voice low, even, including how to let someone else lead. She paused, then added, "Occasionally, and usually under protest." Clara's hand shifted slightly at Marie's back, not quite a pull, not quite restraint, something in between. Her other hand still held Marie's, fingers now woven together instead of merely touching. Clara tilted her head, close enough that Marie could feel the movement in the air between them. "Are you saying you'll work with me?" she asked, not sharp or sarcastic, but curious, wary. Soft-edged in a way Marie didn't trust and didn't want to stop hearing. Marie's breath caught. The music curled around them like smoke, the kind of rhythm you had to feel instead of follow. She didn't say yes, not immediately. Instead, she let her body answer first, tilting closer, matching Clara's lead step for step. Not resisting, not asserting, just following, for once. With a slow exhale, she said, "Yes." The space between them all but vanished. Clara's hand pressed into her back, firm and sure, guiding her through the next slow turn. Their hips brushed with every pivot, contact sparking old memories and the sharp, sweet ache of something dangerously close to tenderness. Clara didn't smile, not fully, but her mouth relaxed, her shoulders eased, and her fingers clenched briefly in Marie's. It wasn't trust, not yet, but it was something. For the first time in a long time, neither of them pulled away. The song wound down slowly, like dusk bleeding into night. The melody thinned, the rhythm softened, and the world crept back in. Clara didn't move. Neither did Marie. They stayed close, swaying through the final notes like the ending didn't apply to them. But when the music faded into the next track, something faster, harder, all bass and distraction, they stepped apart, inch by inch, as if caught dismantling something private in public. Marie dropped her hands. Clara didn't, not right away. They both looked around, the same instinct kicking in. Too many eyes, too many ears. Whatever moment they'd found, it didn't belong here. "We can't be seen together," Clara murmured, brushing a curl back into place, voice low and businesslike now. "Not anywhere they'd recognize me." Marie nodded. "You need me in your office." "Yes." "How do you plan to get me there?" "I'll figure it out." Clara's voice was steady, but her gaze lingered. Marie hesitated. "I'll have to keep stringing Crowder along, an outlook, a breath, a half step back." Clara tilted her head, one brow raised. "It's going to be complicated." Marie's smile didn't reach her eyes. "It already is. It always has been." That landed. It was a quiet truth, pressed like a thumb into a bruise. Marie didn't deflect, didn't parry. She absorbed the hit and didn't throw one back. The silence between them stretched, the weight of it more intimate than the music had ever been. Clara reached for her purse, adjusted her jacket. "I'll see you tomorrow," she said, voice unreadable. Then she turned and disappeared into the crowd without looking back. Marie stood there for a long moment, the dance floor shifting around her, the tempo climbing back toward distraction. She didn't follow, didn't leave, The music changed again. The lights strobed sharper. The crowd swelled. But Marie remained in the eye of it all, still and solitary, far more alone than she'd expected, and yet not alone at all. She exhaled once, slow and steady, then rolled her shoulders back and adjusted her stance, centering herself. The moment was gone. Time to vanish again. Marie turned, let the lights catch her differently, and stepped into the crowd like a shadow returning home.
10. Unfinished Conversations. Savannah, Bellefontaine Hotel, 11:58 p.m. Marie didn't return to her room right away. She walked. Not for cover, not for recon, though both were habits she never quite broke, but because the city felt less real when she was moving through it. The streets were quiet in that late, liminal way, between midnight and morning, where everything was a little too still and the shadows didn't bother to hide. The air smelled of old rain and river sediment. Streetlights cut pale halos through the mist. Somewhere, a jazz trio played in a rooftop bar she didn't bother to glance up at. Her heels clicked softly on damp cobblestone, slow, deliberate, the rhythm almost soothing. She needed the quiet. Not to think. Thinking wasn't helpful right now. But to feel. To catalog everything pressing against her ribs. The different versions of herself she kept switching between. The operative, still on mission. The fabricated art consultant, built from stitched-together fragments and social cues. The woman who had danced with Clara like her body remembered a language her mind had buried years ago. The woman who was starting to forget which version was real. She passed a shuttered flower stand, a power pole wrapped in fading protest posters, a parked hover car with a cracked side mirror, reflecting her face back in fragments. Marie didn't look away. By the time she reached the Bellefontaine suite, she'd rebuilt her mask. One deliberate breath, one practiced smile, one message sent with perfect calibration. Last night was illuminating. Hope you save me the good champagne. I'll be in touch. No emojis, no trace, just enough suggestion to keep the hook in place. She was brushing her teeth when the reply came through. You're always welcome. We have unfinished conversations. She stared at the screen for a few seconds longer than necessary. That phrase again. Unfinished. Like so much in her life. She didn't reply, just set the calm down face first and crossed the suite without bothering to turn on the lights. She stood by the window, watching as Savannah slept restlessly beneath its canopy of rust-orange haze. Somewhere out there, Clara was likely doing the same. Awake, parsing, processing, bracing for whatever came next. Marie sat on the edge of the bed, pulled off her boots, and let the stillness settle over her like armor. Not to rest, not yet. There was still work to do in the morning. Savannah, Clara Davenport Law, 8:17 a.m. The office was tucked behind a brick facade that looked deliberately nondescript. No brass placard, no neon logos, just a set of narrow doors and a security panel disguised as a vintage doorbell. Exactly the kind of place Clara would choose. Clean lines, privacy forward, forgettable to the casual eye, but sharp-edged to those who knew what to look for. Marie didn't approach at first. She circled the block once before dawn, shoes whispering over damp concrete, watching from the shadows as the street emptied of overnight stragglers and early risers. The sky was still navy blue with the promise of light,
and Savannah breathed in long, humid exhales. The building shared its structure with 3 other businesses, an architecture firm, a boutique consultant's office, and a still dark yoga studio with a neon lotus sign glowing sleepily in the window. All 3 had their own entrances, separate alarms, different weaknesses. Clara's security system, Marie already knew, was solid, tight angles, layered redundancies, and most importantly, externally managed by the building's corporate landlord, which meant one thing: no custom override. No hacking her way in without triggering a call to local enforcement. She didn't need to trip it. She needed to go around it. The office 2 doors down, Hembry and Sloan, Urban Restoration and Planning, had a simple access grid and an old-fashioned magnetic lock on the rear stairwell. Not vulnerable, exactly, but less defended than Clara's. It took Marie 6 minutes to get inside. 4 to disable the emergency alarm on the hallway's shared fire exit, low grade, battery-powered and disconnected from central security thanks to some building clause about original historic wall features. She was in Clara's office before the sun cleared the trees. No alarms, no cameras, no witnesses. The emergency door clicked shut behind her with the soft finality of a secret being filed away. She didn't touch anything. She didn't move fast. She swept the room once with a small, silent scanner pulled from her coat, looking for wireless bugs, directional mics, low-frequency emitters. She found one, an inactive microphone in a framed piece of client appreciation wall art. Marie gave it a look that could have stripped paint, then disabled it with a single burst from her wrist comm. Only then did she sit and wait. The light outside had warmed to a honey glow when the front door unlocked with a quiet chime. Footsteps, a familiar cadence, deliberate, practiced. Marie didn't stand. Clara entered 2 minutes later, holding a takeaway coffee and talking to someone just out of earshot, a receptionist, probably young, alert, not thrilled about starting her day this early. Clara's voice faded as she stepped into her office and stopped. Marie sat at the chair opposite the desk, legs crossed, posture easy. Clara didn't flinch. She took in the closed emergency exit, the subtle hum of the disabled security feed, and the unmistakable scent of ozone that always followed Marie's tools. She didn't ask how Marie got in. Of course she didn't. Instead, she moved around the desk and stood at the wide window back to the room. "Early," she said. "You're surprised?" Clara took a sip of coffee. "Disappointed." Marie stood slowly, walked towards the desk, and leaned against it, one hand bracing on the smooth wood. "I touched base with Crowder last night. He still thinks I'm flirting with the auction catalog." Clara's tone didn't change. "And how was your performance?" "Flawless," Marie said. "Obviously." That earned her a glance. Brief, cutting. Then Clara gestured to the chair again. Marie sat. Neither of them spoke for a moment, not out of discomfort, more like a high-stakes game of who would blink first. "I assume you didn't come here just to flirt with my security system," Clara said finally. Marie tilted her head. "I came to start coordinating." "With me?" "You're not the worst option." Clara arched a brow. "You're stalling." Marie didn't deny it, but she didn't offer anything either. Not yet. Clara leaned back against the window frame, arms crossed now, her mug abandoned on the desk. Her gaze was steady, a lawyer's practiced stillness wrapped around something sharper. "You said you came to coordinate." Marie nodded. Then tell me why you're really here. A beat. 2. Marie's lips parted with a clever answer that didn't make it past her throat. Her usual reflex. Give her something polished, vague, plausible but deniable. Choked somewhere between her lungs and her spine. Because this wasn't just Clara. It was Clara. And her gaze was a scalpel. You're not here because you trust me, she said evenly. No, Marie replied. I'm here because I trust myself around you. Clara's brow lifted. That sounds romantic. It's not reassuring. I didn't come for reassurance. Then what? Clara brushed off from the window. Because I watched you disappear without a single damn word. Now you're back in my city, inside my cases, dragging poison through my streets, so don't waste my time with riddles. Marie's jaw clenched. 3 years. 4 years since they'd shared a home. She'd convinced herself that absence had diluted what they had, that time and distance had turned it all into soft focus and clean exits. But hearing Clara say it like that, no sentiment, just impact, was a punch she hadn't braced for. She looked away at the desk, at the mug, at the pin on Clara's blazer that had always meant something, even when Marie pretended it didn't. I needed to be sure. She said finally. Her voice was low, the way a guilty memory was low. About who the real threat was. Clara didn't react outwardly, but Marie could feel it. A slight shift in the air. A pause that meant everything. And now you are? Marie reached into her coat, pulled out a slim encrypted drive, and set it on the desk with fingers that didn't quite tremble, but wanted to. It felt like placing a piece of herself between them, something that couldn't be unsaid or taken back. Clara didn't touch it, just stared, then looked up at her, eyes unreadable. What is it? Confirmation. Of what? Marie inhaled, slow, measured. That everything you thought, she said, about Crowder, about the contract, about why I was sent here. She let the words drop one by one, like pebbles into deep water. You were right. Clara picked up the drive with the kind of care she reserved for court exhibits or unexploded truths. Marie studied her face, searching for signs of fury, triumph, anything. But Clara was stone. What do you want me to do with this? She asked. Marie almost said burn it, almost said run. Instead, she answered the only way that felt honest. Whatever you would have done before I showed up. Clara's brow furrowed, not skeptical, not angry, just tired. That's a dangerous amount of faith. Marie nodded. That's why I gave it to you. And it was. Dangerous. Risky. Probably the stupidest thing she'd done since stepping off the mag rail. It was also the truth. Because she trusted Clara more than she trusted Outlook. More than she trusted herself. Maybe that meant she was already in too deep. Or maybe she'd never climbed out in the first place. Silence stretched between them again, but it felt different this time. Not brittle, not sharp. Heavier, like the air before a storm. Clara exhaled. I need more coffee, and a very large wall to put all of this on. Marie stood. Then I guess we're working together. She didn't realize until the words left her mouth how badly she needed to say them. Clara didn't confirm it, didn't smile. But she sat down, plugged in the drive, and started reading. The minutes stretched out. Marie didn't leave. She watched Clara work in silence, the quiet between them no longer cold, just taut, like the space before a verdict. She moved to the window, hands in her pockets, scanning the street below without really seeing it. Let Clara absorb what she needed to. Let the truth settle in. An hour passed, maybe more. The light shifted on the floor. Clara's mug went cold. The silence turned companionable, if wary. And then, the door opened with a brisk double knock, no pause for permission. A young woman stepped in, tablet in one hand, righteous energy radiating like a solar flare barely held in check. She was tall, wiry, probably mid-20s, with tightly coiled hair cropped short, and a sharpness in her expression that reminded Marie of fresh blades. Marie didn't know her name firsthand, but she'd seen it in the staff directory when she was digging through Clara's firm records. Ariadne Bennett. Law student, intern, sharp resume, sharper paper trail. If this was her, then the attitude fit the edges. Her eyes snapped to Marie and narrowed immediately. "Oh," she said flatly, "it's you." Marie didn't rise to the challenge, just arched a brow. "Hello to you too." Clara, still reviewing the file on her monitor, didn't look up. "Aria, this is Marie Fontaine." "I know who she is." Clara's voice didn't waver. "She's working with us." "That sounds like a terrible idea," Aria said, stepping fully into the room and letting the door clack closed behind her. "Was this before or after the mysterious files showed up on our secure server from an untraceable source? Because that wasn't suspicious at all." Marie tilted her head. "You traced it?" Aria gave a tight, humorless smile. "I tried. Whoever scrubbed the metadata knew what they were doing, which, again, isn't comforting." Clara finally looked up. "Aria." "I'm just saying," Aria cut in, handing over the tablet without breaking eye contact with Marie. "I don't love the idea of taking legal cues from someone whose last known job involved corpses and plausible deniability." Marie took the insult without flinching. "I don't love the idea of being judged by someone who's barely old enough to rent a car." Aria stepped forward, voice low. "I don't care if you were Clara's ex, her bodyguard, or her bad decision. If you're here to screw with her work, I will find a way to bury you under admissible evidence." Clara's chair creaked as she stood, her voice snapping through the room. "That's enough." Aria looked at her. Marie didn't. Clara exhaled. "You're angry. Fine, be angry, but be useful. We need everything on the holding companies listed in that file cross-referenced with Crowder's known donations. Already started." Aria muttered. "I'll flag the dirty ones in red." She turned on her heel and stalked out. The door shut behind her like punctuation. Final, decisive, not quite slamming, but louder than it needed to be. Marie exhaled through her nose, a small huff of breath that wasn't quite a sigh. "She's charming." Clara didn't look up from her tablet. "She's productive." "And territorial?" "She has reason to be." Clara finally glanced up, eyes flicking over Marie's face like she was checking for cracks. "And she's not wrong." Marie didn't argue. She could have pointed out that Aria didn't know the whole story, or that suspicion was an easy posture when you'd never had to kill with a deadline. But what was the point? Aria was smart, capable, no hesitation about speaking her mind. And Marie had just watched the future Clara was building walk into the room with her chin high and her boundaries tighter than most military lockdowns. Fierce, determined, powered by something that hadn't been worn down by compromises and kill orders. And already suspicious of everything Marie used to be.
That stung more than she expected. She crossed her arms loosely, watching Clara scroll through the data. You mentoring her? Clara didn't answer right away. I'm giving her room to grow. What she does with it is up to her. Marie nodded, almost to herself. She reminds me of you, back then. Clara gave her a look that was flat and unreadable. Back then, I was an idiot who thought the law was enough. Marie tilted her head. And now? Now I know it isn't, but it's still the best lever I've got. Marie looked away, let the silence stretch. She's got fire, Marie said after a moment. Use it well. I don't use people, Clara said. Marie didn't flinch. No. You just believe in them until they break, trying to prove you right. It wasn't an accusation. Not quite. But it landed. Clara looked back at the screen. And yet, here we are.
11. Breaking point. Savannah, Clara Davenport Law, 6:39 p.m. Clara's office looked like it belonged to a conspiracy theorist with a stationery addiction. The walls were layered in scribbled notes, diagrammed connections, and printed screen caps. Paper was taped over glass, looped around whiteboards, trailing from clips and magnets. Most of it was indecipherable, half code, half shorthand, all of it Clara's. Marie stood a pace back from the nearest wall, arms folded, taking it in. Nice tradecraft, she said. Very John Nash meets illegal subpoenas. Clara didn't look up. It's how I think. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's the kind of setup that makes a certain type of agency very nervous. Clara finally stepped back from the board she'd been updating. Her hands were smudged with pen ink and old printer toner. She looked tired, but not weary, focused, the kind of focus that blurred out everything else. We're building a case, she said. Not just evidence, narrative, pattern. It's the only way this holds up if we take it public. If, Marie echoed, leaning her hip against the edge of the desk. They had been at this since morning, cross-referencing the files Marie pulled from Crowder's penthouse, layering them over Clara's pro bono casework, then mapping the offshore financial trails. Clara had the legal mind. Marie had the instinct for pressure points and pattern recognition. Together, they made frighteningly fast progress. Too fast, maybe. Clara paused suddenly, brows furrowing. She turned back to her tablet and started scrolling fast, muttering something under her breath. What is it? Marie asked. Something I heard. Clara said, not looking up. Weeks ago, a contact mentioned a shift in warehouse traffic at the docks, more late-night offloads, unlisted manifests. I didn't have time to follow up. Let me guess, Marie said. Now it lines up. Claire nodded once, tapping through screens until she froze on a flagged account number. This was listed in a shell company lease on the drive you gave me. It's tied to one of Crowder's shipping fronts. And the location? She turned the tablet towards Marie. Warehouse A17B, Port of Savannah. Marie took it, eyes narrowing. Looks great. Clara gave her a look. So did the penthouse. There was a pause. Quiet except for the faint hum of the building's ancient HVAC. Marie straightened. I'll go. Clara didn't argue, but her mouth tightened. I can send someone else. No, Marie said. You can't. She didn't mean it as a challenge, just fact. Because the deeper they went, the more this stopped being about justice and started being about legacy. About reputation. About everything they weren't supposed to question but couldn't afford not to. Marie took a breath. I'll recon tonight. Quiet. If it's clean, we call it off. If it's not, Clara said, don't get yourself killed trying to be right. Marie gave her a half smile. I stopped being safe the day I signed the contract. Let's see if the truth has better aim than death. Savannah, Bella Fontaine Hotel, 8:14 p.m. Marie didn't say goodbye when she left Clara's office. She didn't need to. The silence between them on the way out said enough. Heavy, unfinished, full of old muscle memory they both pretended not to feel. Clara had returned to the files without comment. Marie had let the door close gently behind her, the latch too soft to be dramatic. Outside, the night was humid and too still. Marie didn't go straight back to the hotel. She walked for a while, long enough to bleed out the echo of Clara's gaze, her voice, the press of possibility that still lingered in the space between them. By the time she reached the Bella Fontaine, she was beyond exhausted. 40 hours awake, maybe more. Her boots hit the floor first, then her jacket. Her comm went face down on the nightstand. The room was silent. She let herself sleep, not long, but long enough to reset. Savannah, Port of Savannah, 4:38 a.m. She was up again before sunrise. The city was still wrapped in fog when she left. No makeup, no art dealer glamour, just a neutral field jacket, matte black boots, and a data rig slotted into the curve of her spine. She carried nothing obvious, but her toolkit was tucked inside a pocket-lined duffel. Fiber camera, unlinked worm, flash record key, and a silenced sidearm that felt more like punctuation than protection. Warehouse A17B sat on the far edge of the Port District, where the fences were more ceremonial than secure, and the river mist made everything look vaguely haunted. It was squat and wide, surrounded by stacked shipping containers and cracked pavement. From a distance, it could have been anything. She scoped the perimeter from a shadowed alcove 2 lots down, crouched low between a half-rusted conduit panel and a stack of synthetic shipping wrap that smelled faintly of chemical citrus. Her eyes moved first, tracking, measuring. Then her fingers moved, flicking along her slate to map the sensor grid. Security was ambiguous. Cameras at each corner, but their angles were conservative. Standard overlap, no overlapping arcs. Motion sensors stuttered in their sweeps, like someone had bought the cheapest AI sync they could get past a third-party review. There were pressure plates by the west door, but none by the north. Not military, not commercial, somewhere in between. A deliberate gray zone, outdated but strategic. Marie's lips pressed into a thin line. This wasn't laziness. It was plausible deniability. Just good enough to explain if someone found it. Not good enough to stop someone like her. She moved back, tucked herself tighter against the wall, and unrolled the micro lens from her left sleeve. She fixed it to a wristband mount, letting the sensor overlay project in low light against her retinas. Show me the holes. There, a camera blind spot behind a broken downspout. A timing delay in the motion scan between sweeps, 1.4 seconds, every 7 rotations. A thermal dead zone above the roof vent, probably a leftover calibration error no one ever bothered to fix. She waited until a delivery hauler rumbled past on the east road, its chassis loud enough to cover the sound of a short-range pulse cutter, and then moved. Low run, 3 steps, then vault. She scaled the side ladder of the neighboring container, boots silent against the metal rungs. At the top, she crouched, took one last glance across the lot, then launched across the alley gap. She landed with a soft grunt on the floor of A17B, rolled once, shoulders tight. Came up in a crouch beside the maintenance panel. Her gloves were already off, leaving only the microplastic covers that prevented leaving traces of DNA. She unsnapped the case on her belt and pulled a modified clearance key, slotted it into the port, typed in a 6-digit code from memory. It shouldn't work. A soft beep, then lock disengaged. Marie let out a breath. Too easy. She pulled the door open, eased herself into the service corridor, and sealed it behind her without a sound. Just like that, she was inside, and no one even knew she'd come to visit. The interior was cooler, dry, controlled, industrial. She took 2 steps forward. The lights snapped on with a cheerful hum. Marie froze. Rows of LEDs blinked awake along the ceiling, flooding the space in sterile white. Automated systems, motion-triggered, not on a human cycle. She sighed through her nose. Well, she muttered, so much for subtle. She waited, listening. No alarm, no automated lockdown, no curious guard sprinting towards the door. Just the quiet hum of ventilation and a faint, sterile buzz. Still alone, she thought, or close enough. Marie stepped forward, boots whispering against the polished concrete, and approached the nearest crate. They were labeled in elegant serif font. Maitland Trust, fragile, artifact restoration, urgent. Someone had taken care to make it look expensive, credible. Even the tape was branded, matte embossed with a faux heritage watermark meant to evoke old world money and museum-grade legitimacy. She split it open with a flick of her blade, expecting fake frames or inert sculptures. Instead, she found dismantled haptic interfaces, biometric tag scanners in silk-lined compartments, blank ID slates pre-encoded with Tier 3 embassy credentials. Not artifacts, not even close. She whistled under her breath. Black market gear, expertly packaged. Useful if you needed to impersonate someone in the diplomatic circuit, or disappear someone else. The second crate had drone parts, surveillance units stripped to their core modules, data buffers wiped, but not clean enough. They still recorded that they had logs. Even if those memories had been released, she lifted one and flipped it over. Dust-free, the casing smelled faintly of ozone, recently packed, recently used. She repacked the crate, slower this time, mind ticking through every implication as she moved down the row, choosing the next at random. The container was heavier, colder to the touch, even through her gloves. Refrigerated. Marie thumbed the latch and the lid rose with a soft hydraulic hiss, lifting on well-maintained pistons. Cold vapor spilled into the air like a ghost let loose, sterile, faintly chemical, designed to preserve. Inside was a chiropod, sleek, medical adjacent in design, but not regulation. No manufacturer logo, no serial number etched into the casing, but it was powered and active. The interface screen glowed a steady green, indicating stable temperature and low-level life support. Whoever was inside wasn't just being stored. They were being kept alive. She leaned closer. A figure lay curled inside, limbs tucked close, posture protective even in unconsciousness. Female from the looks of it. Slender build, maybe late 20s. Though Kairos sleep could age a person strangely, her skin looked pale under the preservation light. No visible wounds. No obvious trauma. Just still. A biometric tag blinked against the interior glass, pulsing slow and steady like a heartbeat. Marie crouched, slid her slate from its high holster, and tapped into a scrubbed search tree. One designed for deniable cross-referencing, unlisted archives, black contracts, flagged syndicate rosters. The ID string came back with a green frame and a name she didn't recognize. Civilian status, no known affiliations, no priors. No connections to any of Clara's whistleblowers, not one of Marie's former targets either. And no mention in Outlook's memory cache. She narrowed her eyes. Something about the configuration, the energy signature, the isolation from the other crates. It all felt curated, staged, like this person didn't belong with the rest of the inventory. Marie saved the scan to her slate and tapped the glass once, gentle, thoughtful. The figure didn't stir. She didn't expect her to. Whoever she was, she hadn't ended up here by accident, and someone had gone to considerable effort to make sure she stayed hidden. Still, something about the arrangement unsettled her. It wasn't the technology. It was the presentation, the silence, the precision. Too quiet, too clean. It wasn't medical. The life support was jury-rigged. Barely clinical, lacking the redundancies real field medics insisted on. It wasn't legal. No registry, no chain of custody, not even a shadow tag for plausible deniability. And it sure as hell wasn't art. Marie tapped the biometric tag again and saved the encrypted string for later analysis. The scan light flickered once, green across her face, casting delicate shadows across the line of her cheekbones. "Let's see who you are," she murmured. Then she stood, movements fluid and silent. The pod closed behind her with a quiet hiss, sealing its secret away once more. She moved deeper into the warehouse, past rows of crates and crates, pretending to be history, into the hush of the black corridors where real secrets were stored. If this was the foyer, she needed to see the basement. The foundation, the bones, the part they didn't dress up for customs.
12. False confirmations. Savannah. Warehouse A17B, 5:43 a.m. The back half of the warehouse didn't pretend to be curated. Gone were the fake labels and tasteful illusions of legitimacy. No gallery crates or clever art world lies. Just raw infrastructure. Metal shelving lined with bundled fiber cable. Old storage cases stacked like an afterthought. And dust clinging in corners where no one walked unless they had something to hide. Which was exactly why the panel caught her eye. It was set into the far wall beside a disused breaker box, flush against the concrete, seamless at first glance, but too smooth, too clean. Everything in this space was worn or repurposed. This had been installed recently. Marie traced the edge of the casing with her fingertips, found a pressure seam, and pressed. A soft click answered. The panel opened inward on magnetic hinges, revealing a compact terminal nested inside the wall like a secret kept too long. The screen flickered to life. Active, low power, no external network link. A closed system. Marie stared at it for a moment. It can't be. This wasn't Outlook's standard issue. No insignia. No ops banner UI. The boot signature didn't even ping recognizable protocols. And yet, the command line architecture felt close, like something grown in proximity to Outlook systems. Familiar enough to navigate, but not sanctioned. A bastard child of their black site frameworks. Or a clone. She exhaled, steady and quiet, pulled a bypass cable from her inner jacket pocket into the terminal's side port and activated the encryption handshake from her slate. Outlook had redundancies for everything, even disconnected footprints, even ghost traces. If this system was piggybacking on their tech, her credentials might still get her in. She initiated a level 3 override, breach protocol. Classification, contaminated operational chain. Justification, cross-reference falsified intel.
The screen went still for a long pause, then a single blink. Access granted. Marie's heart didn't race. It sank. Because whatever this system was, it wasn't supposed to know her. It sure as hell wasn't supposed to accept her credentials. And yet, it had. That meant one of two things. Either it was built with Outlook's stolen architecture, or someone inside had helped build it. The interface was stripped down, command line only, no GUI, no overlays, no audit trail breadcrumbs. It wasn't Outlook standard, but it knew how Outlook worked. Marie navigated slowly, carefully through its bare-bones architecture. The commands weren't unfamiliar, but they weren't clean copies either. Like someone had learned the system by taking it apart and building it back blindfolded. Function over form. No polish, no backup redundancies, just raw intent. She pulled up the operational directories. Contract/Q, 83 entries. Orders/confirmed, 14 logged, 6 pending. Transfers/black site, 11 active. Clearance logs/outbound, 4 in the last 48 hours. Every entry was polished, sanitized, metadata pre-scrubbed, access timestamps wiped, no fingerprints, no chain of command. The digital equivalent of a silence shot to the head. No one expected these files to be reviewed. No one expected her to be looking. She dug deeper and felt the cold settle in her bones. This wasn't just a ghost cache of kill orders. This was her record. Her full service dossier, operational logs, assignment trees, debriefs she didn't remember giving, mission outcomes, asset interactions, post-op evaluations, cleaned, indexed, archived with clinical precision. And all of it, hers. Her encrypted signature stamped every file. Her biometric key opened every sealed note. Even the field commentary, short, clipped, ruthlessly efficient. Read like her internal monologue turned into mission reports. She checked the headers on 3 random entries, then a 4th, then 10 more. All hers. Even the phrasing was hers. The timestamps lined up with her gaps in schedule. The file path format matched what she'd used in her earliest Outlook rotations. She sat back from the terminal, breath thin in her chest. This shouldn't exist. Not outside Outlook's highest security clusters, not without clearance flags, and never without her knowing it was being duplicated. Her entire career, off-grid, off-book, off-limits, packaged like a resume, on someone else's server. She flexed her hands slowly. Her fingers felt numb, but not from the cold, from the violation. She'd been trained to disappear. Now here she was, archived like a collectible. And if this system had her, then maybe it had more. Maybe it had everyone. She leaned forward again and kept digging. The file tree shifted under her fingers, directories nested like puzzle boxes. She bypassed 2 encrypted branches and found a 3rd, something buried deeper, not flagged as sensitive, but sitting like a landmine, quiet, waiting. Confirm ops/ghost chain. The folder opened with barely a hesitation, and there it was, her name, top right, not a reference, not a mention, a full biometric signature. Marie Fontaine. Biometric trace, match confirmed. Encryption key, valid. Auth phrase, embedded. Pulse lock, verified. It wasn't a flag. It wasn't a reference. It was her. A full kill order, confirmed and signed. She scanned it, expecting a familiar name, a familiar city, anything. But the target was a political analyst based in Dubai, flagged for potential intel leaks, syndicate adjacent. Not a high-value player, not someone she'd remembered for their notoriety. Timestamp, 3 months ago. Status, terminated. Asset, Marie Fontaine. Her name, her clearance, her encryption matrix, locked to her heartbeat, her retina, her signal. Triple authenticated, no room for doubt. Except she didn't remember it. Not the brief, not the logistics, not the pull of the trigger. No trace in her memory stack, no trace in her mission logs. No echo of adrenaline, no phantom pain in her shoulder from recoil, nothing. And she should remember. Marie had completed 83 missions. She remembered all of them. The ones she questioned, the ones she hated, even the ones that went too smooth. Each one was its own scar, mental, physical, or both. But this? Nothing. She flipped into metadata. No tags, no routing path, no supervisory oversight listed. Just her name. Her kill. Executed like routine. Filed like protocol. Her throat tightened. She rerouted to the index. Looked at the tree again. It wasn't a stolen record. It wasn't pulled from Outlook's central ops server. It wasn't even a backup. It was a private stack, a rogue build, custom interface, independent signature cache, but Outlook-style encryption. That didn't make sense. Unless... She leaned closer, opened the system log, and found the tell. Authtrace, CRIC/independent handler, FL77, node. Her pulse skipped. Carrick. She whispered. Not Outlook. Freelance. Operating under their brand, maybe once legit, maybe never. And this was his stack, his kill, his record of her career, curated like a fucking collection. She sat back, cold inside. The betrayal didn't feel cinematic. It felt surgical, clean, done by someone who knew her codes, her habits, her faith in the system she thought she served. Someone who used it all to make her the perfect tool. It wasn't a mission log. It was ownership. Marie clenched her jaw, then reached for her slate. If this was Carrick's vault, she wasn't done stealing yet. She stared at the screen. Everything about it was clinical. Her name, her signature, her heartbeat, turned into a weapon and filed away. Marie didn't move as time unspooled. Could have been seconds, could have been 10 full minutes. Her breathing slowed, her thoughts didn't. She'd always known the job was dirty, but this wasn't dirty. This was rot. And she hadn't just been used, she'd been placed. When her fingers moved again, they felt stiff, like she'd aged in the space between thoughts. She shut the console down line by line, clearing traces, rerouting system logs, dropping false breadcrumbs across the shell directory. She didn't rush, didn't need to. The habit was muscle deep. Cover your exit, clean your prints. Leave nothing behind but the smoke. She wiped her access log twice, then ran a synthetic fragment protocol to fool the system with ghost pings and false credentials. If anyone came looking, they'd chase decoys across 2 continents and wind up empty-handed. By the time the panel resealed and the wall looked untouched, Marie's expression had reset. Blank, cold, surgical. The warehouse let her go without a sound. She stepped into the alley, pulled up her hood, and started walking. The wind had shifted, wet, electric, a storm rolling off the river. She didn't notice. Her body moved. Her mind didn't follow. Her slate vibrated once. Confirmation. The files were secure, triple encrypted, backed to a scrubbed node she could access from anywhere. If this turned into war, she wasn't walking in unarmed. At first, the thoughts stayed tactical. How to use what she'd found, who to tell, which doors to kick in first. But somewhere between the last shipping lot and the crumbling sidewalk, 2 blocks east, the calculations soared. What if this wasn't the first forged op? What if there were others? Kills that never showed in her logs because Carrick had buried them. Because he knew she'd ask the wrong questions. Or worse, what if they weren't forged at all? What if she'd really done it? What if the gaps in her memory weren't failures? What if they were design? She stopped walking, hands clenched into fists, eyes scanning the street. No tails, no drones, no glint of metal where they didn't belong. But she still felt watched. She didn't let it show. Back at the hotel, she peeled out of her damp jacket, sank into the desk chair, and opened the slate. Her shirt clung to her back. Cold sweat, barely noticed. She reviewed the Dubai contract again, every detail. Still hers, still wrong. So she dug into the metadata, past the authorization string, past the embedded flags, down where most files collapsed under their own encryption weight. There it was, a comment, buried deep in the log chain's bone marrow. One line. No further corrections necessary. She's where we need her. Marie stared until the screen blurred. She didn't speak, didn't move, but something inside her twisted hard enough to fracture. They hadn't lost control of her. They'd never needed to. She was already where they wanted her to be, and that thought was the worst of all.
13. A contract's a contract. Savannah, Bellefontaine Hotel, 9:12 a.m. The room was too quiet. Not the hush of peace. This was the kind of silence that waited. Morning light poured through the hotel's smart glass windows, but Marie barely noticed. She'd been chasing answers through a digital fog that refused to lift. Sleep hadn't happened. Coffee had. Strong, black, bitter. The kind that left a burn on her tongue and a buzz in her bones. She sat at the desk, the datapad casting a pale glow across the glass surface. 4 hours she dug through records again and again and again. Every contract, every authorization chain, every buried clause and scrubbed comm log. She'd bypassed protocols, looped back doors, forced access to systems she promised herself she'd never touch again. Some files led nowhere. Some looked clean until she cracked the wrapper. Now, it was 9:12. She'd confirmed it, reconfirmed it, cross-checked and looped it back. And still, she searched one more path, one more angle, one more trace on the kill order. Not the copy they sent her, the original, buried 3 subnets deep under protocol routing and artificial encryption. The hash didn't match. Marie didn't blink. She ran it again, side by side, line by line. The contract had been altered. Not reassigned, not recoded, scrubbed, sanitized. It had never gone through Outlook's official kill chain. The authorization tags had been falsified, which meant someone inside wanted her to believe it had come from the top. She checked the timestamps. Carrick's briefing landed 36 minutes before the contract hit her terminal. That wasn't delegation. That was orchestration. Her jaw ticked. Clara, I've been going through the financial records we pulled. There's a name buried in the transfers. One I think you'll recognize. I need to show you. In person. Marie didn't answer. Not yet. She didn't have the room for it. Not while her head was still full of crawl logs and misfiled metadata. Not while everything she touched kept rotting from the inside out. She turned to the financial trail that tied the current contract together. Payment routing had come from a shell entity, long defunct, supposedly cleared in a syndicate audit from 2 years ago. Outlook's system tagged it green. She tagged it bullshit. She cross-referenced it against 3 other ops. There it was again. Same funding source, different names, different cities. All buried under the same layer of washed legitimacy, a pattern disguised as coincidence. And at the center of it all, the Berlin file, Diedrich Voss. Official cause, breach of containment. Tag, non-compliant. But deep in his still-sealed dossier was a line that should have flagged everything. Diplomatic outreach, pending review. The man had been flipping, quietly, carefully, talking to oversight bodies through back channels, which meant someone wanted him dead before the wrong person listened. Clara had been protecting his daughter, and Marie had pulled the trigger. The pieces fit too well. Clara, I've got the girl under tighter watch. Something feels off. I think they're closing in. I need you. Marie stared at the message. This time she didn't close it. The words sat there. I need you. Heavier than a kill order. Clara hadn't said that to her in years. Not during the fights. Not during the silence. Not even when Marie left without saying goodbye. And now, with everything falling apart, Clara was reaching out. Not with blame. Not with fire. With trust. It lodged in Marie's chest like shrapnel. It wasn't panic that hit her. It was velocity, the subtle shift from warning to deadline. If Clara was spooked, it meant something had shifted. A window was closing. Maybe more than one. Marie uploaded everything she had. The contract data, the decrypted hashes, the payment routes, every digital fingerprint she'd uncovered. She packed it with her field clearance and ran a high-priority escalation ping to Division Chief Malik, head of assassinations. The response came back 4 minutes later, neutral, bureaucratic, and useless. Your concern has been noted. Please continue your assignment as briefed. Any deviations will require further review. Translation: shut up and do your job. Marie didn't bother replying. She rerouted, burned a secondary access code, and flagged the files as Omega-level irregularity. No handler, no oversight. To the top. She didn't know if Dakota Chase would answer. Presidents didn't usually take field calls. Not unless the whole world was on fire. But today, Marie lit the match. The video feed came online in less than 60 seconds. No buffer, no filter. Dakota Chase looked composed in the way only seasoned operatives and presidents could manage. Crisp edges, tight control, and a wariness that lived just behind her eyes. Not surprised, not angry, prepared. "Agent Fontaine," she said, "you understand the nature of the materials you've submitted?" "Yes," Marie said. "I understand I was sent to clean up a mess that Crowder made, and Carrick signed off on it, without authorization." Dakota didn't deny it. She sighed, barely audible, but real. "I always said Carrick would screw the system sideways if someone didn't leash him. Looks like he beat me to the punch." Marie said nothing, just waited. Dakota leaned back, fingers steepled beneath her chin. "You've put me in a position, Fontaine. A lot of moving pieces. A lot of eyes. You want an internal audit? I'll greenlight it. You want Carrick on a leash? Done. I'll hand him over to someone with fewer scruples than me and sleep like a baby." But that's not what you're really asking." Dakota's voice lowered. "You're asking to break the contract, not walk away. Break it. On record, mid-op. With flagged evidence that hasn't cleared the chain. And I can't protect you from the fallout that comes with that." Marie didn't blink. "So you're siding with him?" Dakota shook her head. "No, I'm telling you the rules still apply. Even when the game's rigged, you cross the line on record and I can't shield you. You'll lose your credentials, your clearance. The moment you're untagged, the syndicates will see you as fair game." Her voice softened, not gentle, but knowing. "It's not a threat, Marie. It's a warning. You know what happens to ghosts without networks." Marie nodded once. "I've known for a while." A pause. Dakota looked off-screen, jaw tightening. "I'll deal with Carrick. Personally." Then she looked back, sharp again, but not cold. "Fontaine." Marie met her gaze. Dakota's voice was quiet now. "Good luck." The screen went dark. Marie sat in the quiet, Dakota's last words still hanging in the air like the echo of a closing door. Good luck. Not a dismissal, not absolution, but it was more than she expected. She stared at the dark screen, jaw clenched, breath slow. Her pulse didn't spike. Her hands didn't shake. The decision was already made. Had been, somewhere between Clara's voice and the scope in Berlin. This was just the moment it became real. Not rage, not regret. Resolve. She opened a secure message and dropped the entire dossier into it. Every decrypted file, every traced route, every falsified kill chain. One copy routed to a trusted contract buried deep inside the Confederacy's intel net. The second went to Clara. No message, just the truth. She rose slowly, packed her gear with the quiet efficiency of someone who knew exactly what she was walking into, and still chose to walk anyway. The vial Carrick had given her sat untouched on the desk, cold and clinical and useless now. She didn't hesitate. She left it behind, along with the clothes that created the Bouchon identity. The datapad gave a soft confirmation chirp as she scrubbed her credentials from the system. Her file vanished without fanfare. Marie Fontaine. Status: unclassified. She paused in the doorway. Not for drama, not for sentiment, for breath. No badge, no rank, no leash. She wasn't free, but she was finally moving toward something that might be. This time, she knew the cost and chose it anyway. But Clara hadn't asked, and even now, especially now, that still mattered. She didn't stop moving. Not after the pad wiped clean. Not after the door closed. Not after the elevator hissed shut behind her. By the time her boots hit the pavement, the morning sun was climbing fast over the Savannah skyline, and Marie Fontaine was already gone. What came next wasn't strategy. It was instinct. Clara's apartment, 10:07 a.m. Marie didn't knock. She used the backup code she never admitted to keeping and slipped into the still air of Clara's apartment. The door whispered shut behind her, sealing the world out. Maybe sealing her fate in. Clara was there, waiting, not surprised, not welcoming either. Her arms crossed tight over her chest. Her stance set like she was ready for impact. Marie didn't come closer. Not yet. "I shouldn't still have access," she said. Clara's voice was low, rough. "You shouldn't." They stood there, the weight of years balancing between them. Everything said and unsaid. Everything broken. Marie forced herself to meet Clara's gaze. "No more lies," she said. "No more shadows." Still, Clara said nothing. So Marie told her. She laid it all out. Voice steady, because if she stopped, she wouldn't be able to start again. About Crowder commissioning the contract, about Carrick laundering it through false authorizations, about the surveillance, the poison, the way they'd boxed her in from the moment she stepped into Savannah. Clara didn't interrupt, didn't look away. Her stillness wasn't passive. It was an executioner stillness, waiting to decide if Marie lived or died in her world. When Marie finally ran out of words, the silence came down like a hammer. "I didn't come for forgiveness," Marie said, quieter now. "I don't expect it. I don't deserve it." Clara's mouth twitched. Not a smile. Something more painful. "Good," she said. Her voice cracked just enough to show the cost. "Because I don't have it to give." A beat. "But you're here," Clara said softer. "You didn't have to be." Marie shook her head. "I had to." Clara turned away, only for a second, like she couldn't stand the weight of what she was about to do. When she faced Marie again, the armor was still there, but thinner, a hairline fracture running right through the middle. "I shouldn't need you," Clara said. Marie let that hit without flinching. "I know. I still do," Clara said, barely a whisper. Marie breathed out, a sound closer to surrender than relief. "Then let's stop wasting time." Another silence. This one different. Not the silence of judgment. The silence of rebuilding something out of rubble. Clara exhaled hard through her nose, scrubbed a hand across her face, and then moved to the terminal. Pulled up schematics, manifests, security feeds. Marie hadn't seen it before. "I've been working on contingencies," Clara said, her voice gaining momentum. "They're sloppy, overconfident. We can crack them open if we move fast." "We?" Marie repeated. Clara glanced over, a ghost of a smile, more bitter than sweet. "Yeah, We. Marie stepped closer, close enough to feel the current charging the air between them. For the first time in years, they weren't standing on opposite sides of the line. They were drawing a new one, together. 14. Sparks in the Ruins. Clara's apartment, 11:14 a.m. The windows were cracked just enough to let in the sound of the rain. It wasn't storming, just that low, steady drizzle that made the world feel like it was trying to whisper secrets to anyone willing to listen. Marie sat on the far edge of Clara's couch, legs tucked under her, data feed open on the slate between them. Her shoulder brushed the armrest, her body angled away like she hadn't quite earned facing forward yet. Clara was cross-legged on the floor, on the other side of the coffee table, still barefoot, hair pulled into a hasty knot. She hadn't said much since they started planning, just directives, uploads, quiet nods. The silence had weight again. Not tension, something older, heavier. A silence shaped like everything they hadn't said since the last time they shared a home instead of a mission. Marie closed the slate, gently, like it might explode if she moved too fast. "I've been thinking about the last time I saw you," she said. Clara didn't look up. "Is that what we're calling it now?" "No, the day I left." That got her attention. Clara's eyes flicked up, sharp and skeptical. "You mean the day you disappeared?" Marie nodded once and took the hit. "Yeah." Clara leaned back, spine against the armchair, arms loose now instead of folded. "I remember that you left a note." "It wasn't enough," Marie admitted with a wince. "It wasn't even handwritten. I thought it would hurt less that way." Clara's laugh was low, broken at the edges. "You always were better at pulling triggers than pulling band-aids." The silence that followed wasn't cruel, more unfinished. Marie tilted her head. "Did you think about me?" Clara stared at her. Not coldly, but not kindly either. "Every time I fought to protect someone who never had a say in what was done to them, yeah, I thought about you." Marie swallowed. "I never stopped thinking about you." Clara's voice dropped. "Then why did you let them turn you into something I'd have to fight?" That one cut deeper than anything Outlook ever trained her to block. "I didn't mean to become this," Marie said. "I meant to survive. You slapped a $500,000 judgment on me that I had no way of paying. What else was I going to do?" Clara blinked hard, once, twice, then looked away like she needed the rain to do the crying for her. Marie slid off the couch, crossed the rug like it was mined, and sat beside her, close, but not touching. "I'm not asking you to forgive me," she said. "Good," Clara whispered, "because I don't." A pause. Marie started to pull back. "But," Clara said, voice steadier, "I'm not pushing you away either." Marie looked at her, really looked, and in the flicker between one heartbeat and the next, the air changed. No fireworks, no music swell, just a glance held a second too long, a breath caught between surrender and choice. Clara moved first. Marie met her halfway. The kiss was nothing like their old ones. Not fire, not fury. It was the slow, aching press of two people who knew how much it cost to reach for something real. When they parted, Clara's forehead rested against Marie's. Neither of them spoke. They didn't need to. Then the comm on Clara's desk chimed, insistent and annoying. Marie pulled back enough to see the alert, a secure ping from the whistleblowers' safe house. Clara swore under her breath. Marie reached for the slate. "I'll trace it," she said, voice already shifting back into focus. Clara caught her hand. "Later," she said. "Just give me one more second." Marie did, because this time she had no intention of running. She didn't say anything when Clara finally let go. The slate pinged again, a second alert, shorter. The safe house was still secure. For now. Clara moved to the desk, pulling up a side console. "Can you trace the ping source? I want to know if they're being watched." Marie stayed where she was, reluctant to break the news, knowing she had to. "No," she said. "Not from here. Not safely." Clara turned. "Why not?" "I resigned." Clara blinked. "What?" "This morning, before I came to see you. Outlook got my resignation, time-stamped and archived." Clara groaned in frustration. "You couldn't have, I don't know, strung them along? Played nice until we had a real plan?" "You know me, Claire." Marie's voice was steady, but the undertow was real. "When I make up my mind..." "Yeah," Clara cut in. "You made up your mind. Great. And now?" Marie shrugged. "Now I'm in the cold." Clara stared at her, calculating. No support, no funding, no back-channel access. Just you. "That's right." Another silence, a longer one this time. Marie broke it. "If you want to pull someone else in..." Clara held up a hand. "Stop. You burned the bridge. That's done." She shot Marie a wry look. "Damn it, Mare, don't you think you could have waited until we were off it?" "Never mind. Now we build the next one." Marie tilted her head. "With what? I've got what I can hack, what I can steal, and what I remember. That's the list." Clara folded her arms. "You always did know how to make a relationship feel warm and fuzzy." Marie almost smiled. "Didn't hear any complaints at the time." "Oh, I had complaints. You just ignored them." Clara shook her head. "You never made it easy to live with you." Marie waited, sensing more to come. "But loving you?" Clara said quietly. "That part was easier." It hung in the air between them. Then Clara straightened. "What do we do now?" Marie turned back to the console. "We hit Crowder hard, but killing him won't be enough, so I'm open to ideas." Clara nodded slowly. "Good, because that's not the plan." Marie looked up. "You have one?" Clara's eyes flashed. "Always." They didn't say it, but they both knew it. The moment was over. Plans were coming. Danger was already here. Marie slid the slate into her bag, then paused, her hand hovering over the strap like it might bite her. She glanced over at Clara. "I need to go dark." Clara didn't ask why, just nodded. "The hotel?" "I have gear stashed there. Nothing Outlook issued. Everything clean, off registry and shielded." "I don't trust what they gave me anymore." "Smart," Clara said, then softer. "Stupid, but smart." Marie offered a small smile. "Your favorite combination." Clara didn't smile back, not exactly, but the corners of her mouth moved, and that was enough. Marie hesitated. "You should vanish, too. At least for a few hours. Somewhere no one would think to look. Find a hotel under a different name. Use something public and dirty. Don't make it traceable. Clara crossed her arms. You're not the only one who knows how to vanish, love. Marie took a slow breath, reveling in the word. Yeah, I know. They stood in silence again, not tense or uncertain, but full, like they didn't want to break what had finally started to mend. Marie crossed the distance between them in 3 slow steps. Clara didn't move. I mean it, Marie said. What I told you about not expecting forgiveness. I know, but I'm still going to earn it. Clara tilted her head. That sounds like control again. Maybe. Marie reached up, brushed a curl away from Clara's cheek. But this time, I'll take direction. Clara caught her hand, held it there for a second too long. Her voice was quiet. Be careful. Marie's voice dropped to match. Always. She turned, shouldered her bag, and disappeared into the hallway shadows before she could take the moment with her. Bellefontaine Hotel, 1:11 p.m. The lobby was cooler than she remembered. Too much filtered air. Too little humanity. Marie crossed to the lift without speaking to the concierge, who didn't look up. That was good. That meant her face still worked. The ride to the 8th floor was smooth, silent. She watched her reflection blur in the polished steel walls. No ghosts. Not yet. The corridor was empty. Carpet muffled her steps. Her door accepted her thumbprint on the first try. She stepped inside and stopped. Crowder was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, glass in hand, like he'd been waiting for a lover. Welcome home, Miss Bouchon, he said. Marie didn't move, didn't blink, didn't breathe. The door clicked shut behind her. 15. A room full of lies. Bellefontaine Hotel, 1:14 p.m. Crowder sat like he owned the room, legs crossed, scotch in hand, expression carved out of polite disappointment. His suit was dark and perfectly fitted, the kind of fabric that whispered wealth and screamed power, the kind of man who made himself comfortable no matter where he landed, especially in other people's spaces. Marie didn't move. Not yet. He smiled, like they were mid-conversation instead of mid-confrontation. I was starting to think you weren't coming back, he said. Didn't answer my messages. A man could take that personally. Marie glanced at the scotch, then at the flowers by the window. Bright, fragile things, already half wilted in the heat. I see you've made yourself at home. I thought I'd surprise you. You succeeded. Crowder stood, swirling his glass, and gestured towards the couch. Her gear was laid out like evidence in a trial. Field mesh, compacted surveillance modules, the matte black casing of a compact flechette launcher peeking from beneath her jacket. And yet, he said, voice smooth as the whiskey. Turns out you're surprised. Marie let a beat pass before she answered. Her pulse was steady, her stance casual, but her mind was sprinting. I'm exactly who you met, Marie said. Crowder's smile widened. No. You're who you wanted me to meet. He moved closer, slow and unthreatening, like a man circling a valuable painting he hadn't quite decided to buy. So tell me, who are you really? You know who I am. I know the role you're playing. I know the name you gave to the concierge.
The passport you let me glimpse. The signature on the gallery letter. But that's all wardrobe.
He stepped past her, poured another drink without asking.
I'm not angry,
he said, handing her the glass.
Well, maybe a little. I like to think I'm hard to lie to.
Marie took the drink, but didn't sip. Consider it performance art. Crowder chuckled.
Then you're quite the artist.
She let her breath out slowly, let her posture shift, dropped the polished gallery effect by half a shade. Not enough to confess, just enough to suggest. Fine, she said. It's a cover. He raised an eyebrow. You requested assistance recently, she continued, from a certain company. Off the record. His eyes narrowed slightly.
Which company?
Marie gave him a look as if to say, You're really asking? You know that's not how we play this game, Mr. Crowder. A pause. Then he nodded.
Go on.
You wanted help removing a few human resource assets. Ones you felt had outlived their usefulness.
That's a very polite way to put it, he said. But yes.
4 of them, each with unique security concerns. Crowder's expression didn't change, but the tilt of his head told her everything she needed.
And yet,
he said,
you found me, met me, slept with me.
She held his gaze. Standard procedure. I had to be sure. It was bullshit, but she layered it in enough calm to make it feel like doctrine. He studied her for a long moment. She didn't flinch. Then he shrugged.
Your man said you were the best. That it would be fast.
It usually is.
Then what's the holdup?
Marie was careful not to show the tremor she felt building just under her skin. She had 2 lies chambered, one that would piss him off and one that might buy her time. Neither would survive a second round of questions if she flinched. Say it like it's obvious. Say it like he should have known. They're protected. Crowder's smile vanished.
I know that, you dumb bitch. That's why I hired you. If I could handle it myself, I'd have them quietly retired a month ago.
The insult hit with all of the force of an empty glove. Marie absorbed it without a blink. Understood, Mr. Crowder. I am the best, which means I don't take risks that compromise results until I have a clear window to remove them without triggering a wider net. I won't act. Crowder frowned.
That's a waste of time.
She let him stew for 2 seconds, then 3.
If I double the pay,
he said finally,
would you do it faster?
Marie didn't answer immediately. Her mind spun up like a cold engine forced to race. 3 days. Clara said depositions in 3 days. 4 targets, high security, and no real resources. Can I fake it? Plant footage? Wipe prints? Slip them into the cracks and convince Crowder they were corpses instead of liabilities? It was a terrible idea, but not impossible. And impossible was just expensive. She met his eyes, steady as steel. That depends.
On?
When the depositions are scheduled.
3 days. Midnight filing deadline.
She nodded, slow and deliberate, as if the timing didn't already burn itself into her skull. Then yes. I'll need it in gold. He blinked.
Gold?
No paper trail, no banks, no risk.
You think I keep that kind of currency on hand?
You strike me as the type who plans for contingencies.
Crowder smirked. Fine. Tonight. My estate.
Marie nodded.
I'll be there.
He drained his glass and set it down, then crossed to the door like nothing had happened. He paused there, turned, and looked her over one more time.
You didn't tell me your real name.
You're right, she said, and smiled like a guillotine. The door clicked shut behind him. Marie set the untouched glass down beside the flowers. The mask dropped, and she didn't sit down. She moved. She swept her gear off the couch, one piece at a time. The fléchette launcher went first, tucked into the side pocket of her bag without ceremony. Cables, jammers, encrypted nodes. No hesitation, no flourishes, just quiet necessity. She wiped down surfaces with a microfiber cloth, fast and methodical, not obsessive, just careful enough to make sure there were no easy prints, no DNA, no fibers that would make anyone stop and ask too many questions. She paused at the bathroom mirror, not to check her face, but to scan the corners, spotting the tiny glint of a surveillance lens, tucked in near the ventilation grill. Outlook issued. She triggered the embedded disruptor, tucked it in her bracelet, and watched the little red light wink out. When had this become normal? When had going back to a hotel meant sweeping for bugs and prepping for an extraction? Maybe it always was, she thought. I just stopped pretending otherwise. She finished packing in silence. The room was back to baseline. No personal effects, no trace of Bouchon, and definitely nothing of Fontaine. She pulled out the backup slate, her slate, not the Outlook one, and keyed in 3 words. Foxglove, 11, gone. The message pulsed once, then it burned itself out, nothing left but cooling circuits. Clara would understand. Foxglove meant go dark. 11 was the rendezvous. A quiet little bolt hole above a shuttered cafe where they used to meet when they were pretending the world couldn't touch them. Gone meant now. Marie stood still for half a second, long enough for regret to tap at the edge of her thoughts. Then she moved again, bag over her shoulder, jacket zipped. She was 2 steps from the door when her Outlook slate buzzed. Her stomach tightened. She hadn't touched that device since walking into Clara's apartment. Incoming, encrypted, level 3 clearance. She didn't want to look, because she already knew. She looked anyway. Carrick. Of course it was Carrick. Her thumb hesitated a second longer than it should have. Then she opened the message. Status update requested. Timeline unclear. Confirmation of asset condition required. That was all. Cold, official, deceptively neutral. Marie's mind spiraled fast and sharp. Why is he still talking to me? Why hasn't Dakota shut him down? She said she would. Did she change her mind? Is this sanctioned? Are they stalling me, setting me up? Is he even working for Outlook anymore? Or just using their system to play house? She exhaled, forced her mind to slow, shoved the questions aside. None of that matters. I don't control Dakota. I don't control him. I control me. She typed back a 3-lined reply, cold as his own. Engaged with target, timeline under assessment, additional variables identified. Will confirm next contact. She hit send, powered the slate down, and dropped it in her bag like it might bite her. 3 days, 4 targets. Not to eliminate, to protect. No backups, no guarantees. Just her and Clara. Damn it. Marie Fontaine walked out of the Bella Fontaine without looking back. 16:11. Rendezvous point, 3:42 p.m. Marie didn't approach the cafe from the main street. She looped the block twice, cutting through the alley behind the laundromat and across the roof of the old library, scanning windows, power lines, and parked vehicles. 1 ground drone, 2 city cams. No tails, no pings. The building was quiet. Still, she waited. 15 minutes, long enough to watch for shifts, patterns, unwelcomed visitors. Nothing. She slipped through the side entrance, bypassed the keypad with an override she'd installed back when this place had been more memory than safe house. Up the stairs, past the peeling wallpaper and creaky railings she used to mock Clara for loving. The apartment door was unlocked. She knew before she opened it. She still entered slowly, hand on her weapon, breath steady, not aimed to kill, just ready. Inside, the lights were low, curtains drawn. The couch was the same hideous green it had always been. The smell, lemongrass and worn wood, hit her like a punch. And Clara was there, sitting at the edge of the table, looking up without surprise. "Glad you didn't knock," Clara said. "I'd hate to waste a good door." Marie stepped inside. "You got my message." "Foxglove? Sure. Real subtle." Marie dropped her bag beside the couch. "We can talk in a second." "You're right," Clara said. "We should." And then Marie saw Arya. The younger woman was in the corner, sleeves rolled up, fingers dancing over a mobile slate, half-disassembled surveillance gear spread around her like an autopsy in progress. She looked up, cool and unreadable. Marie's expression shifted fast. What is she doing here? Clara didn't blink. Helping? Helping? Marie's voice dropped half an octave. She's a risk. You think I brought you here so she could take notes? She's not taking notes. She's running comm scrubs and wiping data trails, and doing it better than either of us. That's not the point. Then what is the point, Marie? Clara stood now. That you gave up everything to protect people and now you're too scared to trust someone else who's trying to do the same? Marie's jaw tightened. I trust you. I don't trust her. I didn't ask you to. I didn't agree to bring a liability into a classified op. I didn't agree to go back to trusting you either, but here we are. The silence that followed was bruised. Then Arya stood, arms crossed, gaze flat. I can hear everything, she said. This apartment's soundproofed, but only from the outside. Both women turned to her. I get it. You don't like me. You don't trust me. Newsflash, I don't like or trust you either. Marie arched a brow. But Clara does. Arya continued. And that's enough, for now. She stepped forward, holding a slim receiver disc between 2 fingers. And I can get into places neither of you can. Servers, drones, restricted networks you haven't even sniffed at yet. She dropped the disc onto the table with a soft click. I'm not asking for a vote. I'm staying. Marie didn't respond right away. Her fingers curled once, then loosened. Clara exhaled, tension easing just a little. The silence held just long enough to get awkward before Marie reached for her bag and unzipped it. We've got 3 days to fake 4 deaths, she said. We need a timeline, a target map, and contingencies for everything that goes wrong. Clara sat down slowly. We don't even know where all of them are right now. I do, Arya said. At least, I will in about 5 minutes. Marie handed over a data chip. Here's what I pulled before I torched my access, cross-referenced it with your scrapes. Look for patterns, habits we can exploit. We're not actually killing anyone, so we need clean substitution windows for the bodies. Bodies? Clara asked. Marie didn't blink. 4 or enough to build the illusion. Burned, drowned, frozen, doesn't matter. So long as they're incomplete and nobody's looking too hard. Clara flinched. Jesus, Marie. Marie didn't look up. This is the part where everyone gets to live, Claire. You don't have to like how the trick works. Clara pushed back from the table, folding her arms. Do you even hear yourself?
She's not wrong,
Arya said, not looking up from her slate.
I'll need their dental records.
Clara turned. I'm sorry, they're what?
Dental records,
Arya repeated, like she was asking for a sandwich.
If you want the remains to be identified as the whistleblowers, we need matching dental data. I assumed Marie would obscure the bodies somehow. Fire, water, explosion, something that keeps the retrieval team from asking questions. Or aren't you used to faking deaths?
Marie gave Arya a long look. You're disturbingly good at this. Arya shrugged.
My big brother.
Explain, Clara said, eyes narrowing. Arya didn't stop working.
He's 10 years older than me, works for an agency I'm not allowed to name, but let's just say it's adjacent to yours, Marie. For a while, I thought I wanted to do the same thing. He got me an internship. 6 months.
Marie blinked. You interned at a black ops agency?
I was shadowing. They didn't hand me a gun or anything, but I paid attention.
She paused, then added,
Decided I liked working for the good guys better.
Clara looked halfway to scandalized. Why the hell wasn't that on your CV? Arya finally glanced up.
How would that look? Spent 6 months learning how to kill people and not get caught.
Point, Clara muttered. Marie leaned back in her chair. I take it back. You might be more useful than I thought.
I know.
She tossed a small encrypted node onto the table.
There's a shell net we can use for staging. If you can keep the targets alive and somewhere quiet, I can make the world believe they're dead.
Marie nodded. We'll need a visible death, something dramatic, public, 2, maybe. The others, quieter. Drown one, burn one, maybe a car crash for the 3rd. No 2 alike.
No patterns,
Arya said.
Agreed.
Clara frowned. And the bodies? Where do we even find those? Marie didn't hesitate. Check the morgue access logs. Hospital overflow, unclaimed victims from the Southside blast 2 weeks ago. Arya, can you doctor toe tags and create new chain of custody paperwork?
I can do better. I can erase the originals.
Clara exhaled. Jesus. We're not stealing names. Marie said, softer now. We're saving lives. It's a trade. Fine, Clara muttered, but her arms were still crossed tightly over her chest. We'll need a new safe house. Marie pointed to the map Arya had thrown up on the wall screen. This one, the old civil defense bunker off Garden Street. No cams, no cell signals. I used it during a training op.
I'll reroute the sewer node under it,
Arya said.
Nobody likes searching sewer hubs. I'll bury the data trail there.
And transport? Clara asked. Marie paused. That's the hard part. We can't move them all at once. One at a time, fast, under different identities, preferably not ours.
I can forge the travel manifests,
Arya said.
But we'll need at least 2 clean vehicles.
I'll reach out to one of my favors, Marie replied. Might cost me. It already is, Clara said, quieter now. Marie looked up. The words weren't sharp, they weren't judgment, but they landed all the same. Not like a slap, like a weight, the kind that pulled you down because it was true. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Clara held her gaze. Can we talk? She asked, low enough that Arya could pretend she didn't hear it over her typing. Alone? Marie nodded. They stepped into the kitchen, which still smelled faintly of lemon polish and burnt coffee from some past life neither of them had ever admitted to wanting. Clara leaned back against the counter. You really burned it all, didn't you? Marie crossed her arms. Wasn't much left to keep. That's not true. Marie looked away. It felt true. You gave up your job, your name, whatever thread of safety you had, for this. For me. Marie's voice was soft. You gave up almost as much. You're still here. Don't make it sound so noble, Clara said. I'm still pissed off. Marie smiled, just barely. I know. But I'm also... Clara trailed off, searching for the right word. Terrified. And proud. And maybe, I don't know, grateful that you're the one doing this. Marie stepped closer, not touching, not yet. Their eyes met. I never meant for it to go this far, Marie said. I just wanted to make it right. You did. Clara said, You are. The air between them changed, like the pressure in a room shifting before a storm. Marie leaned in, slow, uncertain. Clara didn't move. They were close, breath close, almost. Then Marie's slate chimed. A sharp, digital tone, one of her timers. She closed her eyes, barely exhaled. I have to go. Clara nodded, not moving back. I know. They didn't kiss, didn't touch, but the moment hung there, heavy with everything they almost let happen. Marie felt it in her ribs, sharp and deep and aching. Clara didn't look away, and that somehow made it worse. Or better. Hard to tell. Marie blinked once, steadying herself. Then she stepped back, straightened her jacket, and let the mission reassert itself like a mask sliding into place. She returned to the main room, where Aria was still elbow-deep in semantics and encrypted feeds. Marie grabbed her bag without a word. I have to go. Crowder's expecting me at his estate tonight. Payment drop. We're not done, Aria objected. No, we're not. Marie stood, slinging her bag. Keep going without me. I'll catch up after I make nice with the devil. Aria didn't look up. Don't take too long. We've got a funeral to plan. 17. Business arrangements. Crowder Estate, 7:06 p.m. The suit was navy silk, tailored to draw the eye and misdirect it at the same time. It moved like water, kissed every curve, and whispered class with every breath of fabric. Understated, exquisite, a masterpiece of distraction. Bouchon would have worn heels. Marie wore boots. Italian leather, calf-hugging, polished to a mere sheen. Fashionable enough to pass at any gala, practical enough to run, kick, or kill in. The small arsenal came next. Twin fléchette sidearm holstered low across her back, waited for speed. Stun blade strapped inside her right boot. Ceramic filament woven through the jacket lining. Untraceable, unbreakable, and brutally efficient. A woman dressed for war in the language of elegance. She stepped out of the car and handed her keys to the valet with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. The estate was understated in the way only true wealth could afford. Pale stone facades, broad arches lit with warm downlights, polished glass so immaculate it vanished into the dusk. It looked delicate, refined, but Marie knew better. She could see the lines, load-bearing, blast-proof, bullet-resistant. Power didn't shout here. It reclined on embroidered cushions and waited to be recognized. The security detail wore black-on-black suits, earpieces so small they barely glinted. They didn't hover, didn't fidget. They weren't muscle. They were fixtures, expensive, silent, lethal, and watching everything. Crowder liked being watched. Not in secret, in public. He didn't need to hide his power because he made it look inevitable. That was the whole game, and that's why she arrived as Bouchon. The woman with the art gallery, the impeccable taste, the high society whisper, the one he'd been seen with at 2 fundraisers and a private club, the one his staff would remember, the one no one would ever suspect. The attaché bag swung lightly from her hand, matte black with brushed steel corners, businesslike, fashionable, deadly. Inside the compartments were layered in mesh and shielding, one for the gold, measured to the gram, one for backup equipment, field distributors, ID swaps, comm blockers, and a final slot holding something she didn't want to think about. What's in that last compartment? Arya didn't look up. Insurance. Marie narrowed her eyes. Define that. A beat. Then Arya slid a packet across the table. Small, sterile, sealed. Subdermal toxin patch. 1 application, no anecdote. Absorbs in seconds. Looks like a heart attack on most scans. Won't show up in the tox screens unless they know exactly what to look for. You brought this? You asked me to prepare for contingencies. Clara had gone still. Marie remembered the tension in her jaw, the way her arms folded like armor. That's not a contingency, Clara had said. That's an execution. Arya's voice hadn't softened. No, that's survival. Crowder greeted her at the main door like a man opening his home to royalty. Polished, charming, utterly at ease. He smiled like this was all a game, and he was already 3 moves from checkmate. You're more punctual than I expected, he said, offering a hand which she pressed briefly. Marie gave him the kind of smile that came prepackaged, with expensive wine and very little sincerity. Old habits, she replied, and traffic was light. He wore a slate gray suit that cost more than some people's annual rent. Collar open, no tie, sleeves tailored to show just enough cufflink without seeming vain. He held a drink in one hand, the same amber liquor from their last meeting. Marie clocked the bottle type in her peripheral. Crowder was a man of pattern and repetition, which meant somewhere in this building there was a bar with a nearly empty decanter. No visible weapon. But she cataloged him automatically. Wristwatch, custom, expensive, and thick enough to hide a retinol blinder. Ring, oversized, with a beveled ridge that could snap open into a filament blade. Jacket, slightly bulked under the left arm. Weight distribution too subtle for vanity. Probably a compact sidearm, small caliber, close range. He offered her his arm. She took it, because Bouchon would. As they moved together through the marble corridor, she kept her posture relaxed, elegant, and indifferent. Let her eyes drift, tilted her head when he made a quip about his last fundraiser. Smiled in the exact way a cultured woman would smile if she were mildly entertained and privately unimpressed, all the while calculating. How many guards within shouting distance? Which of them carried weapons openly? How many steps to the nearest exit? How many seconds it would take to bring Crowder down if it came to that? And how many witnesses she'd have to silence afterward? She studied his hands as he sipped, watching for tremors. None. Still favored his left side when turning, a slight weight shift that hadn't changed since the gala. His posture was too polished to be arrogant, too controlled to be relaxed. And he lied. Casually. Often. But Marie caught the micro-ticks, the slight narrowing of his eyes, the quarter-second pause in breath before the next line dropped. He enjoyed lying. He liked being believed even more. He was confident, comfortable. Too comfortable. He thought they had an understanding. Marie let him keep thinking that. For now. She'd had her chance at the gala. The vial. The drink. 72 hours to decide if she was bluffing. She let the clock run out. That window had closed. Quietly, like it had never been there at all. Now she was walking into another one. No poison this time. No slow fade. If this turned south, it wouldn't be tidy. It would be loud, bloody, messy. The kind of messy you didn't walk away from unless you were the last one breathing. The kind she didn't do. She might have to. They made small talk as they moved through the lounge. She complimented the architecture. He made a joke about classic imperial decadence. That landed a little too comfortably. Marie laughed once, deliberately, and let it linger just long enough for him to think it was genuine. His associates drifted around them, mid-level smugglers with expensive shoes, pliable councilmen with polished veneers, and a singer wearing a dress so aggressively backless it should have come with a campaign donation slip. Marie made eye contact, played the part, and listened for key words, shipment numbers, council votes, anyone using names instead of titles. She memorized 3 faces and flagged 2 voices. Crowder's orbit was wider than she thought. Eventually, his hand brushed her elbow. "Let's handle this arrangement," he murmured. She gave him a nod Beauchamp might have used to approve a painting. He guided her down a short corridor, away from the clink of glasses and polite corruption. The hallway lighting dimmed subtly, and the background noise dampened to a hush. The office was what power looked like when it got bored. Cherrywood panels, glass desk, minimalist art that probably cost more than her last contract. No visible electronics. A chair that looked comfortable enough to betray someone in. One security man stood outside the door, pretending not to listen and doing a terrible job of it. Inside, Crowder moved to the far wall, pressed his palm to a barely visible scanner, and input a 4-digit code with the casual ease of muscle memory. Marie watched every motion, the rhythm, the pause before the 3rd digit, noted it, filed it. The wall shifted with a smooth mechanical hiss, revealing a recessed safe. Inside, gold. Matte, dense, clean stamped, no serials, no markings, 6 bars each a kilo. He placed them on the desk one at a time. The soft thunk of metal on wood oddly satisfying. "Payment in full," he said, stepping back like a magician finishing a trick. "As promised." Marie stepped forward, attaché open, one hand casually brushing the inner mesh panel to activate the shield layer. She didn't touch the gold right away. She looked at him. "Hard currency," she said. "How traditional." Crowder's smile returned. "As you requested, tradition has a way of surviving revolutions." She lifted the first bar, weighing it without effort, but in her mind she was already calculating escape routes, weapon access and kill radius, just in case. Always just in case. Marie placed each bar in its designated slot, pausing after the last to ensure the shield layer closed cleanly. She didn't rush, didn't look away. She let the moment stretch just long enough to reinforce that she was in control of the tempo, then closed the case and straightened. I'm glad we've come to an understanding. Crowder smiled.
For now?
Crowder watched her, sipped his drink, amused.
Progress?
He asked, like it was small talk. Marie raised an eyebrow. I don't do status updates. He took a step closer, not aggressive, confident.
Gold says you do.
For a split second, she considered saying something sharp, something final, but Bouchant wouldn't. So Marie smiled instead, tight, amused, barely baring teeth. They've scattered. Whoever's protecting them knows how to vanish. I've tracked 2 to secure compounds. A third's moving, always a step ahead. The 4th? She gave a slight shrug. The 4th is harder to pin down, but not impossible. Crowder's eyes sharpened.
So they're cornered.
Marie tilted her head. They're being removed from the board, one by one. That satisfied him. He grinned, lifted his glass in mock salute.
2 inevitable conclusions.
Marie stepped closer. Let's not toast just yet. She reached for his lapel, slow and fluid, closed the distance between them. He welcomed it, smug and self-assured, his breath tinged with aged whiskey and something sour underneath. Ego, maybe. Then she kissed him. Deliberate, controlled, not soft. Her fingers brushed the back of his neck. Just a whisper of contact, enough to slip the microtransmitter into place. It adhered instantly, a black dot no larger than a freckle. Live, active. Her lips stayed where they needed to, the rest of her completely still. Inside, her stomach turned. Not because of his gender, because of the rot beneath his smile, because power dripped off him like oil, and every word out of his mouth felt like it had been sharpened on someone else's bones. She didn't kiss snakes, but she knew how to use them. Marie pulled back before the taste of him could linger. Maybe we can continue to do business, she said, voice low and smooth.
After you prove yourself,
he replied, lips still curved. Marie smiled, just enough. Oh, I will. She picked up the case, turned, and walked out, heels silent on the polished floor. Pulse ready, weight of 6 kilos of gold in her hand, and a timer ticking somewhere in the back of her head. 18. Echo Chamber. 11. 9:17 p.m. Marie dropped her bag by the door with a dull thud. 6 kilos of gold and too many unspoken words made for a considerable weight. She didn't bother taking off her jacket. Not yet. Clara and Arya were gathered around the central slate, the lights dimmed, the air thick with concentration and recycled lemongrass. Arya had one foot tucked under her, typing with 2 fingers and a bored expression. Clara looked up as Marie entered. Arya didn't. "You're late," Arya said. "You're nosy," Marie replied, already walking over. Clara straightened, arms crossed. "How did it go?" Marie didn't answer right away. She moved the attaché, setting it down beside the console like it weighed nothing. "Fine," she said, too casual. He paid in gold, 6 kilos as promised, all very civilized. Clara raised an eyebrow. "You really expect me to believe it was that simple?" Marie didn't look at her. "We talked. He played charming. I played along." "And?" Marie exhaled. "And I planted the bug." That got both their attention. On him? Arya asked. Back of the neck, during a kiss. Clara blinked. You kissed him? It was tactical, Marie said, voice flat and brief. You okay? Clara's voice had softened, but not lost its edge. Marie didn't answer for a beat too long. He tastes like power and rotting fruit. I'll live. She rolled her shoulders like the memory was something she could shake loose. Then finally, is it working? Arya tapped a key. The screen blinked, then resolved into a flickering heat map and a sharp audio feed. Hiss-laced but clear. Crowder's voice filled the room. Not words, not at first, just tone. Commanding. Cruel. Another voice followed, fainter, breathless. Impossible to tell the gender, maybe deliberately. There was a slap, then laughter. His. Clara flinched. Arya didn't blink. Marie crossed her arms. He doesn't waste time, she muttered over the noises coming from the feed. He really doesn't, Arya said dryly. That's disturbing. Marie shot her a look. You sound like you're reading an email. Arya shrugged. I'm a sub, not a sadist. I've seen better dominance at beginner nights. Marie's eyes flicked to Clara, asking a silent question. She raised one shoulder in a fractional shrug, and they returned to listening. After another slap, Clara reached forward and cut the audio with a flick. Thanks, Marie said. She turned toward the other slate. Status on the whistleblower? Arya tapped again. 3 of 4 doppelgangers ready. Matches are solid. Dental alignment, height, even posture. How do you get the dental scans right? It's amazing what a dentist will do for a few extra bucks, Arya said. The 4th one's trickier. I'm still scanning morgue data, but I'll find someone. Marie nodded. And the real ones? Still hidden. Not even connected to the shell net anymore. They're dark. Good. Marie glanced at the time. First death scheduled for overnight, yeah? Yeah. Marie waited. She knew that tone, and it always meant a new load of dark and smelly was about to land on her. Arya hesitated. So, small issue. Marie raised an eyebrow. Which is? I don't have anyone to stage it. Clara turned, surprised. What about you? Arya lifted her hands. I can fake IDs and scrub footage and make the world believe the sun rises west, but I don't drag bodies or light fires. You need someone who knows how to get in and out clean. Marie just looked at her, knowing the next step in the dance. Arya lifted a brow. So, you? Marie nodded once. That's what I figured. The body's prepped and ready for pickup, Arya said, returning to her display as if they were talking about a coffee order. I've already plotted the security cams and local traffic feeds. Just need someone to make it real. I'll handle it, Marie said. Clara stepped forward. I'll go with you. No. Marie, I said no. Clara didn't back down. You don't get to make that call. I do when it's my op. I'm not sitting here while you risk your life. Marie's voice cut her off. You're not expendable. Marie held Clara's gaze as her meaning settled. It wasn't about pride or control. It was about knowing who had been trained to walk into the dark and who hadn't. Clara had always saved people. She'd fought tooth and nail for justice, for truth, for the ones no one else saw. But Marie had been taught something colder, how to disappear without ceremony, how to make the right kill look like an accident, how to die quietly if the mission demanded it. That was the line between them. Clara had fire, Marie had silence, and in this moment, only one of them could walk into danger and leave nothing behind. She drew in a breath. It's the whistleblowers. They don't know me, Clara. They know you. They trust you. So when this is done, you're the one who has to retrieve them. Get them to the safe house. Clara's jaw tightened, like she wanted to argue but hadn't found the shape of the words yet. Marie didn't let Clara's eyes slip away. You're the one they'll follow, not me. I'm the ghost in this. You're the anchor. Clara opened her mouth. I don't need to know who or where, Marie cut in. Just get them out clean. A beat. Then Clara nodded once. And Arya? She asked, shifting the focus. Marie looked past her. You're going with her. Arya blinked. I am? You are. But... No, you've got a knack, I can see it. So you get to be her second. I'll meet you back here when it's done. No one spoke. The silence wasn't heavy, but full. Dangerously so, like something waiting to shift. Then Clara stepped forward. Not in protest, not to argue, just forward. She reached out, her hand finding Marie's jaw with the kind of certainty that didn't need explanation. Her fingers were warm, steady, and she kissed her. Not urgently, not like a plea or a memory. It was deliberate, grounded, real. It undid Marie more thoroughly than any bullet ever had. She stood still for half a second too long, like her body had to reboot under the weight of being wanted again. Then she kissed back, her hands firm at Clara's waist, breath racing, like something scared was being rebuilt 1 second at a time. One kiss, then another. They only pulled apart when the slate buzzed from the table, an alert, impersonal and mistimed. Clara didn't move. Marie did. She stepped back slowly, the warmth still lingering in her chest, sharp and undeniable. I have a death to fake, she said, and her voice carried the echo of something she wasn't ready to name. Clara nodded. Come back to me. Marie didn't promise, but she didn't walk away without looking back either. 19. A clean burn. Exterior, 11, 10:41 p.m. Marie paused just past the door, letting the sound of the apartment fade behind her. The low hum of Clara's voice still echoed in her chest. The kiss lingered. Not on her lips. She could handle that. It was everything beneath it that threw her off balance. The way Clara had touched her like no time had passed, like forgiveness wasn't a currency they were still negotiating. It hadn't been desperate, but it hadn't been safe either. It was something in between, a promise Marie didn't trust herself to cash. It shook her more than a firefight ever had. The night air bit a little as Marie stepped outside. Cool, damp, quiet. The kind of quiet that carried, down alleys, through memory. She stood still for a moment longer, as if movement would make it real. Then she took a breath, one of those deep, sharp ones that felt like it might split her ribs on the way in. She shoved it aside, filed it under later. Later never really came, but the act of believing it kept her moving. Kiss the girl, fake the death, fall apart after. That was the rhythm now. Shuttered Cafe, below 11, 10:53 p.m. Marie picked the lock with a finesse that suggested muscle memory, not malice. The door gave with a soft sigh, hinges still well-oiled. She stepped inside and closed it behind her, letting the quiet settle like dust. The cafe had been empty for years, closed before the war, reopened 5 minutes after, then left behind again. The chairs were still stacked on the tables. A display case stood dark and empty, shelves bare except for a single forgotten spoon. She crouched behind the old counter and unzipped her backpack kit. It didn't take much. Wig, contacts, a coat 2 sizes too big, jeans that hung loose, shoes that scuffed, a low-profile disguise. Not perfect, not artful, but enough. Enough to make her look like a tired night shift nobody instead of a former assassin turned ghost. She checked herself in the dusty reflection of the espresso machine, tied her hair back under a knit cap, and wiped down what she'd touched. The woman who walked out of the cafe wasn't Marie Fontaine. It wasn't anyone at all. Funeral home, 11:17 p.m. She knocked twice, then once. The back door creaked open, revealing a man in a threadbare suit with bloodshot eyes and a name tag that had long since given up on trying to cling to his lapel. He looked her up and down, hood up, hair tucked, face shadowed, but still grunted.
Marie.
She didn't flinch. Jerry.
You're early. I figured you'd be cutting it close.
You figured wrong. He stepped aside and waved her in.
Didn't say you needed fresh.
I didn't. This one was arranged ahead of time.
You think the name Bouchant on the client request didn't tip me off? He muttered,
leading her through the dimly lit prep hall.
Next time, just send a flower basket with your burner number like a normal psychopath.
She smirked. Subtle's not in season. Jerry stopped beside a rolling garment container that smelled like disinfectant and discarded dreams. He popped the lid.
Soft but stable, he said. Medium build, 30-something. Overdose and lockup. No family, already tagged. 96 hours on the clock.
Marie glanced down at the body. Pale, still, blank. Perfect. She handed him a small envelope. He checked the weight without opening it, nodded. They wheeled the container out together, the back door yawning open into shadow. Marie grunted as they hoisted the body into her trunk. Heavier than he looks. Gonna suck to move him out on my own.
Yeah, can't help you there,
Jerry muttered. Thanks, Jerry.
Next time,
he said, wiping his hands on a rag that didn't help.
Maybe ask for a live one. They're easier to carry.
She shut the trunk. They squirm more. Staging site, 12:02 a.m. The road was half drowned in shadows and broken streetlights. Tucked behind a decommissioned recycling center that smelled like rust and regret. One way in, one way out. No cameras, no neighbors, just urban silence and a few feral cats that watched her like she owed them something. The car was already waiting. Silver, generic, legally invisible. Arya said the fuel tank was tuned to go up like it was auditioning for a movie. Keys under the seat, as promised. Marie suited up. Coveralls, gloves, hood. She was already sweating before she even touched the trunk. Getting the body out wasn't graceful. It flopped like a wet duffel bag full of bad decisions. She got one arm over her shoulder and dragged him halfway before gravity staged a mutiny and he almost took her down with him. You know, she muttered, you could have been 5'5" and hollow-boned, but no. Of course you're a gym bro with a chip addiction. She propped him against the car and caught her breath, then fetched the crowbar. 10 minutes, 2 muttered curses, and 1 deeply personal elbow injury later, she had him in the driver's seat, slouched, buckled, arms resting on the wheel like he'd passed out halfway through a fast exit. His head lolled sideways. She adjusted it. It lolled again. She wedged a roll of duct tape behind his neck to keep the angle plausible. Arya's dentist connection had already altered the teeth, permanent caps, filed and bonded. Whistleblower number 1 smile, according to the records. Marie didn't look. She trusted Arya. And corpses. Mostly. She wiped the interior, handles, dash, mirrors, anything that could have picked up a stray print. Broke the rear view off entirely for extra realism. Shoved a cigarette lighter under the driver's seat next to the fuel-soaked cloth bundle, wired to the remote charge. Then she gave the bumper a solid kick. The car rolled forward, tires catching on gravel, before one dipped over the edge of a shallow ditch. Perfect angle. Perfect distance. Looked like someone drunk, desperate, or both, had tried to run and failed. Marie walked 20 meters back, the trigger in her hand. No hesitation. She pressed the button. The car went up in a sudden bloom of fire, heat washing over her like a second skin. She didn't look back. Too cliché. Car dump, 1:04 a.m. She parked her own car 3 blocks away in a run-down residential lot, the kind where porch lights flickered and no one looked out their window after dark. She changed the plates with quick, practice movements. 4 screws, rubber gloves, a rag in her teeth. Wiped the wheel, door handles, trunk latch. The keys jingled once in her hand before she dropped them down a sewer crate. Gone. Another clean cut. Another little erasure. It was routine. She'd done this more times than she could count. Abandoned cars in alleys, rivers, chop yards, ghosted herself like it was just part of the job. It was. That didn't make her like it anymore. She walked 3 blocks, peeled off the gloves, and slid into the driver's seat of her replacement. A rust-red compact with peeling tint and a cracked rear view. The kind of car you never remembered unless it hit you. No questions, no history. Exactly how she needed to feel. Return to 11, 2:38 a.m. She drove through streets that barely noticed her. The city blurred past. Wet pavement, flickering signs, the occasional hover scooter slinking through the edges of traffic. A neon pharmacy flickered, open, in 3 languages, and somewhere a siren wailed like it had nothing to do with her. Marie didn't turn the radio on. She never did after jobs like this. The smell of the accelerant still clung to her clothes, faint but insistent. The kind of scent that stayed in your sinuses long after the fire died. She cracked the window, let the night air in, but it didn't help. Some things didn't come out with wind. It should have felt like nothing by now. She'd done this so many times. Staged bodies, scrubbed prints, ghosted identities, faked deaths like other people's scheduled meetings. But tonight, something itched under her skin. Maybe it was the heat of the fire, or the weight of the gold still waiting in her pack, or the way Clara had said, "Come back to me," like it was a promise they weren't supposed to make. Maybe it was all of it. She adjusted her grip on the wheel, rolled her shoulders once and exhaled slowly. The kiss still burned somewhere in her chest. The body still burned somewhere on the edge of the city. And somewhere in between, Marie kept driving. Marie keyed herself into the apartment and shut the door behind her without a sound. Arya looked up from the table, half asleep, a slate still glowing under her fingers. Clara straightened from the couch, tension in her shoulders and something like relief in her eyes. Marie dropped the new keys on the counter, peeled off her jacket and ran a hand through her hair. Car's gone. Fire's clean. Identification will match. She looked at them both. 1 down, she said. 3 to go. How did it go on your end? Around a yawn, Arya said, "He's safe." Good enough for me. Clara went to the kitchen without a word and pulled a glass from the cabinet, filled it from the tap. She passed it over like it was instinct. Marie took it, drank half before her hands remembered they were supposed to be tired. Arya blinked and straightened. I've got a new idea for the last one." Marie raised an eyebrow. "I found out there's a crew going to be working in the sewers day after tomorrow, doing some repairs. We can slip a body in there in the morning. By the time the crew arrives, it'll be good and ripe." "Body in the drain?" Marie asked. "Not bad." "Thanks. It'll be found before noon if I spike the environmental flag." Marie leaned against the counter. "And the face? Forensics?" Aria didn't miss a beat. "Rats." Clara made a face. "Ugh." "There's enough of them," Aria added. "I can scatter protein markers around the site. It'll look natural. Or natural enough." Marie took another sip of water. What a cheery thought. "Welcome to my childhood dreams," Aria deadpanned, then stood up and stretched, bones popping like bubble wrap. "Where am I crashing, by the way?" Clara gestured towards a hallway. "There's the couch, or there's a twin bed in the spare room. Sheets are clean. Probably." Aria gave a mock salute and headed that way. "If the mattress eats me, avenge me quietly." Her door clicked shut. Silence again. Marie stayed in the kitchen, glass still in hand, watching the condensation slide down the side. "I'll take the couch," she said. Clara turned, one hand resting lightly on the doorframe. "You don't have to. It's fine." "I meant it's unnecessary," Clara said, voice even. "We're adults. We can share a bed without anything happening." Marie didn't look at her. Not yet. Her eyes stayed on the rim of the glass, watching a single drop of water slide down, like it might carry the weight of the decision with it. "No matter how much I might want to," she said softly. Clara didn't hesitate. "Especially then." Marie finally looked up. There was no teasing in Clara's expression, no pressure, just quiet certainty and that maddening patience, like she knew exactly what Marie was fighting and wasn't going to make it harder. Marie could see how Clara wanted this too, the way her shoulders weren't quite relaxed, the way she hadn't moved away. The door was open, not just literally, open in the way things had once been, before Marie let them fall apart. And that was the problem. Because if she crossed that line now, if she let herself slip for one night, she stopped being careful. She stopped keeping her promises. She stopped protecting the one thing that mattered more than the mission. She'd done that once. She wouldn't do it again. She set the glass down, not quite gently, crossed the room with measured steps, not fast, not hesitant. "I'm exhausted," she said. Clara nodded, stepping aside to let her through. "Me too." There was no kiss, no declarations, just a quiet understanding between two people who burned too much to risk catching fire again. At least not yet. They disappeared into the bedroom without another word. 20. Ash and Echoes. 11. 7:12 a.m. Marie had been awake for almost an hour. Not alert, not tense, just still, listening to the quiet buzz of the city, the rhythmic breath beside her, the soft creak of aging floorboards that hadn't seen this much life in years. Clara lay curled on her side, one hand half tucked beneath her chin. Her hair was a mess, her breathing slow, peaceful in a way Marie hadn't seen in far too long. It brought back a morning she hadn't let herself think about in years. Vacation in the Keys, 7, maybe 8 years ago. A rental cabin with bad Wi-Fi and a worse air conditioning. Clara had woken up first that day, sunburned and smiling, balancing 2 mugs of terrible coffee in one hand and a gecko in the other. Marie had laughed until she cried. and then they'd kissed like the world was never going to need saving again. This moment wasn't the same, but it rhymed. Marie watched the way light crept across Clara's cheek, watched the flutter of lashes that meant the dream was ending. She didn't move, didn't speak, just tried to memorize this illusion of calm in a war zone. Clara stirred, blinked slowly. Her gaze found Marie's, unfocused at first, then sharp. She didn't flinch. She smiled. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, voice soft and sleep rough. Marie waited half a heartbeat before saying, "That trip we took to the Keys, years ago. You brought me terrible coffee and a lizard." Clara's smile widened, warm and real. "I remember. You screamed." "I didn't scream. You absolutely screamed. I was surprised. You were terrified." Marie huffed once, almost a laugh. "Only because I thought you were going to drop the coffee." Clara shifted, rolling onto her back with a slow, fond sigh. "It was a good trip." "Yeah." The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was steady, a stillness that asked to be felt rather than filled. Marie let it settle. "What did this remind you of?" she asked, her voice quiet. "Waking up like this?" Clara didn't respond immediately. Her gaze drifted upward, tracing the uneven lines of the ceiling like they might draw the answer for her. "It felt normal," she said at last, like we hadn't broken anything that couldn't be put back together. Like slipping into a rhythm we used to know. She turned her head, met Marie's eyes. "I miss us." Now it was Marie's turn to hesitate. The words lodged somewhere behind her ribs, caught between the ache of memory and the fear of hoping for too much. "I do too," she said finally. They stayed like that, looking at each other across the inches that used to be a lifetime. Clara shifted again, slow and deliberate, her body angling closer, her intent clear. Her fingers brushed against Marie's, light as breath. Not a grab, not a claim, just a question waiting to be answered. "I keep thinking," Clara murmured. "Maybe we get to want this again." Marie leaned in, her heart stumbling once, hard and stupid and real. So close, closer. Knock, knock, knock. Both of them startled like they'd been caught stealing something scared. "There is no coffee in this place," Arya called through the door. "I'm not saying it's a war crime, but I'm also not saying that. I'm going out. If I'm not back in 20 minutes, assume I've been conscripted into a cult." A beat of silence. "Also," she added, "if you two haven't fucked each other silly by the time I get back, I'll bring you coffee. No pressure." Clara didn't even blink. "We haven't, and thank you for your concern." There was a muffled pause. "Okay, I buy that. No one who uses full sentences like that is post-orgasmic." Her footsteps retreated down the hall. Marie didn't move, her heart still thudding like it hadn't gotten the memo. Clara's fingers had stilled against hers, so close to what they wanted. Marie swallowed. Her voice, when it came, was barely audible. "That was close." Clara didn't answer. She didn't need to. Marie pulled back first. Not far, just enough because she knew if she let herself go any further, she'd stop guarding her heart. The walls she'd built hadn't been to keep Clara out. They'd been to keep Marie in. They got up without saying much. Clara disappeared into the bathroom first, the door clicking shut behind her. Marie stayed on the bed, elbows on knees, staring at the crease in the pillow where Clara's head had been. It shouldn't have meant anything. It still did. She gave it one more second, then stood, letting the tea drop over her hips. Trying not to think of the way Clara's tea hadn't quite reached the same point. The kitchen had the sterile feel of someplace borrowed. The glass she used last night sat on the counter, mostly empty. She drank the last swallow, warm, stale, then rinsed it out with mechanical care. She didn't stay. Marie crossed the apartment and stepped back into the bedroom. The bed was still rumpled. The air still carried the kind of silence that made her want to armor up. She stood at the edge, gathering herself like it was another operation. Then she tied her hair back, tight, precise, the same knot she used before weapons training or a funeral. Clara came out, hair pulled into something vaguely professional. Marie stared, drinking her in, more memories crowding their way to her awareness. Clara turned away. They didn't speak at first. They didn't need to. They moved around each other the way people did after a shared truth, too close to pretend nothing had happened, too careful to pretend it hadn't mattered. Like muscle memory, doing the work of words they weren't ready to say. Clara reached for her pants. "Still tap the foot twice before putting your left leg in?" Marie said without looking, wrestling with a blouse that hadn't gotten the memo about fitting. Clara froze mid-motion. "I do not?" "You always have," Marie said. "First night you stayed at my place, you did it standing next to my dresser like it was part of your morning routine." "I was bracing for the cold floor. It was carpeted." Clara gave her a side-eye. "Some of us aren't savages, we believe in rituals." Marie smirked. "That's not a ritual. That's compulsive foot choreography." Clara tugged on the rest of her clothes with practiced annoyance. "You're insufferable in the morning." Marie didn't reply, but the smile stayed for another beat before she let it fade. Moments later, they were both dressed when the front door creaked open. Aria stepped inside carrying a cardboard tray brimming with coffee and what looked suspiciously like a croissant she'd already started eating. "Wow," she said, taking them both in. "Vertical. Fully clothed. Honestly, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed." Clara didn't rise to the bait. Marie took a cup without comment. Aria held onto the tray. "I was sure you two would be rehydrating by now. I even brought extra napkins for spills." Clara reached for her own cup, brushing past Aria's shoulder with pointed indifference. "We're capable of functioning without violating a furniture warranty." Aria blinked. "Speak for yourself." She flopped down at the table and pulled out her slate. "Anyway, the rat drop is in motion. I've already triggered the environmental flags and the body should be discovered in a couple days. The coroner on duty is about as sharp as a buttered spoon, so we're golden." Marie took a long sip of coffee. "And the real whistleblower?" "Still tucked in, safe, and bored. But we'll need to move him soon. If he gets stir-crazy and pokes his head up in the wrong place..." Clara nodded, serious now. "He becomes the real corpse instead of the decoy." Aria pointed at her with a half-eaten croissant. "Exactly." Marie leaned back against the counter. "We need to extract him and disappear him. Quietly, tonight." "And then there's the other two," Aria added. "One of them's got a girlfriend, and the other's still attending classes. If either of them goes off script, we're screwed." Clara sighed into her coffee. "We need more than just faked deaths. We need distractions. Something for Crowder's people to chase while we relocate the rest." Marie nodded slowly. "Stagger the deaths. Make them noisy enough they don't look coordinated." "And start moving the real ones before that first body cools completely." Arya said.
We've got a 12-hour window before people start asking too many questions.
Marie drained the last of her coffee. Then we'd better stop being nostalgic and start being useful. She set the cup down with a soft clink. Can we get access to a small plane? Clara blinked. Why? Marie shrugged. We want attention, right? What gets more headlines than a plane crash? Clara frowned, thoughtfully, then nodded. I can make a call. How small are we talking? Doesn't need to be a Gulf Stream, Marie said. Just has to go up and come back down very, very wrong. Clara grinned. So, normal corporate aviation then. Marie smirked. More or less. She turned towards Arya, shifting gears. We'll need more bodies, 2 or 3 at least. More if we can get them. Will that be a problem? Arya didn't blink.
Nope.
Marie narrowed her eyes, half impressed. You're scary. Arya's smile widened.
I take that as a compliment.
Clara didn't look up from her slate. You shouldn't. Marie ignored the byplay. We rig a remote control system, just basic nav overrides. Plane takes off, climbs to altitude, then drops into a field and goes boom. Bodies in the wreckage. Forensics will be a mess. Clara looked over. You're planning to be on it? Marie gave her a look. That would defeat the purpose. Just checking. She tapped a note into her slate. It's going to be expensive. Marie patted the attaché. The dull thud of gold bars inside muffled but unmistakable. I'm liquid. Arya whistled.
Okay, now I really wish you two had hooked up last night.
Clara didn't dignify that with a response. Marie's eyes locked onto Arya. Start scouting fields. Somewhere we can isolate, but not too far from a flight path. We want it seen and have enough debris left to sell the impact. Clara raised an eyebrow. You planning on shooting it down? If I have to, Marie said, but only if the guidance system fails the wrong way. Arya muttered.
You say that like you've tested it.
Marie looked over her shoulder. Haven't you? Arya leaned back in her chair, kicking one leg up on the edge of the table.
So why not put both of the remaining whistleblower doubles in the plane? 2 for 1.
Clara shook her head. They know each other through Crowder's corporate circles, but they didn't socialize. If they went down together, it raised flags. Marie nodded. Too clean. Too convenient. Crowder's people would smell it inside of an hour. Clara tapped something into her slate, then stopped mid-motion. Shit, the girlfriend. Arya looked up.
What about her?
Marie already knew. The second Clara said it, the picture clicked into place. Yeah, we have to disappear her too.
She's not a whistleblower,
Arya said, confused. No, Clara said, but she's dating one. And she's visible. She's tagged in pictures. She's linked in socials. If he goes missing and she doesn't, Crowder will notice. Marie's mind was already moving. The plan was growing teeth. Okay, the plane's going to take a day to organize and rig.
And I have to find more bodies,
Arya muttered, clearly delighted by the challenge. That too. Marie turned to Clara. We start with the whistleblower and the girlfriend. I'm thinking murder-suicide, and the suicide ends with fireworks. Clara raised an eyebrow. You want him to blow himself up? No, Marie said, sipping her coffee. I want it to look like he did. He kills her in a fit of rage, dumps the body, writes a confession, and then he offs himself with a dramatic denotation. No remains, no questions. Arya let out a low whistle.
Dark. I like it. Can we even convince her to drop her entire life overnight?
I hope so. I can.
if you don't interrupt me," Clara said smoothly. Marie smirked. "When do I ever interrupt you?" Clara didn't miss a beat. "You want a list?" Aria rolled her eyes. "Either fuck already or stop bickering like an old married couple. Pick a lane." Marie let the jab slide. Her mind was still running through permutations. "I've got a few identities stashed away. One should fit the girlfriend well enough," she said, then paused. "We'll need to stash them somewhere out of reach." "Sonoran Republic doesn't do much business with the Confederacy." Clara raised an eyebrow. "They also don't extradite." Marie smiled. "Perfect. So he kills her, sends an email confession, guilt, panic, all the usual drama, and claims he dumped the body at sea." Clara nodded. "That works." "Then his place goes up in flames. No chance of recovery." "House?" Clara asked. Marie nodded. "Easier to rig, plenty of fuel sources to blame. Aria, I'm going to need some supplies." Aria tapped her slate. "Tell me what you want. If I can't find it, it probably never existed." Marie turned back to Clara. "Can you handle selling it to them?" Clara gave her a long look. "You mean lie to a frightened young couple, tell them they have to vanish off the face of the earth, and convince them that pretending to die horribly is their only hope of survival?" Marie held her gaze. "Yes." Clara gave a humorless smile. "Then yes, I can." "You're not picking up my pieces, Claire," Marie said, softer now. "I'm not dropping this in your lap." "No?" Clara said, tilting her head. "Then what are you doing?" Marie exhaled, not tired, controlled, grounded. "Putting a puzzle together." She stepped forward, close enough that Clara felt it. "Together."
21. Dead Reckoning. Savannah, 4:43 p.m. The day had passed in pieces. Aria spent it with the dead, securing bodies, tagging them, checking for flaws Marie would notice and no one else would. She didn't flinch when she found what she needed. She never did. Marie wasn't sure if that was impressive or unsettling. Clara disappeared into her old networks and emerged with a plane. Twin prop, stubby-winged, ugly enough to be forgettable. An 8-seater called a Bellamy 92, modified from a class of survey aircraft. Clara said it came from someone who owed her a favor and didn't want to ask too many questions. Marie spent the daylight hours wiring the thing like it was her only chance to survive. Remote nav, fail-safe throttle kill, explosive compression chambers tucked into the seating supports. She didn't cut corners, not because she was cautious, but because she didn't like messes she didn't plan. They all came at 5:12 p.m. Clara, voice tight, "They're in. They're scared, but they're in." Marie didn't hesitate. She loaded the last sequence into the nav core, snapped the case shut, and was in her rust-red compact within 5 minutes, pushing the speed limit to the whistleblower's address. They were still packing when she arrived. Clara handled the talking. Marie handled the rest. She moved through the house like a storm, planting, rigging, aligning the charges to mimic an accidental gas line detonation. She worked fast, with the kind of calm that only came from doing this too many times to count. No fingerprints, no hesitation. The detonation would obliterate most of the structure, cook the DNA, and if the email timed right. She finished wiring the ignition relay just after 6:30 p.m., walked to the kitchen, booted up the old terminal, and typed out the confession. Panicked, guilty, frayed at the edges. "I couldn't take it anymore. She begged me to stop. I didn't mean to hurt her." It wasn't poetic. It was real enough to read like the truth. Marie hit send, stepped outside, and walked half a block down past the corner bodega and the rusting mailbox no one used anymore. Then she waited. At 6:48, the house blew. Not all at once. It groaned first. The windows bulged. Then the shockwave rolled out with a sound like God cracking his knuckles. Flames roared up, orange and hungry, as black smoke curled toward the sky in wide, slow ribbons. Marie watched for 30 seconds. No more. By 7:15, she was on the road again. Halfway back to 11, she cursed under her breath, made a sharp right, and veered toward the south end of town. Clara would need IDs. She'd prepped one for the girl, but forgot the guy. Sloppy. She blamed the long day. At 7:49, she handed Clara a manila envelope with the new names, new passports, and enough cash to vanish. They're booked on the 9:20 outbound. No layovers. Once they land, they're ghosts. Clara looked tired, but steady. They'll be safe? Marie nodded. If they stick to the plan. By 8:10, she was back at the morgue. Jerry had left the bodies where she asked. 4 this time. 1 close enough to pass for the whistleblower if you didn't stare too long. The other 3 were filler, anonymous, forgettable. Getting them from the morgue to the hangar was easy. Getting them all into the Bellamy was a process that involved 1 stiff shoulder, 2 dropped curses, and a prolonged fight with a cargo ramp that refused to lock. She hauled, shoved, muttered death threats at inanimate objects, and finally got all 4 into their places. She wired them, just like the house. This time, with fragmentation packs embedded deep enough to ensure no clean pieces remained. At 1:22 a.m., she was done. She stayed in the hangar, propped in the pilot's seat, like it wasn't just a prop in the play she'd written. Slept for maybe an hour, 2, if she was generous with the definition. By 4:30 a.m., the sky had started to fade from black to gray, and she was back in the rust-red compact a few blocks from the airstrip, parked under a flickering streetlight. The portable simulator sat on her lap, slate-sized, low-profile, with a flip-out yoke and miniature readouts synced to the Bellamy's system. Aria had sourced it from a back-channel dealer with no last name and no moral compass. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. At 4:57 a.m., she keyed into the tower frequency, voice steady. Tower, this is November 9er 204, requesting clearance for departure. Visual flight rules. Southeast vector. A pause crackled back through her headset. November 9er 204, you're cleared for takeoff. Wind 3-5 at 7 knots. Contact departure at 120.8. Marie adjusted the sliders on the sim, watching the Bellamy taxi into position on the tarmac half a mile away. Through the windshield of her car, she saw the blinking lights move. Perfectly ordinary. The plane kept climbing. Off course now, but not enough to draw attention. She could almost hear the engine through the silence. Her hand hovered over the detonation switch. 1 flick. That's all it would take. She checked the feed, still veering off course, but that was the plan. Still stable, still climbing. Her eyes drifted for a second, just a second, tired, thinking of next steps. Eliminating Crowder, what to do about Clara, whether she could live with herself if she... An alert chirped, mid-air traffic, collision path. Marie swore and yanked the yoke left on instinct. The Bellamy veered with a smooth correction, dodging a commuter jet that had no idea it had just missed flying through a fireball. Her heart slammed once, twice. "Idiot," she hissed. "You don't get to screw this up now."
The part of her that wanted it to be over was louder than it should have been. The part that imagined what it would have been like to let the plane collide, to make it look like an accident, burn the evidence, clean the slate. She shut it down, hard. No bystanders, no collateral. Not this time. "It's a damn good thing you're getting out now," she muttered, voice bitter. And then, finally, at 5,600 feet, the timer hit 0. She whispered under her breath, "Showtime." She took over from the automatics, and the Bellamy climbed like a tired bird, uneven but steady. At 6,000 feet, she fed in the scripted anomalies to the data recorder buried in the fuselage. Fusilating electrical loads, sudden temperature spikes in the port engine, cabin pressure variance. The tower came back on. "Niner 204 confirmed status. Are you experiencing equipment malfunction?" Marie clicked the transmit. "Tower, we've got smoke in the cabin, electrical fire, port engines redlining." Another pause, longer this time. "Can you return to field?" "Negative." Her voice dropped into a rasp, half smoke, half steel. "Mayday, mayday, mayday. Niner 204 declaring emergency, losing control of flight surfaces." She pressed the trigger. The Bellamy vanished in a mid-air rupture that lit the clouds like a second sunrise. It wasn't clean. It wasn't subtle. It was a noise and fire and falling metal. It was everything Marie needed it to be. She shut down the slate, leaned back in her seat, and didn't move for a long time. 7:02 a.m. The door creaked open on hinges that had never quite stopped complaining, no matter how many times someone sprayed them. Marie stepped inside without ceremony, her boots soft on the old wood floors, the chill of the early morning clinging to her jacket. The apartment was dim and quiet, familiar. She shut the door behind her and didn't bother locking it. Anyone trying to get in now would have far bigger problems than an outdated bolt. From the hallway, Arya emerged like a creature roused from the dead. Hair in disarray, one sock missing, eyes narrowed against the dim light like it was personally offensive. "Please tell me you brought coffee," she croaked. Marie gave her a look that examined exactly 0 ounces of mercy. Arya squinted. "Of course not. That would require logic, or forethought, or basic human decency." She grabbed a jacket off the hook with theatrical resignation, slipping her feet into shoes. "I'm going to find caffeine. If I don't return in 20 minutes, avenge me by blowing up a Starbucks." "Local roaster," Marie said automatically, already shedding her coat. "God, yes, better death, too." Arya shuffled towards the door, then paused. "If you two haven't resolved your sexual Cold War by the time I get back, I'm coming in with 0 espresso and 0 shame." Arya was gone before Marie could muster a reply. She exhaled through her nose and stepped into the kitchen. Clara was already there, leaning against the counter in yesterday's sweater, and a look that wasn't quite rested but wasn't quite sharp-edged either. "You look like hell," she said gently. Marie chuckled, surprising herself. "You should see the other guy." She poured herself a glass of water, drank half in one long swallow, and let the silence breathe for a few seconds. Clara's eyes hadn't left her. "How'd it go?" "The plane's gone. Detonation was clean. Debris field's a mess. The altitude made sure of that. No salvage, no questions." Marie met Clara's eyes. "And the whistleblower?" "Off the grid. IDs are solid. He's got enough cash to vanish. I met him at the terminal, watched him board the maglev. Westbound. No luggage. No trail." Marie nodded slowly. Clara hesitated, then tilted her head. When's the last time you actually slept? Marie shrugged one shoulder. Caught a couple hours in the hangar. That's not enough. Marie didn't argue. She braced her hands on the edge of the counter, letting the weight of it all settle in. She wasn't cold anymore, but she wasn't warm either. Just hollowed out. Like she'd burned everything inside her down to the wiring, and now the lights still flickered, but nothing hummed. Clara moved closer, not touching, not crowding, but close enough to feel like it mattered. You okay? The question was simple. The answer wasn't. Marie's throat tightened before she could stop it. I don't know. Clara waited. I think, Marie said slowly, I'm tired of hiding. Tired of this life. Clara's expression didn't shift, but something in her posture softened. When did you know? When I sent in my resignation. Before, it was just instinct. Survive, complete the mission, disappear. But after I cut the cord, I realized I didn't want back in. Not really. Marie shook her head, looking down. I want out. I want to come in from the cold. Clara's voice was quiet. I never pushed you out. I know. Marie met her eyes. It was all me. I didn't want to taint your light. Clara blinked. Seriously? Marie let out a breath that was halfway to a laugh and halfway to a sob. You were the best thing I'd ever had, Claire, and I couldn't stand the thought of dragging you down with me. I never thought you did. You didn't think less of me? I disagreed with what you did, Clara said carefully. Fixing problems for people with the right credit balance never sat well with me. But it wasn't who you were. It was a job. She looked away, eyes distant for a moment. At the end, you hated yourself so much, I couldn't find my way back to the Marie I fell in love with. That's why I filed the papers, and you made it clear you weren't coming back to us. To me. She turned back. But that's not who you are now, is it? Marie's voice was barely a whisper. No. I'm worse than that. Clara stepped forward, close enough that there was no mistaking the choice in it. But you're getting out, she said. You're pulling yourself back. I've seen it. I've seen her. Maybe not all the time, but in flashes. More this week than the last year of our marriage. You mean that? I never lied to you, Mare. Her voice dropped lower. And I never stopped loving you. Just the person you became. Marie's breath caught. This time she didn't look away. She reached for Clara, and Clara was already there. The kiss wasn't hesitant. It wasn't cautious. It was heat and hunger and forgiveness carved into a single breath. It was years of anger and longing and need collapsed into the space of a heartbeat. Marie's hand slid to Clara's jaw. Clara's fingers tangled in her shirt. They kissed like they'd been starving, like they'd never stop. Words didn't matter. Time didn't matter. What they'd done didn't matter. All that faded away. At least until the door banged open. Fucking finally, Arya announced, holding aloft 2 coffees like a priestess of chaos. If you'd made me wait another 24 hours, I was going to call a therapist and a locksmith. Neither of them so much as glanced at her. Arya blinked. Oh, we're still doing this. Cool, I'll just wait outside and make awkward phone calls. She backed out, still holding the coffees. The door clicked behind her, and Marie laughed. For real this time. Not bitter, not broken, just alive. 22. Terms of survival. 11. 1:12 p.m. Aria sat on the couch, one slate on her knees, another feeding her updates. Her fingers moved fast, her focus faster.
Whistleblower 1 confirmed. Newsnet's got the car fire, though the story's dying down now. The cycle's moved on. Dental records matched. Whistleblower 2 hit the feeds an hour ago. Domestic gone wrong. Alleged suicide. Still under review, but the note's doing its job. And number 3, she smirked. Flaming tragedy at altitude. No survivors.
Marie leaned against the kitchen counter. She looked like someone who'd gotten just enough sleep to regret not getting more. All 3 are ID'd?
Aria nodded. Confirmed across multiple sources. It's a goddamn masterpiece if I say so myself.
Time to call Crowder.
Aria glanced up. You sure?
No, Marie said. But it's the next move. She picked up the burner slate and connected. Encryption lit green. Crowder answered before the first chime ended.
I was wondering when you'd check in.
3 targets neutralized, Marie said. I want a meet. He chuckled.
You're fast when you want to be. But you said 3.
There's a 4th. You know that.
I'm not in the habit of guessing.
Then I'll show you, tonight, in person. A pause.
Why not now?
Marie met Aria's eyes across the room. Because we don't talk business over open comms. Crowder sounded amused.
You think this line isn't secure?
Marie's tone didn't change. I'm sure you're confident it is. Another pause. This one shorter. Tonight, then. I'll send the location. She ended the call. Aria raised an eyebrow. We get all that? Marie held up a second slate, the real one. The one Aria had modified to record audio from any burner within 10 feet. Every word.
Nice,
Aria said, looking unreasonably pleased.
I'd say remind me not to piss you off, but I kind of want to see what happens.
Noted. Marie looked over. The sewer drop? Aria tapped the other slate.
Still pending. The city's work crew is behind schedule. Shocking. I know, but I've been tracking their progress through the Infrastructure Board's Public Works portal. They'll hit the flag site within the next few hours. Bodies planted. Rats have done their thing. It'll look legit.
Marie nodded. Keep on it. I want confirmation before tonight. The front door opened and Clara stepped inside. She pulled off her coat and set it on the hook, her eyes already on Marie. Where were you? While you caught up on sleep, I kept my end of the assignment and checked on our whistleblowers. Marie refused to rise to Clara's tone. And? They're safe, she said. The pair landed in the Sonoran Republic without issue. New IDs cleared customs. They checked in an hour ago. Magliv's riders still off-grid, but I expected that. No red flags yet. Marie straightened. They okay? Scared? Jumpy? Trying not to hope too hard? She crossed the room. They'll make it. Marie nodded once. And secure? As much as I can manage. Clara hesitated. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. Oh? What's next? We're in the endgame now, right? Marie wasn't sure she liked where this was going, but didn't see how not to play along. Right. Which means you'll meet Crowder soon, and take him down. I could take him down remotely. Marie insisted, stubbornly. That's not your style. I know you, Mare. She shrugged. We're setting it up for tonight. I'm going with you. Marie blinked. No, you're not. Clara's voice stayed calm, but her stance was already battle-ready. Yes, I am. Aria didn't even look up.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Marie stepped forward. You think this is a negotiation? Clara didn't flinch. You're not cutting me out again, Marie. This isn't about that. It's about safety. About my safety. Bullshit, Clara snapped. It's about control. Arya whistled low.
Do I need popcorn?
Marie ignored her. I am not dragging you into a room with Crowder. You know what he is. So do you, Clara shot back, and you're going anyway. Marie's jaw tightened. That's different. I'm trained for this. And I'm not? Clara's voice sharpened. You forget what I've been doing while you were off playing assassin. Marie opened her mouth. Arya cut in.
Do not say lawyering. I will scream.
Marie glared at both of them. This isn't a damn joke. Mare, I'm not letting you do this alone. You think I want to do this alone? Arya looked up from her slate.
Hey, do you want a list of all the times you've tried to do this alone? Because I've been keeping one.
Marie shot her another glare. Clara stepped in close, voice low and firm. No, it's not. It's my life, my case, my people, and I'm not letting you walk into that alone. She took another step, leaving inches between them. It might be your up, Mare, but you can't hold all the cards. You can't keep all the control. Not when someone else, me, is involved. The silence that followed was edged and brittled. Marie had one card left to play, but she hesitated. Clara didn't. I'm not standing on the sidelines again. You don't get to shut me out. I'm trying to keep you safe. Marie hated how it sounded. Even as she said it, it felt thin, threadbare. She meant it with everything she had, but the words never came out right. Not for Clara. Because it wasn't just about safety. It was about control. Clara wasn't wrong. Marie kept control the same way she kept knives. Close, hidden, and always sharp enough to cut herself if she wasn't careful. Letting go wasn't in her programming. It hadn't been for years. Clara had always been the exception. She opened her mouth, closed it again. She didn't have the right language for this. Not in Outlook's terms, not in mission briefings or contingency trees. What she had was the truth, and the truth was ugly. I don't want to see you get hurt, she said, finally, quietly and unevenly. Not because of me. Not again. I can handle the fallout if it's mine. But if something happens to you, if I screw this up and it touches you. She broke off. The silence that followed wasn't cold. It was tight, packed, one breath away from shattering. I didn't leave you because I stopped caring. I left because I couldn't stand what I'd become and I couldn't drag you through it. Clara's expression softened, but she didn't speak. I wanted to protect you from what I was turning into, Marie said, and I couldn't stop the slide, not until it was too late. But I swear, Clara, she caught herself, exhaled slowly. A universe with you in it is better. Even if I never get to hold you again, even if you never look at me the way you used to. So if keeping control means keeping you safe, then yes, I'm trying to keep control. Clara took a breath, like she'd been waiting for that exact sentence. She didn't close the distance, didn't leap into the silence like she used to. She walked into it, carefully, intentionally. I love you for that, she said. But I'm not breakable glass, Mare. I'm not yours to lock away in a drawer and hope the world doesn't touch. I'm a big girl. I choose my risks. Marie started to shake her head, but Clara caught her gaze and held it. If we're going to try this again, whatever this becomes, then we do it as partners, not as someone shielding someone else, not as ghost and guardian. Her voice dropped, but her words were iron. Don't push me away again, Mare. Marie didn't have a response, but she didn't step back either. Finally, she said, Fine. You come. But you follow my lead, no arguments. Done. Arya leaned back. Hot. Next time, can we skip the foreplay and get straight to the mission? Marie didn't answer. Her thoughts were already halfway to the meeting and all the ways it could go sideways. You need a nap. Clara said it like she'd just wrapped the perfect defense argument, and Marie didn't argue. Not really. She just let Clara guide her to the bedroom and press a hand gently to her shoulder, like she was pinning her there by sheer moral force. If you're planning on keeping me alive tonight, Clara said, you need to be sharp. I can be sharp tired, Marie muttered, but she didn't move to stand. I want you sharper than that. Marie didn't argue then. She kicked off her boots and slid beneath the coverlet, the hum of her bones louder than the noise in her head. She was out in under a minute. A couple hours later, she woke to the smell of cumin and something slightly burnt. Her nose led her to the kitchen, which was alive with quiet conversation and the occasional clatter of mismatched utensils. Arya was standing over the stove with a wooden spoon and a level of enthusiasm that suggested she wasn't entirely sure what she was making, only that it would be spicy and edible, maybe. Clara had one hand braced on the counter, reading from a slate while occasionally nudging ingredients closer to Arya. Marie leaned in the doorway for a second, watching, letting herself feel what it was like to see them like this. A near stranger and a woman she'd nearly broken, now acting like a household instead of a war room. Smells illegal, Marie said, finally. Arya grinned. Only in 3 provinces. Their late lunch was fast and gobbled together. Bodega bread, lentils, blistered peppers, and something that may have once been cheese. They ate at the small table, plates in hand, elbows on the wood, the steam from the food fogging Clara's slate where she'd pushed it aside. It should have felt ordinary. It didn't. So, Clara said, picking at her pepper. Once Crowder's gone, we hit his network from the top down. That includes financials, complicit partners, and data trails. The whistleblowers give me testimony. I feed it to the right prosecutors. Coordinated release. Synchronized filings. Marie raised an eyebrow. How synchronized? Clara smirked. Enough to make a couple of federal judges choke on their morning espresso. I'd pay to see that, Arya said. Do you take cash, Mo? The slate pinged. Arya grabbed it first, skimmed the alert, and let out a satisfied noise that could have meant anything. 4th body's been found, she announced. Our sewer-dwelling friend made his grand debut. Coroner's team is on site. They're calling in a forensics team for identification. You want to see? She turned the slate around, showing a blurry field image lit by floodlights. It wasn't pleasant. I can get a better pic. Clara didn't even blink. No. Marie considered, then shook her head. Later. Suit yourself, Arya said, tapping away. It's very Picasso meets rat buffet. Marie set her fork down. Any other news? Arya tilted her head. Still nothing from the maglev writer. No signs of detention. But no signal either. But hey, new country, new system. He's probably just figuring out where they put the restrooms. Clara added. He was anxious, but smart. Give him a day. The conversation drifted after that. Easy, but not idle. Gear was checked. Lists were reviewed. Marie opened her battered kit and did a quick inventory, frowning at the lack of some of her usual toys. I miss my real toolkit, she muttered.
You're adorable when you sulk,
Arya said, not looking up. Clara said nothing, just quietly handed Marie a spare EMP pin and a pen-sized dart injector she quietly pocketed from Arya's stash. For the next little while, they worked. They didn't always talk, but they moved like people who had remembered how to trust each other. It was nearly time. She turned and crossed the room with purpose, the emotional weight still clinging to her but buried under layers of training. Clara followed, not quite in step, but close. Arya trailed them both with a cup in one hand and a half-eaten pastry in the other. First things first, Marie said. We get you geared up. Clara raised an eyebrow. You want to arm me? I want to keep you alive. She opened a storage bin near the wall and pulled out a flat case. Inside, folded like an expensive silk, was body armor so thin it looked like a fashion statement. Level 3, laminate weave. Not rated for rifles, but it'll stop a flechette at close range. Clara ran a hand across it. How did you even get this? Marie didn't answer. She was already checking the seams for wear. Put it under your clothes. It won't show unless someone's using spectrum optics, and Crowder's too arrogant to bother. Clara didn't hesitate. She peeled off her shirt in one motion, then unbuttoned her pants. No fanfare, no self-consciousness. Just the brisk efficiency of someone with better things to worry about than modesty. Marie glanced over and didn't look away. She didn't stare, but she didn't not notice. Clara's body was all sharp lines and muscle memory. The soft curve of her waist still familiar enough to land like a sucker punch. Marie busied herself with unfolding the armor as if that might distract her from remembering how that skin had felt under her hands. You need to take off the rest, Marie said. Undergarments, too. The armor works better with nothing between it and your skin. With a wink, Clara said, Buy me dinner first. Arya cackled from the couch. Clara finished undressing anyway. Calm, casual. She stood in the half-light like she had nothing to prove and nothing to hide. Marie stepped forward with the bodysuit, her throat a little too tight. This'll feel snug, she said. Lift your arms. Clara did. Marie slid the laminate weave over her, smoothing it into place with practiced fingers. Quick, focused, not as impersonal as she wanted it to be. What if I have to pee? Clara asked, flexing experimentally. Just like a regular bodysuit. Like that Halloween party? Marie's ears went pink. Yeah, like that. Arya pointed her croissant like a sword.
Wait, was that the one with the vampire lawyer and the pole-dancing robot?
Clara grinned. That's the one. Marie muttered something that sounded like regret and treason rolled into one and sealed the last seam of the armor. You're set, she said, stepping back. Don't get shot. It's good, but not invincible. Clara tilted her head. Neither am I. Exactly, Marie said. I can't believe you told her. She jerked a thumb at Arya. About the party. I didn't expect you to be here. Marie laughed, and for the first time since agreeing to the meet, her hands stopped trembling. Can I get dressed? Marie nodded. Arya chewed noisily.
You want me to put a tracker on her too? Maybe a microcam? Get the full spy movie girlfriend package?
Marie gave her a flat look. I already am. Arya blinked.
Are you?
Marie held up a tiny strip of adhesive barely the size of a nail. Left shoulder seam. If things go wrong, I need to know where to find her." Clara didn't object. She just turned her shoulder closer to Marie. "Go ahead." Marie pressed the strip into place, then adjusted the armor under it. Her fingers moved fast, focused. She didn't let herself think about the feel of Clara under her hands. "Not now." "What's our cover?" Clara asked. "Are we walking in as a couple or a team?" Marie hesitated. Arya whistled.
Oof, that's a question.
"If we go in as a couple, he underestimates you," Marie said. "Thinks you're emotional, lacking objectivity. Maybe he lets his guard down." "Sounds promising," Clara said. "Or he thinks you're a weak spot to exploit, a hostage in waiting." Clara's expression didn't shift. "And if we go in as a professional pair?" Marie nodded. "He respects it, plays it more cautiously, might try to divide us, play one off the other." Arya stretched out on the couch like she was at a play.
"Which one gets us more time?"
Marie's fingers drummed on the case. "Depends what we're trying to get from him. Information? Confirmation? A crack in the armor?" "A chance to kill him," Clara said quietly. Marie looked up. Arya raised her croissant like a toast.
"Now that's a foreplay."
"We play it neutral," Marie said after a moment. "Close enough to hint at personal history, distant enough to suggest we've moved past it. Ambiguity makes him second guess. Second guessing eats time." Clara nodded. "You think he'll bring security?" "He always does," Marie said. "But he won't expect trouble, not tonight. He thinks we're on his side now."
"And if he realizes otherwise?"
Arya asked. Marie's eyes were cold now. "Then he bleeds." She turned back to Clara. "You sure about this?" "I said yes. I meant it." Marie didn't answer, but she adjusted the armor one last time, smoothing the edge with more care than was strictly necessary. Arya tossed her empty coffee cup into the bin.
"Well, if you die, can I have the red jacket?"
Clara didn't blink. "If I die, you'll have bigger problems." Marie smiled faintly. "Let's keep it that way." 5:48 p.m. Marie geared up with no apology. Sidearm holstered high and tight, slimline flechette mags slotted into the lining of her jacket, throwing blades tucked into custom sheaths sewn against her thighs, an injector pen nestled in her boot. Under her coat, the matte mesh of reactive armor molded against her frame like a second skin. She didn't care who saw her like this. Let them see. Clara returned from the bedroom, dressed in slate gray slacks, a matching blazer, and the body armor hidden beneath it. She looked more like a negotiator than a weapon, but Marie knew better. She'd helped build the woman standing in front of her. Clara locked eyes with her. "You ready?" Marie checked the chamber of her sidearm. "Ready." They rode down in silence. Clara's car was curbside, its windows tinted darker than regulation. Marie slid into the passenger seat, adjusting her coat without comment. Clara drove like she argued, calm, direct, unforgiving in tight spaces. It wasn't until they were halfway to Crowder's estate that Clara spoke again. "You know, I get it now," she said, keeping her eyes on the road. "Why you couldn't quit. Why you stayed in so long. It's a rush, a high." Marie arched an eyebrow. "You think I was addicted?" Clara's lips twitched. "Not to the blood, or the job, but the clarity, the way everything sharpens when you know the stakes." Marie didn't answer right away. "I didn't do it for the rush." "No," Clara agreed. "But how could you not feel it? This..." She gestured loosely to the road, the city sliding past in window and blur. This is the first time I've felt alive in years. It's better than arguing motions in a stuffy courtroom. It's all fun until someone shoots at you. Clara gave her a sidelong look. I guess we'll see. Crowder's estate, 6:27 p.m. They were expected. A gate opened without prompting. A driverless car escorted them up a winding path flanked by curated trees and old money arrogance. Pale stone facades, elegant floodlighting, surveillance eyes expertly hidden. The valet took Clara's keys without a word. They were met by a tall woman in black, Crowder's new assistant, maybe. She gestured without speaking, leading them away from the house, along a gravel path lit by discreet ground LEDs. Guest cottage? Clara murmured. Too small, Marie said. Looks like staff quarters that got remodeled to make someone feel special. Clara smiled without humor. How quaint. The assistant opened the door, then left. No one inside. The cottage had been redone in quiet luxury. Soft lighting, reinforced windows, modern art meant to signal taste rather than passion. Marie's instincts bristled. She scanned corners, mirrors, furniture spacing. What the fuck is he playing at? She said, low. A voice answered from the hallway.
I could ask you the same thing.
Crowder stepped into view. He looked casual, expensive, polished, and not alone. Behind him, tentative, pale and out of place, was a young man, early 20s, skinny, pasty dark hair that hadn't been sunlit in weeks. His oversized jacket hung off his frame like armor he didn't earn. Clara's face went still. Then she whispered, Eli? The young man blinked. Recognition dawned. He stepped forward, uncertain. Clara? Marie didn't move, but in her head, alarms started screaming. 23. No clean exits. Crowder's guest cottage, 6:31 p.m. The room went still. Crowder smiled like he'd already won. He gestured lazily toward the kid behind him.
I guess you two know each other.
Clara's mouth worked before the sound came. Eli? She said again. Eli had the decency to look embarrassed. His hands fidgeted in the sleeves of his oversized jacket, and he avoided Clara's gaze. You were on the maglev, she said, voice low, stunned. I saw you board. 2 stops, he mumbled. I got off 2 stops later. Wasn't hard. Marie shifted her weight subtly. Too far from cover, too exposed. Her fingers curled against her thigh, itching for a weapon she couldn't yet draw. Why? Clara asked, stepping forward. Eli looked at her, finally. He looked like someone who'd been living in a bunker of fear until someone offered him a map out. They offered me 10 kilos of gold, he said. That's more than I'd make in 5 years, maybe 10. Marie's voice was cold. You should have bargained harder. He looked at her and the obvious weapons scattered over her body. We're not all killers like you. That one hit. Not deep, but true. Clara didn't flinch. She stepped forward, voice low but clear. No anger, just heartbreak. Eli, please, think about what you're doing. He looked at her, jaw tight. He was sweating, his hands fidgeting, but he held his ground. They said they'd ruin me, he said. That I'd never work again. That my brother would lose his job. That I'd be flagged forever. Clara shook her head. You were going to help stop them. You were going to expose the kind of corruption that destroys lives. And that's worth more than money, more than your silence. He didn't respond. She pressed harder, her voice rising, not pleading, not begging, fierce. You know what Crowder's people have done. The trafficking, the payoffs, the bodies. I've seen your deposition notes. You know what's at stake. His eyes flickered to Crowder, and that was answer enough. Clara's voice broke. You were brave once. You can be brave again. Crowder gave a quiet, approving hum.
That was beautiful. Really.
He turned to Eli, smiled like a predator.
You hear that? She believes in you.
Eli didn't move. Marie's hand dropped half an inch toward her coat. Crowder turned back to Clara.
You always did have a silver tongue. Would have made a hell of an asset if you didn't keep trying to tear down perfectly good empires.
And then, without warning, without ceremony, he turned and shot Eli in the chest. A clean shot, center mass, not even messy. Eli jerked backward, eyes wide with disbelief. He hit the ground like a sack of wet laundry, the sound of him hitting the floor lost beneath Clara's gasps. His last breath rattled through the room, small, fragile, human. Crowder didn't look down. He was already turning back to them.
Thanks for the reminder,
he said, lifting the gun again.
Loose ends don't tie themselves.
Clara stared at him in shock and horror. He trusted you, Crowder said.
That was his first mistake.
Then he shifted the barrel toward Clara.
And this is about to be your last.
Marie stepped forward before she could stop herself, half between them.
What does that mean?
Her voice came out low, controlled, too controlled. Crowder smiled, not wide, not smug, something colder.
It means I'll kill her unless you do it for me.
Marie's heart slammed against her ribs.
No.
He didn't blink.
There's going to be at least one more body on the floor tonight.
A pause.
2 if I have to do it myself. Don't think I won't.
Clara stepped forward. You don't have to do this.
Crowder cut in, sharp. You don't get a vote, counselor. You gave that up when you walked through my door.
He looked back at Marie. All business now. All blood.
6 more kilos. Same terms. You pull the trigger, you walk out richer. She dies either way, Marie. You just get to choose if it's on your hands or mine.
Her breath caught. Her vision narrowed. Clara. Frozen beside her. Trusting. Terrified. Marie couldn't let this be real. But she could feel Clara beside her. Warm and alive. And so breakable. Options. The weight of the gun at her back. None of it helped. She couldn't fake this. Couldn't plan her way around it. Not when the equation ended with Clara on the floor. Her fingers twitched at her side. She forced them still. Crowder's eyes narrowed. Tick-tock. Marie started to pace, not calm, not collected, like someone trying not to detonate. I need a minute, she said. Her voice cracked like a fault line.
60 seconds,
Crowder replied, tone infuriatingly pleasant.
Then I stop negotiating.
Marie moved, not towards Clara, not toward the door. She drifted wide, slow and loose, as if the tension in her body had nowhere to go but out through her feet. The perimeter, safe-ish, neutral ground. Her brain blurred. Range, too far. Time to draw, too long. Clara's position, vulnerable. Crowder's stance, confident, gun ready, line of sight unobstructed. She couldn't rush him. He'd get the shot off. Her fingers brushed her sidearm beneath her coat. Safety still on. Grip solid. Pulse erratic. She needed a distraction, a break in his rhythm, a blink, a breath, something, anything. Clara hadn't moved. And that, God help her, that mattered more than the gun. She stood like a fixed point in the storm, eyes locked on Marie. Not pleading, not panicking, reading, waiting. She could see it, the war waging behind Marie's eyes, every flicker of strategy, every calculation edged in dread. Beneath the horror, Clara still hoped, still trusted. Marie's throat closed. Her hand trembled. She couldn't afford emotion. Not now. Not here. But it cracked through the gaps in her armor anyway. And Clara didn't look away. "You're really offering me a kill fee?" Marie asked, voice flat. "Not just a kill fee," Crowder said, lips pulling back over teeth like a fox with a gift basket. "A future. You walk out of here alive. With her dead, no more targets, no more risk." His tone was almost warm, like he was doing her a favor, like he didn't know she was already bleeding. "And you trust me to do that?" she said. She asked, circling behind a side table. "No," Crowder smiled wider, "but I'm betting you hate yourself enough to try." Marie's hand hovered near her coat, near the grip. Her breath came slow, too slow. Clara's jaw tightened, eyes flicking between them. Time slowed. Marie shifted her stance, easing behind the table, angling, buying cover in inches. Crowder tracked her, lazy, confident. The gun in his hand stayed steady, but his finger wasn't on the trigger. Not yet. It rested outside the guard, right where a nice, by-the-book safety course said it should be. But Marie didn't go to that school. She went to the one where half-seconds meant coffins. Her breath locked. That was it, the opening. The window might not last. She didn't wait for it to close. She whispered, "No deal," and pulled the trigger. Crowder's hand exploded in red. His gun hit the floor with a clatter, fingers no longer working. His scream was an incoherent blend of frustration and pain. "Move!" Marie shouted. Clara didn't hesitate. They sprinted through the door, boots thudding against the polished wood floor, slicing through the silence Crowder had shattered. The hallway was narrow, lined with old paintings and fresh money. No alarms yet, but voices behind them, boots, shouts. Marie pivoted hard, dragging Clara into another hall. Her brain mapped every step, every corner. The estate was sprawling and winding, and every second counted. "Car?" Clara panted. "Backlot, northeast corner." They hit a side exit. Gravel crunched underfoot as they ran past manicured hedges and sculpted lights that had never seen a real emergency. The lot came into view, and so did the problem. 2 guards, one by the gate, one standing next to Clara's car, weapon already drawn, expression calm. Marie skidded them to a stop behind a hedge. She yanked open her coat and handed Clara a compact sidearm, safety already off. Clara started. "You know I hate these." "I know," Marie said, "but I hate the idea of you dying more." She peeked again. 2 men, no good cover. They couldn't take the car.
Not without making noise, and they couldn't make noise. Not yet. Alternate route, Marie muttered. Follow me. They cut back through the garden paths, angling west. Marie remembered passing something earlier, another outbuilding, tucked off of the way. Staff quarters, maybe storage, maybe another exit route. As they approached, Crowder's assistant stepped out of the shadows like a shadow herself, tall and sharp in a matte black suit. Pale hair slicked back in a knife-sharp bob. Immaculate, merciless. "You're not supposed to be here," she said, her voice as smooth as the pistol holstered at her hip. Marie raised her hands, not high, just enough to signal that she hadn't drawn yet. Her eyes swept the space. 2 guards, one left, one right. Both armed, both alert. She clocked their stance, mirrored their spacing. No backup in sight, for now. Clara stepped forward, palms slightly raised but voice unwavering. "Listen to me. Crowder's going down. That's not a threat, it's a timeline. You don't have to throw yourself under the bus to protect him." The woman didn't flinch. "I have my orders." Marie counted silently. 3 of them. 2 of us. Clara wasn't trained for this, but she was steady. Her pulse hadn't jumped. Yet. Marie's fingers itched toward her sidearm. Not yet. Not yet. Clara kept going. "What's your name?" A flicker. The woman hesitated. Then, "Lazari." "Lazari, okay." Clara nodded like she was working a deposition. "I don't know what he promised you, but I guarantee the moment we walk away, you become expendable. You're his liability now." Lazari's expression didn't shift. "He'll protect me." Clara shook her head, almost gently. "He protected Eli, too, right up until the moment he put a bullet in him." Still, no reaction. But her left hand curled slightly. Defensive tell. Marie catalogued it. "You think Crowder doesn't have a plan for you?" Clara said. "You've seen too much. You've helped too much. That makes you valuable until it makes you dangerous." Marie stepped in now. Her voice was lower, aimed to land where the fear lived. "What happened to the last assistant, Lazari?" A blink, but no answer. "I'll tell you," Marie continued. "He's buried somewhere on this estate. Shallow grave, maybe under the new paving stones. Crowder doesn't like loose ends." Lazari didn't move, but her jaw shifted, almost imperceptibly. Marie took another step, her words sharper now. "Crowder killed Eli 20 minutes ago. Didn't even flinch. Just shot him mid-sentence. Because Eli might have changed his mind. That's all it took." Now Lazari's shoulders rose a fraction. Not bracing, bristling. "He's not going to trust you after this," Marie said. "You saw too much. You didn't stop us. Hell, maybe you're planning to make a deal. That's what he'll wonder." Clara's voice gentled. "Don't throw yourself away for a man who would put a bullet in you to prove a point." Lazari's fingers twitched. Marie saw it. A flicker of indecision. A tell. It was the kind of shift she'd trained her whole life to read without hesitation. Act, neutralize, move on. But this time, something in her held back. She didn't know why. No, she did. She hoped. Hoped Lazari would make the right choice. Hoped the warning had landed. That she'd lower her hand, let them pass. Be better. Hope was a delay. A luxury. It cost her half a second. Her hand went for her coat. Too late. Lazari's expression didn't change, but her hand moved. She drew. Marie's heart lurched,
body jerking into motion with the kind of desperation that didn't live in training manuals. "Shit," she breathed, diving as the first muzzle flash tore through the dark. Gunfire split the night. The first round caught Marie in the thigh, meaty, high, not a kill shot, but enough to drop her to one knee with a snarl. Pain laced up her side like lightning set to music, and she tasted copper at the back of her throat. She hit the ground, firing. Lazari went down in a spray of shattered gravel, her sidearm spinning off into the dark. But that was just the opening act. More shadows moved at the edges of the estate. 2, maybe 3 shapes, fast, trained, rifles at the ready. Marie fired at the lead, caught one center mass, but the others ducked behind the ornamental stonework and opened up with tight, discipled bursts. Concrete chipped, ricochets sparked. She dragged herself behind a low wall, cursing as blood soaked through the armor at her thigh. Clara was already there, hands pressed hard to the wound, her face pale and focused. "Through and through," she said, voice grim. "But it's bleeding like hell." "Still got both legs," Marie said through clenched teeth. "That's the metric, right?" Another burst peppered the stone near Clara's shoulder. She flinched, but didn't move. Marie snapped up and fired again. Tight double taps, clean and practiced. More to keep heads down than to score kills. One guard shouted. Wounded, maybe. Hard to tell in the chaos. Didn't matter. She dropped back behind the stone and checked her mag. 4 flechettes left. The spare was still tucked inside her jacket, but drawing it would cost seconds she didn't have. After that, she had blades, she had the pen, she had options. But none she liked. Not with Clara beside her. Not when running meant bleeding. And bleeding meant slowing down. "We stay here," Marie panted. "They'll box us in, that's the play. Pinpoint, surround, squeeze." Clara nodded, already pulling Marie toward the cover of a low stone wall. "Then we don't give them time to close it." Marie clenched her jaw. "Your car's locked. They'll have it covered." "It's still our best chance," Clara said, not slowing. "We don't know what's behind us." Marie didn't argue. She couldn't. Not when Clara was right. Not when the pressure building behind them felt like an avalanche waiting to drop. She slumped against the wall as they ducked behind it. Blood was soaking through the side of her pants, a reminder that their clocks were ticking. Clara didn't waste time. She shrugged out of her blazer, dropped to one knee, and tore a strip from the hem like she'd done it a dozen times. "Could use the emergency bandage in the med pack," Marie muttered. "Could," Clara said, "but this is faster." She worked quietly, tying the fabric tightly above the wound. "And you bled on me. This blazer is already a loss." "Sorry." "You will be if you die in it." Marie gave a breath that was almost a laugh, but it caught on a grimace. Clara finished the knot, then grabbed Marie's wrist and shoved the backup pistol into her palm. The one Marie had insisted she carry. "Take it," she said. "You'll need it before I do." Marie hesitated, then closed her fingers around the grip. Her voice was quiet. "I could stay here, slow them down. You make a break for it." Clara straightened fast, eyes flashing. "A month ago, I would have agreed with you." Marie blinked. "That's not—" Clara cut in, fierce and focused. "But you're an idiot if you think I'm leaving you behind now. Not now. Not ever again." Another burst of gunfire cracked through the trees, closer this time. Reflexively, Marie shifted to shield Clara, angling her good leg forward, bracing. "Save your ammo," Clara reminded her. "We need surprise more than blood." Marie gave a curt nod, but didn't holster the weapon. They moved again, Clara half carrying her, Marie half limping, gritted teeth so tight she could taste copper. The estate grounds blurred around them. Hedgerows, decorative fountains, smug little topiaries that mocked the chaos. They were running for the car now, because it was the devil they knew, and devils were better than ghosts with guns. They were halfway to the car when the bad luck hit. 2 guards, not a patrol, not hunting, just there. Maybe taking a smoke break, maybe checking a perimeter, or maybe fate wanted to twist the knife a little more. One spotted them and shouted. The other reached for his weapon. Marie didn't wait. She shoved Clara toward the hedge with a muttered, "Cover," and launched herself at the closer one, leading with her knife. It wasn't graceful. On one leg, everything was angles and pain. Her balance was shot. Her depth perception wavered. But the blade found its first mark, slashing across the man's bicep as he raised his arm. He screamed, tried to backhand her. She ducked, barely, came up with a jab to the gut. Armor. Shit. He swung again, connected. Marie's ribs sang. The air ripped out of her lungs in a wet gasp, but she didn't stop. She staggered, twisted, stabbed upward towards the soft meat between collarbone and throat. Missed. He caught her wrist and slammed her against a tree, hard enough to rattle bark loose. White stars burst behind her eyes. Her free hand clawed for her second blade, shoulder screaming as she overextended and drove it into his inner thigh, deep and twisted. He howled. She jerked the blade free and buried it in his neck, arterial, fast. He went down, choking. Marie didn't wait for him to finish dying. She turned. Clara was still up, barely, fighting off the second guard with every ounce of stubbornness she had. Her lip was split, and one eye was already swelling. Her stance was off, legs too wide. She'd fought before, but not like this. Not to survive. Something primal snapped inside Marie. She charged. Her body didn't want to move. It screamed in protest, pain blooming across her side. Her arm refusing to raise properly, blood loss fogging her vision. But she didn't stop. She hit the second guard low, blade first. He bellowed and backhanded her hard enough to spin her around and drop her to one knee. Clara shouted something. Marie didn't hear it. She lunged again, knife in a reverse grip, jamming it under his ribs. He didn't fall. Too big, too fast, too much. He drove his elbow down into her back. Something cracked. She bit back a scream. Clara tried to help, threw herself at him, but he caught her and shoved her into the dirt. Marie roared. She didn't remember moving, didn't feel the impact as she tackled him from behind, locking her arms around his throat. His elbow crushed into her side. Her arm bent the wrong direction. Pain flared and stayed. She didn't let go. She used her body like a weapon, like a promise. Her knife hand, numb now, found the soft place under his jaw and forced the blade in. Once, twice. The third time he jerked and dropped. She collapsed with him, too spent to swear. Clara crawled to her knees, blood smeared across her cheek. "Marie?" "I'm good," Marie rasped. "Just don't let me lift anything, or walk, or breathe." Clara ignored her, helped her up. Marie's legs buckled. They leaned on each other, bleeding, broken, barely upright, but still moving. Together, they limped towards the car.
24. Bite and Burn. Crowder Estate, 7:39 p.m. They reached the car with adrenaline running dry and bones held together by spite. Marie called them to a halt. Wait. Clara was panting, not from the sprint, but from trying to hold Marie up without both of them toppling. What? We're here. The guards. Gone, Marie said. Too quiet. Lights were coming on all across the estate. Spotlights, porch lamps, interior strobes. Not coordinated yet, but enough to say the place was waking up. Marie's head was full of cotton and static. Her legs screamed with every heartbeat. But something itched behind her eyes. That little whispering edge she used to call her threat radar. Clara shifted beside her. We need to move. Just a few more seconds, Marie murmured. Trust me. They waited. Nothing happened. Clara let out a breath. Maybe it's clear. Maybe my radar's shot. Marie's voice was grim, not used to being on the receiving end. Clara hit the unlock on her key fob. The hazard lights blinked. A split second later, pop, whomp. 2 narrow vertical plumes erupted from the dirt beside the driver and passenger doors. No explosion, not in the traditional sense. Just twin spears of focused force punching skyward, slicing air and light with terrifying precision. Clara jerked back with a strangled curse. Marie didn't flinch. Her breath left her in a slow, relieved exhale. Viper's fangs. Viper what? Clara snapped, heart thundering. Smart minds, directional, all vertical, no lateral splash. Marie pointed at the dirt where the puck-sized craters still smoked. They put him close to the car, aiming for legs. Maybe torsos. We waited 5 seconds longer and we'd be in pieces. Clara's expression curdled. Your radar can go fuck itself. Marie smiled faintly. Still works, apparently. Any more surprises? Clara asked. Don't know, Marie said. But that should have been it. Clara eyed the car, then hit the unlock again. Nothing. They moved, cautiously. No other minds, no alarms. Clara slid into the driver's seat, muttering about booby traps and lawsuits. Marie pulled herself in on the passenger side, teeth clenched until her vision darkened. The running lights flicked on automatically when Clara punched the car on. Turn 'em off. Marie slurred. Clara flinched. Shit. Can't. It's a damn safety feature. Fuse box, Marie said, already reaching. She popped the cover, scanning by muscle memory more than sight. 10 amp. Should be, I think. She yanked it. Darkness returned and started towards the estate's main gate. No, Marie croaked. Back gate. There's a back gate? Every snake has another way out, Marie said. She dragged the slate out of her pocket with fingers that didn't want to obey. She pulled up the estate schematic. Her hands trembled, but the image loaded. There, she said. Turn right. Clara frowned, though she was already turning. Are you sure? Marie didn't answer. She slumped against the seat, breath hitching. Then she went still. Too still. Marie? Nothing. Clara's foot eased off the gas, but she didn't stop. Not yet. Marie stirred. Where are we? She rasped, not quite there. Almost off the estate, Clara said. I had no idea it was this big. Marie shook her head, slow, like every movement had to get cleared through layers of fog and pain. No, something's wrong. Something. Her brow furrowed. It won't come. It won't. Her breath caught.
Clara, stop.
Clara didn't hesitate. She slammed the brakes. The car skidded, crunched into uneven gravel, stopped with a jolt. Clara's voice was tight. Why? Marie's eyes stayed closed. Guards. You said there wouldn't be any. I forgot. Her voice was faint, distant. Basic rules of the hunt. Drive the prey where you want them. She faded again, slumping sideways. Clara caught her with one hand on the shoulder, the other still on the wheel. Right, Clara said aloud, half to herself. So Crowder knows we wouldn't risk the front gate. Locked down, probably mined. That leaves one exit. This one. She reached across and gently pried the slate from Marie's fingers. The screen was still lit. Okay, let's see. She scanned the map, spotted the utility lane running parallel to a line of old trees. If Marie was right, and of course she was, it'd connect to the highway. Clara turned the wheel hard left. There's no road over there, she muttered. Then she gunned it anyway. The brush clawed at them like it held a grudge. The car rattled, battered by branches and dense undergrowth. Leaves slashed the windshield. Clara leaned forward, jaw clenched, every muscle tight. This was not on my to-do list today, she growled. Marie didn't respond. She was out again. But they were moving. And with any luck, they'd be off the estate before Crowder realized he'd lost them for good. Branches screamed against the paint, and Clara gritted her teeth. This was not on my to-do list today. Marie slumped in the seat, fluttered her eyes open. You're doing great. Clara shook her head. The blood loss is going to your head. She coughed and groaned. Really, you are. Say that again when we aren't about to get murdered by horticulture. Then they punched through a last barrier of overgrowth and burst onto blacktop. Highway 42 stretched blessedly empty before them. For the moment, they were out. And Crowder didn't know it yet. Clara pulled the car to the shoulder, muttering, Lights. Gotta get lights. She cracked the fuse box open again, swore under her breath. Marie, which fuse? Damn it. Marie was out cold. Clara grabbed another 10 amp, didn't even check what it was for, and shoved it into the slot Marie had yanked. The dashboard blinked. Headlights snapped on. Good enough. She hit the road, tires spitting gravel, and pointed the car toward Savannah. They were halfway back when Marie stirred. Where are we? She croaked. Savannah. Almost there. Clara glanced sideways. I'm getting you to a hospital. No. Marie's voice didn't rise, but it cut like wire. Can't. Clara's jaw tightened. Don't you think I thought of that? I'm not walking you into a security scanner. I've got a friend on staff. He's meeting us. No records, no red flags. He owes me. Marie blinked slowly, the words dragging through her fog. Clara reached over, steadied her. He'll patch you up. I know you won't rest. Not properly, but he'll do what he can. That good enough? Marie's throat worked. Better than I deserve. Damn right I am. Marie turned her head, just barely. Not what I meant. Clara smiled faintly, eyes on the road. Yes, it was. Savannah General Hospital, 5:13 a.m. The curtain scraped back on its track. A man in his late 40s stepped into Marie's line of sight, wearing scrubs and an expression like he'd seen worse. But not much. His badge read Dr. Malcolm Vey. His tone was brisk, but not unkind. You're lucky, he said. Lucky you're not dead.
Luckier still someone brought you in who knows the drill.
Marie blinked at him through the haze. Everything hurt, even her hair.
You've got a bullet wound through the thigh. Clean pass, no bone, but messy. Broken ulna, hairline ribs, dislocated shoulder, one hell of a concussion, and what I'm pretty sure is the most impressive collection of bruises I've seen this year. And I work ER nights.
Clara stepped into view behind him, arms folded tight. Dr. Vey pulled out a small slate.
You'll need a rest. Nothing strenuous. You'll be stiff for weeks. Keep the arm in the sling for at least a few days, and do not, under any circumstances, go getting shot again before Thursday.
He paused.
Which I know you'll ignore, because you're that kind of person. So at least try not to bleed on anyone important.
Marie managed a noise that might have been a laugh, or a cough. It was hard to tell. Clara touched the doctor's arm. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" He nodded, and they stepped away. Marie watched them go but didn't strain to listen. She could barely hear enough.
She's stable, he said softly. But she needs a few days, not a few hours.
I know, but we don't have them.
I'm guessing she's not the type who listens even when she's not concussed?
Clara didn't answer. Marie let the words drift into the background. Her thoughts were elsewhere, on rooftops and trigger pulls, on blood that wasn't hers, and hands that never hesitated. Clara had done all of it, moved when Marie couldn't, chosen the impossible and pulled it off anyway. She hadn't flinched. Not when the car lit up, not when the guards opened fire, not when she'd had to drive a wounded ex-wife through a field in the dark and hold her together with nothing but grit and an expired first aid kit. Marie felt the emotion rising and let it sit there, warm and sharp. She didn't know what to do with it yet, but she wasn't pushing it away. Clara came back in. "Time to go." Marie nodded. The hospital let her sign herself out against medical advice. Clara didn't argue, but her jaw was set like reinforced steel. They made it to the car. It looked worse in daylight. The hood was scrapped, the paint gouged by branches, a headlight cracked and spider-webbed like it had taken a punch. The entire undercarriage probably needed realignment. Marie stared at it. "I'll replace it, or get it repaired." Clara stared at her. "I don't care about the damn car." Marie wisely shut up and got in. They drove in silence for a while. The city stirred around them, pink creeping into the sky, traffic lights blinking from yellow to full service. Then Clara exhaled and began to speak. "I'm sorry. Wait." Clara's hands gripped the wheel tighter. "You were right. I was wrong. I had no business being there, and because I was, you nearly died." She stole a glance at Marie. "You're not the only one who gets to fuck up, Mare. I'm so sorry." Marie waited, sensing there was more. When Clara spoke again, her voice was controlled, almost clinical in its detachment. "Do you know how close you came to dying?" "I heard." Clara rolled on like Marie hadn't spoken. "The bullet went clean through. It missed the artery by 0.5 centimeter. The ribs will knit, but you're going to be in pain for weeks. The arm's going to be weak for a while, and the shoulder, if you lift anything over 5 kilos in the next week, I'll break the other one for symmetry." Marie opened her mouth. "Don't. I'm not done." Marie closed it. "The bruising is deep. Your right eye is already going purple and the left one's not far behind. You've got a serious concussion and what Dr. Vey called exhaustion-induced systemic stress response, which is code for your body is trying not to fall apart from the inside out." She looked over. Marie was listening. Really listening. Clara's voice cracked. "You could have died.
Just when I finally get you back, you could have died. Marie swallowed. I can forgive you for leaving, Clara continued, soft but shaking. I can forgive you for what you did after you left, but I can't lose you again. You hear me, Marie Elaine Fontaine? The middle name dropped like a pin in a silent room. Tears tracked down Clara's cheeks. Marie reached across the console, wincing as her shoulder protested, and curled her fingers around Clara's hand. I hear you, she said, voice quiet, rough and honest. And I forgive you too. They didn't speak again for a while, but they didn't let go either. 25. Fallout patterns. 11. 7:02 a.m. The door clicked open on the second try, Marie's fingers barely cooperating, and they stepped into the dim, cool quiet of 11. Aria burst out of the guest room before the lock finished its cycle. She was barefoot, wearing a too large tee that read, "Bite Me," in cracked, glow-in-the-dark letters, and aiming a matte black sidearm straight at Marie's heart. Whoa, Clara said, hands half up. Aria blinked, lowered the gun. Oh, it's you. She squinted at Marie. Damn, you look like roadkill. Sexy roadkill, but still. Marie didn't answer, just nodded at the weapon. Nice grip. Trigger discipline's solid. Aria beamed. I sleep hot and armed. Clara muttered. That explains so much. They made it 3 steps further before Aria's voice hit them like a sonic boom. What the actual fuck happened? She demanded. I thought you were going to talk to Crowder, not reenact the final act of a Tarantino flick with bonus trauma, smoke effects, and an off-Broadway body count. And is that blood on your collar, or are you auditioning for worst date night ever? Marie didn't get a chance to answer. Clara had already pulled out a chair and was steering her into it with firm hands and zero patience. Aria didn't let up. Did he double-cross you? Did you double-cross him? Did someone else triple-cross you while disguised as a bar cart? How did we go from professional debrief to The Hitman's Revenge meets SF Medical? In 12 hours. Clara crouched next to Marie, checking her bandages. You'll get the full story. Later. But this is my favorite part, when you two come back half dead and let me watch the director's cut. Aria crossed her arms. Seriously, Clara, you're bleeding through your blouse and Marie looks like she went 12 rounds with a blender. Did you try diplomacy at all or skip straight to improvised munitions? We tried diplomacy, Marie said. Clara stood up with a huff. Then Crowder shot someone. Everything spiraled from there. Aria blinked. Shot you? No, Marie said. Someone else first. Then he tried to shoot us, Clara added. Shot her. That was before we drove through hedges. Well, that's charming, Aria said. I hope you left him a negative review. She moved to the fridge, pulled out a bottle of water, and tossed it to Clara, who caught it with one hand and immediately pressed it to the back of her neck. For my peace of mind, Aria continued, tone sliding into mock serious. Was the dramatic field chase a planned part of the date, or did you two improv that between kisses and kill shots? Clara turned bright red. It wasn't a... Marie actually laughed, then immediately regretted it with a grimace and a low curse. Oh, God. Don't make me laugh. Something's cracked, or maybe everything is cracked. Aria raised an eyebrow. So, kissing confirmed. It is not confirmed, Clara snapped, pulling herself together but still flushed to the ears. I mean, I was unconscious for part of it. Marie added, helpfully, could have been a dream sequence. Clara looked like she wanted the ground to open and swallow her whole.
Arya leaned against the table, grinning. Well, if you're both alive and making each other blush, I guess things could be worse.
They almost were, Marie said, voice quieter now. We're lucky we got out. Arya sobered, eyes flicking to the bandage at Marie's thigh and the bruising beneath Clara's collar.
Yeah, I can see that. So what's the plan?
Court for us, rest for her, Clara answered. Marie took a slow breath. I can rest. Crowder's going to realize the others are still alive. He'll start hunting them. Clara set her hand lightly on Marie's shoulder. We'll handle it. But right now, you sit. You breathe. And for the love of sanity, don't laugh again. Marie gave a ghost of a smile. No promises. No promises, indeed, Clara muttered. She pulled her hair back into a quick twist, fingers searching for something to tie it with, and coming up empty. Arya wordlessly tossed her a binder clip from the table. Clara caught it midair with a nod of thanks and snapped it into place like she'd done it 100 times. Arya, she said, tone shifting into something familiar. Can we secure the safe house? More, I mean.
Already on it,
Arya replied, snatching up her slate.
The one in the Republic's out of reach, remote testifying only. I'm working on a clean uplink that won't ping any networks tied to Crowder's people.
Can we do the same for the other two?
Maybe, Arya said. Depends on the judge, and the tech. And whether you can convince the system to bend without snapping it in half.
She grinned up at Clara.
You're still on speaking terms with Judge Raines, right? Or did you call her a bloodless bureaucratic toad last time?
That was years ago, Clara said. Arya smirked.
So, still on the Christmas card list then?
Marie tried to interject. I'm not sure remote is enough. Crowder's going to... We know, Clara said without looking at her. And we're accounting for it. Security firms, Clara added, switching back. Start betting. I want boots, not buzzwords. Nothing subcontracted and AI-only sweeps. No one with a tactical influencer division. Arya snorted.
You say that like I'd ever hire someone who uses the word synergy in a field report.
Only the ones we trust, Clara pressed. Arya rolled her eyes.
I have done this before, boss.
Marie sat back, quieting. She'd started the conversation half out of habit, leading, directing, but she could see it now. Clara and Arya didn't need her to guide them. They moved in tandem. At different speeds and on different wavelengths, but the sync was there. Arya wasn't just staff. She was sharp, competent, and more than a little irreverent, which kept Clara from disappearing into pure strategy mode. She watched as Arya spun her slate towards Clara, showcasing something that looked like a threat matrix, cross-referenced against known mercenary outfits.
You taught me better than to trust a list somewhere else vetted, Arya said. I built my own shortlist.
Clara arched an eyebrow. Don't forget the part where I taught you not to be smug until you'd finished the job.
Oh, I'm not smug, Arya said. I'm pre-smug. It's a very specific setting.
Marie huffed a soft breath that might have been a laugh, or maybe awe. It had been years since she'd seen Clara like this, centered, decisive, commanding a room not because she demanded it, but because people trusted her to lead. Arya didn't defer because Clara outranked her. She followed because she believed in her. That was rarer than most people realized. Somewhere between the body armor and the quiet authority, Marie felt something settle in her chest. A memory, maybe, or a reminder. This was the woman she'd fallen in love with. Suddenly, Marie didn't feel like the only professional in the room anymore. She felt like she belonged in it again. Marie, half in and half out of the conversation, tried again because she had to, because habit was a harder drug than morphine. It's not that easy. Clara turned towards her,
arms crossed but eyes softer than her stance allowed. "It will be. Today. Because you're going to rest. Or you're going to die." "That's not what the doctor said," Marie murmured, a faint smile on her mouth despite the tight ache in her ribs. "No," Clara said, stepping closer until she stood directly in front of her. "That's what I'm saying. Because if you don't rest, I'll kill you." Marie blinked once, then smiled wider. "You wouldn't." Clara leaned in, close enough that Marie could smell the sharp metallic trace of dried blood and stress still clinging to her skin. Close enough that memory flared, hot and immediate. "Don't test me," Clara whispered. And then she kissed her. Not tentative or a brush of forgiveness or an apology in disguise. It was a kiss full of warning and want, of grief and grit and years of missing each other without admitting it out loud. It was steady, firm, maddeningly brief, and when Clara pulled back, Marie felt the ghost of it like a burn. Then Clara turned and headed for the shower like nothing had happened. Arya, who clearly had been trying and failing to play it cool, blinked slowly and looked between them.
"So, this is a thing?"
Marie didn't answer right away. Her throat was tight, and her body hurt, and her heart was doing something it hadn't done in years. Hope. She smiled, quiet and aching and full of everything she wasn't sure she deserved. That was answer enough. As Clara cleaned up, Arya kept working from the living room, slate in one hand, coffee in the other, muttering things like,
"If this firm uses tactical synergy in one more brochure, I swear I'll hack their HR department."
Marie, half reclined on the couch, with her bandaged leg stretched out and her ribs barely tolerating gravity, sipped her water and tried to look harmless. Arya was not fooled.
"So, were there explosions? I'm sensing explosions,"
she said, glancing up with a practiced mischief.
"Also, the giant bruise on your collarbone is either the result of a very enthusiastic fight or a very enthusiastic reunion. Or both. I support both."
Marie raised an eyebrow. "I'm beginning to regret saving you from being conscripted into that cult." Arya grinned.
"You didn't save me. I bribed my way out with a cronut."
Marie levered herself off the couch with a groan. "I'm going to nap now. If I'm not awake in 2 hours, avenge me with something absurdly over-engineered." Without missing a beat, Arya said,
"Already planning the trebuchet."
Clara emerged from the shower 10 minutes later, toweling her hair dry, and found Marie curled in bed. Blanket kicked off, one arm over her eyes like it was the only thing keeping her from unraveling. Clara didn't speak. She just slid in beside her, careful of the bruises, her presence a quiet promise. Marie moved slightly, enough to acknowledge her, enough to say, "I missed this." They lay there for a while, breathing in sync. The silence was the kind that knew all the words had already been said. "You remember the cabin?" Clara murmured. "The one in Oregon, by the lake?" Marie smiled without opening her eyes. "The one with the faulty fireplace and the raccoon mafia?" Vividly. "We were supposed to work on case strategy. We ended up playing blackjack and drinking marshmallow vodka." Clara laughed softly. "God, that was awful." "Not as awful as your poker face." Clara turned to study her. "Do you think, after the depositions, will it be over?" Marie's smile faded. "No," she said. "Not until Crowder's in jail or dead." Clara nodded. "I'm doing everything I can to make it the first one." "I know," Marie said quietly. "So am I." They didn't speak after that.
It was enough. A few minutes later, Clara slipped out of bed. She dressed quickly, understated suit, clean lines, quiet armor beneath soft fabric. Marie didn't open her eyes, but she felt every motion. "All right," Clara said, brushing imaginary lint from her blazer. "Here's your agenda for today. Don't get shot, don't blow anything up, and rest." Marie mumbled something incoherent into the pillow. "I mean it. Hydrate, heal, watch a trashy soap opera if you have to." Marie cracked an eye. "You trying to turn me soft?" Clara leaned down and kissed her forehead. Too late. Marie fell asleep before the door closed. Some timeless time later, it could have been 3 minutes, it could have been days, she woke to voices in the other room, distant, muffled, familiar.
"Do you think it's safe to leave her here alone? She's beat to shit,"
Arya said. "She's tougher than Crowder could possibly realize," Clara replied. "She'll be fine, and I need you in court today." There was a pause. "Besides, I need your help with—" Their voices faded. A moment later, footsteps moved towards the door. Clara stepped into the room. She was fully put together again, every thread in place, but her eyes softened when she saw Marie awake. "You look better." Marie stretched carefully. "Feel a little better. Stiff, sore, but not actively dying." "Amazing what some rest will do," Clara said, crossing to the bed. "Yes, dear, I'm listening." Clara gave her a dry look. "That's a change." Marie smiled, just barely. Clara reached down, brushing a strand of hair from Marie's cheek. "I'll be back later. Try to actually sleep, not brood." Marie didn't answer. She didn't have to. Clara's fingers lingered a moment longer before she turned and left. The lock clicked, silence settled, and Marie stared at the ceiling, trying not to feel the shape of everything she still hadn't said. 26. Unfinished lines. Letter found on the counter at 11. 5:41 p.m. Clara, I know you're going to be furious. Don't bother denying it. I've known that fire in you longer than I've known my own reflection. I can see it now. Shoulders tense, jaw tight, eyes flashing. If you're reading this, I've already left. Probably not long ago, long enough to keep you from stopping me. I'm not doing this because I want to run. I'm doing it because I can't. Crowder won't stop. Not until the case is ash and the people who built it are buried with it. Eli's gone. The others are scattered, scared, but safe. For now. You're still standing, still a threat, still you. And that puts a target on your back I can't let him aim for. You're the spine of this. You're the reason the whole damn thing still has a chance. If he cuts you down, the case shatters. Witnesses scatter. The system shrugs and lets him walk. I can't live with that. So I'm going to finish it. No backup, no debate, no room for you to follow and put yourself in the crosshairs just to drag me out again. I'm not walking away from you. I'm walking towards something that needs ending. So maybe, just maybe, we get the chance to finish what we started. Together. After. You'll hate this, I know. We'll argue about it later. I'll let you yell. Hell, I'll probably deserve it. But for now, I need you safe. Alive. Angry if that's what it takes. But breathing. Tell Arya I left my gear. She'll understand what to do with it. But tell her this part's not optional.
No one dies unless I say so. I mean it, Arya. Sit on your itchy trigger finger until I get back. One more thing. There's a case next to this letter. The gold's inside. For the car. Or whatever you decide is worth it. You always did make better choices than me. Don't come after me, Clara. Please. We don't get our future if I don't end his. M.
27. The Red Line.
11. 3:08 p.m. Marie woke to pain, in silence, with purpose. Her ribs throbbed in a slow, petulant rhythm. Her arm screamed when she moved it. But it was her mind that brought her fully back online, snapping into clarity as if someone had flipped a switch. She knew what had to happen next, what she had to do. It wasn't about revenge. Not entirely. She moved deliberately, forcing her body through each familiar ritual. She stripped down and cleaned the wounds that could be reached, changed the bandages, took her pills dry. Then came the armor, but only briefly, long enough to face the truth of what she wasn't going to bring. She wouldn't be getting in that way. Not this time. Crowder knew she was dangerous. If she showed up like a weapon, she'd be stopped at the gate, or killed on sight. She needed to look like something else. Something softer. Something familiar. Marie Bouchon. She dressed the part, high-end suit that fit like a glove, and enough elegance to blur the bruises still blossoming along her cheekbone. It hurt to slip into her heels, hurt more to stand straight. But pain was part of the costume. In the mirror, she adjusted the necklace. Just a whisper of chain, the kind of thing meant to draw the eye without seeming to try. The pendant was a blood-red ruby, small, smooth and elegant, beautiful, harmless. No one would guess the chain was monomolecular filament, tension-loaded to slice through flesh faster than most blades could pierce it, or that the clasp would lock in place with a flick of her thumb. It didn't look like a weapon. That was the point. She glanced at the clock. 5:12 p.m. Time enough to leave a letter. She sat at the kitchen table, the one she'd bled onto hours ago, and wrote with shaking fingers. She didn't apologize. She explained. This wasn't a goodbye, but a pause. She left the gold in a tidy case on the counter, labeled, "For the car," or something less suicidal. And her gear on the dining table, neatly arranged for Arya. She taped a note to the flechette mags. Use if necessary. No killing unless I say so. That's an order. Then she walked out of 11, and her life. Again. The red rustmobile coughed to life beneath her hands, like a sleeping guard dog reluctantly woken, growling, grudging, but loyal enough to get her there. She eased it out onto the streets of Savannah, weaving through the early evening traffic, past the shadows of buildings that knew too many of her secrets. There was a cafe where Clara used to meet pro bono clients, back when they still shared Sunday mornings and strong opinions. The park where they once argued for 2 hours about jurisdictional ethics, then kissed like the world wasn't watching. A corner stoop Marie had waited on in the rain once, bleeding from a job gone wrong, too proud to call Clara for help, until Clara found her anyway. Memories flickered past like old film reels, grainy and bright and far too loud. Good days, bad ones, the kind that left scars too deep for skin to remember, but too sharp for the soul to forget. She gripped the wheel tighter, told herself this wasn't the same. This wasn't her running away again, leaving Clara with silence and shadows and a cold place in the bed. This wasn't cowardice. This was a job. The mission. a clean kill and a quieter future. Her heart knew the truth. It always had. She wasn't running from Clara this time. She was running for her. And if she didn't make it back, at least this time Clara would know why. The gates of Crowder's estate appeared faster than she expected. Figures. Time always moved quickly when we were walking towards the end of something. They let her in. That was its own small victory. She hadn't given herself better than 30-70 odds. They searched her. Her smile stayed cordial as they patted her down, found nothing but silk and bloodstains and a woman who didn't flinch anymore. They led her through corridors she already knew too well. And then, the office. Crowder stood by the window, back to her, a glass in hand and the television muted, but alive with motion behind him. Breaking news, a silent crawl of chaos beneath the stock footage of government buildings and sealed courtrooms. Marie walked in like she belonged there. Crowder turned, saw her, and laughed.
"Goddamn, you look like someone forgot to finish the job."
He waved the guards off.
"Out. I want to talk to my guest."
The door shut. Marie said nothing. Let the silence stretch. Crowder tossed back his drink.
"You've got the nerve, coming back here."
"I have a message," she said.
"Oh, I bet you do."
He eyed her, amused.
"And here I thought we were negotiating."
"You shot at me."
"You shot first."
"You shot Eli first." Crowder shrugged.
"He was useful until he wasn't. You could have made a new career."
He went on.
"I would have paid you well, kept you safe. You had potential."
Marie tilted her head. "Not if Clara takes you down."
Crowder scoffed. "She won't. Sooner or later I'll get to another witness. Maybe bribe a judge. And if all else fails,"
he set his glass down,
"I'll kill her."
Marie's voice dropped. "I wouldn't." He stepped closer.
"What? You going to stop me?"
Silence. Crowder leaned against the desk.
"Or maybe you're here to offer yourself one last noble sacrifice."
He chuckled.
"Didn't work out so well last time, did it? You looked more like a victim than a threat."
"Last night, her life was worth mine," Marie said. "Are you saying it doesn't go the other way?"
"You were an apex predator. Now you're just a woman held together with gauze and caffeine."
He circled her like a shark, scowling over the rim of his glass.
"Why my hand?"
Marie's expression didn't shift. "Because I didn't want you to get a shot off."
"You could have aimed for my head."
"I didn't know if I'd have the speed." "Head's a small target under pressure. Heart, maybe. But that's not instant. Not like in the movies." Her voice was calm, clinical, professional to the last. "You still might have pulled the trigger." Crowder flexed his bandaged wrist, winced.
"Or you were hedging your bets."
Marie didn't answer. His smile was cold.
"Didn't want to kill me if you didn't have to. Left your options open."
Still, she said nothing. But the slight angle of her jaw said enough. Crowder barked a laugh.
"That's the difference between us. I don't hedge. I finish."
She didn't answer. "Think whatever you want." Crowder settled into his chair, studying her like she was a puzzle he hadn't quite finished.
"Oh, I see it now. You're not offering your life."
He smiled.
You're offering your services."
Marie didn't blink. You were outnumbered, outgunned, and caught by surprise. And we still got away. I'm the best there is. Crowder snorted.
"Maybe once. But now?"
He gestured vaguely towards her bruises, her stiff posture.
"You look like the losing end of a bar fight."
"I'll heal," Marie said. "My aim hasn't slipped. My instincts haven't dulled. I don't hesitate when I have the shot, and I don't miss when it matters." He leaned back, tapping a finger against the desk.
"Sure. But why pay top-tier rates when there's always some eager shithead who'd kill for a thrill and a stack of creds?"
"Because eager shitheads screw up," Marie said flatly. "And then you're left with the bodies you didn't order and messes you can't clean." He swirled his nearly empty glass, watching the light refract through the dregs.
"Lazari learned that lesson."
"Killing your assistants doesn't teach them anything," Marie said coldly. "It just proves you're afraid of people who know how the game works." Crowder grinned, unbothered.
"Who says I killed her?"
He paused, savoring the moment.
"But she's no prettier than you are today."
Marie didn't blink. Her eyes drifted past him to the television screen and widened. She flicked back to Crowder. He hadn't noticed it yet. 1,000 calculations flitted through her mind. She'd have one chance at this. A chyron lit up the bottom of the screen. Red. Bold. Breaking. Corruption probe widens. Crowder named in secret leaked court filings. Sources predict indictment imminent. "You might want to see this," she said.
"What?"
Crowder turned, irritated. He scanned the words, not making the connection yet. She'd have to help him along. "Volume," she said. He picked up the remote and hit the button. The announcer's voice began mid-sentence. Crowder's glass slipped from his hand, hit the floor, and shattered. That was the opening. Marie rose without a word. Her fingers found the tiny clasp behind her neck and released it with the same calm she used to disengage safeties. He turned, startled, his mouth half-formed around a question. She stepped in. The garrote slid down from her hand like silk, the blood-red pennant flashing once in the light. She looped it over his head in a single fluid motion, the wire catching behind his neck, settling against skin still flushed from drink and fury. Then she pulled. It didn't catch on the first tug. This wasn't cheap piano wire, but alloy. The chain bit down, not into his windpipe. This wasn't about breath. This was about blood. The wire carved across his carotids with surgical indifference. Skin split. Muscle followed. His hands reached for her, then his own throat. Then, nothing. His body convulsed once. She held it tight. Not out of hate. Not even out of rage. Out of duty. Out of love. Out of the need to end something only she could end. His body sagged against the chair. His eyes lost focus. When the muscles finally stopped twitching, she counted to 5. Only then did she release. It wasn't mercy. It was mathematics. Crowder slumped forward onto the desk, dead before his brain realized he'd lost. Was it the mission? No. It was the severance package. And this time, she was the one signing off. 27. Exit wounds. Crowder's office, 6:58 p.m. Marie didn't bother with the blood on her hands, or the flecks on her blouse, or the smear across her temples she hadn't realized was there.
She had work to do. The office still smelled of expensive scotch and decay. The television was still droning, the anchor's voice a steady monotone over a crawl of flashing indictments. Crowder's body slumped behind the desk, mouth open, eyes glassy. The ruby pendant on the garrote caught the light one last time before Marie unclasped it and slipped it into her pocket. She moved fast. First, she wiped every surface she'd touched, then pulled a slender drive from her waistband. She jacked it into Crowder's terminal and bypassed the encryption using a custom script she'd written years ago. It took 18 seconds. He hadn't updated his security since 2102. Amateur. The files were extensive. Ledgers, client logs, hidden payout schedules, blackmail insurance, even private medical scans. She didn't waste time reading, just dumped everything into the drive, then ran a scrub cycle across the terminal's buffer to cover her access trail. Next came the uplinks. She activated a mesh relay embedded in her slate, piggybacking off nearby smart devices and a low-level CityNet interface. The signal would bounce off 6 different dummy accounts, then land in Clara's inbox via a temporary dead drop. No metadata, no clear origin, no trace. It would take 10 minutes, maybe 12. She expected guards to burst in by minute 3. She counted the seconds anyway. They didn't come. Not by 5, not by 10. By the time the upload finished, her pulse was still thudding in her ears, but a flicker of something else had joined it. Hope. She logged out, wiped the slate, and stood. Her legs felt shaky. Her ribs screamed. Her head pounded in a staccato rhythm, but she moved. She had one more thing to do. She stepped out into the hallway and nearly collided with a junior staffer carrying a data pad and an overstuffed satchel. The girl froze, eyes flicking to the blood on Marie's sleeve, then to her face. Marie offered a tight, cold smile. "You've seen Lazari?" The staffer hesitated. She wasn't scheduled to..." "She's not late." Marie's voice had steel in it. "Crowder sent me to get her, personally." That landed. The girl's posture straightened immediately. "She's in the north wing, break lounge." Marie nodded once, already moving, then paused, looked back. "You didn't see me." The girl swallowed. "I didn't see anything." "Good." Marie turned the corner without looking back. Marie turned and took the long route, where the windows faced the courtyard. The air was cooler here, less judgmental. She found Lazari in a room with 2 soft chairs and a stale citrus scent meant to pass for clean. The lights were dimmed, but not enough to hide the swelling around Lazari's eyes, the split in her lip, or the way she held her left arm tight against her ribs. Lazari looked up slowly. "You're here." Marie closed the door behind her. "So were you." Awkward silence stretched between them. "I should have listened to you," Lazari said at last. Her voice was hoarse, but not hostile. "Yeah," Marie said. She didn't soften it. "You should have." Lazari didn't argue. She just sat there, hurting and silent. Marie stepped forward, but not too close. "You want out?" Lazari didn't answer right away. She stared down at her good hand, flexing her fingers like she was trying to decide whether they still belonged to her. "You think there's a way out of this?" "There's always a way out if you want it bad enough," Marie said. "It's not painless, and I'm sure as hell it isn't safe." "I figured that part out." Marie pulled a card from her jacket and held it out. Clara's name and number, nothing more, nothing less. "This is your shot. Tell her everything. No edits, no euphemisms, no, it was just business. Lay it all out. Names, dates, routes, transfers. You burn it down. Lazari stared at the card. And she'll protect me? She'll do more than that. She'll make sure Crowder's whole damn empire gets dragged into the light. Marie's voice was fierce. But she can't do it blind. Lazari didn't move. And if I say no? Marie leaned forward, just enough to make her point. Then you stay. Keep flinching every time a footstep's too loud. Hope you don't end up in a shallow grave like the last assistant. Her gaze dropped meaningfully to Lazari's arm. You think this is the worst he can do? The silence that followed was short. Lazari took the card. I'm not a good person, she said. Neither am I, Marie replied. In this business, you don't have to be good. Just useful, honest, alive. Lazari nodded once. All right. Marie turned for the door, then paused. Crowder's dead, by the way. That made Lazari blink. What? He's not going to hurt anyone again. The faintest flicker of something passed across Lazari's bruised face. Not relief, not sadness. Something older, tired. Then I guess it really is over. Marie didn't correct her. They didn't shake hands, didn't hug, didn't promise to stay in touch. Just two women in a dying empire, doing the only thing they could, trying not to be next. Marie walked out into the evening heat. The sun just beginning to slip below the skyline. The estate behind her looked the same. Clean lines, manicured hedges, quiet power humming just beneath the surface. But everything felt different now. Quieter, lighter, like the whole place had exhaled and didn't know what to do with the stillness. She crossed the drive slowly, climbed into the red Rustmobile and shut the door. For a second, she didn't move, just sat there, hands on the wheel, the engine off, the hum of cicadas cutting through the silence. She wondered if Lazari would call Clara. It wasn't a guarantee. Hell, nothing was. Maybe Lazari would take the card and burn it. Maybe she'd run. Maybe she'd disappear so deep that even Crowder's remaining cronies wouldn't find her. But maybe she'd call. Marie let out a long, tired breath. It didn't matter. Not really. The files were already in Clara's hands. Uploaded, encrypted, split across dead drops and data vaults with enough redundancy to survive a war. The case would go forward. Crowder's rot would be dragged into the sun. That was the mission. That was what mattered. The card hadn't been about testimony. It had been about hope. A flicker of it. A thread to hold on to even if it snapped. For Lazari, for Clara, for Marie herself. She started the car. The engine coughed once, then caught grumbling like it shared her opinion of the road ahead. Marie adjusted the mirrors, turned her head, and didn't look back. Outlook Complex, New Orleans, 2 days later. The rain had started somewhere past Baton Rouge and hadn't let up since. By the time Marie reached the outer perimeter of the Outlook Complex, the red Rustmobile looked less like a car and more like something dredged from a riverbed. Appropriate, she thought. She didn't exactly feel pristine either. Security met her at the first checkpoint. Courteous, but firm. Her credentials were flagged as inactive. Guest status only. Not a surprise. Not an insult either. A confirmation that the woman they expected was not the one returning. She didn't flinch when they searched her. Didn't speak when they scanned her slate. Just waited. Let them do their job. In another life, she would have trained them. It took nearly half an hour to reach Dakota Chase's office, including 2 more security gates and a scan so intense it buzzed her fillings. The elevator finally opened to the executive floor. Sleek corridors, quiet lighting, too many cameras to count. Dakota was standing when Marie entered.
"Fontaine,"
she said, "I didn't expect to see you back here." Marie gave the faintest nod. "I didn't expect to be back here, Director." Dakota gestured to the seat across from her. "I'd offer you a coffee, but I doubt you'd trust it." "I don't," Marie said, lowering herself into the chair with practiced movements that barely disguised her wince. "But I'll take the offer as a sign of progress." Dakota's smile didn't reach her eyes as she sat. "Word reached us about Crowder. I assume someone's celebrating." "We don't do celebrations," Dakota said. "We do debriefings." Marie sat back, gaze steady despite the bruises, the exhaustion, the constant ache in her side and her shoulder, and... "Let's just get on with it." "You got it done," Dakota said. Her smooth voice carried only controlled satisfaction. "Crowder's network is in shambles. Files are real, verified. The DA's office has already reopened multiple criminal investigations." Marie's coat was still road dusty. One wrist was bandaged. It wasn't clean. Doesn't have to be. It had to be finished. The silence between them only came when too much had already been said. Dakota tapped a folder on her desk. "I have a memo here, a formal offer to reinstate your contract, retroactive to the last completed mission. Full benefits, hazard bonus." She slid it forward an inch. Marie didn't touch it. "How many assignments did Carrick fake?" Dakota exhaled. "We're not sure yet. The investigation's ongoing." "And how long was he doing it?" "Again, we don't have a complete timeline. We're sorting through what we can." Marie's expression didn't shift. "So why would I come back to an organization that can't manage its own people?" That stopped Dakota cold. Marie leaned forward, slowly. "I put my life on the line for 3 years. For what? A ledger full of lies? A handler who doctored mission parameters and traded names like commodities?" Dakota's voice dropped. "We're not excusing it, Fontaine." "Good," Marie said, and it came out brittle. "Because I'm not either." Dakota folded her hands. "You want to know what happened to him?" "Yes." "The owner's dealing with him." Marie's laugh was low and bitter. "You mean she's coddling him, hiding him, protecting her golden boy?" Dakota didn't blink. "You really think that?" "I think if anyone else had done what Carrick did, they'd be in a ditch with a bullet behind the ear and a file marked losses incurred." Marie's voice climbed. It wasn't loud, not yet, but rose like a steam through a crack. "But Carrick? He smiles the right way, keeps the books looking clean, toes the goddamn company line, so instead of a hole in the ground, he gets whatever this is. A holding cell? A relocation? A pat on the head while you pretend he's not the rot in your foundation?" Dakota said nothing. Marie leaned in. Her eyes burned. "He sold me lies. Do you understand that? I built my identity around your missions. My body has scars because of his forgeries. My hands killed people based on his files. I buried part of my soul for the sake of jobs that never should have existed, and all the while he smiled like it was just paperwork." She shook her head, hands clenched. "You think I'm angry because I got hurt? No. I'm angry because I stopped questioning. Because he made me a weapon. and I let him load the targets because I was good at it. And now you're telling me the woman who built this place, who could gut me with a look, is going easy on him?" Her voice cracked, then steeled. "Tell me, did you read the names of the people he lied about? Did she watch the footage? Did she listen to the screams I still hear in my sleep? Because I'd like to think if she had, she wouldn't be sitting on her hands right now. I'd like to think she wouldn't need reminding what betrayal looks like." Dakota waited. The silence was long and pointed. Then, softly, "Are you done?" Marie exhaled. It wasn't a breath. It was an untethering. "Yeah, I'm done." Dakota's reply was calm. "Good. Because the owner has a very specific sense of justice. And while Carrick still has information, she's kept him alive." Marie's expression didn't move, but something inside her shifted. "But when he doesn't? When he's dry?" Dakota's voice dropped. "You don't want to know. Neither do I. She's a demon when she feels betrayed. And this?" Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "This is biblical." Marie let that settle. Her shoulders throbbed from the movement. "Good." Dakota nodded. "So, will you come back?" Marie looked around the room, not at the walls, but through them, to the lies that had lived behind them, to the things she couldn't unlearn. "I have loose ends to tie up," she said. "A life to rebuild. I won't do it here." Dakota didn't press. "I understand." The meeting ended there. Marie didn't say goodbye. She didn't have to. Herbert Hall. Herbert Hall hadn't changed. Not since she and Kendra and Rose had rehabbed it for their home away from complex. She smiled, a gentle curve that was equal parts longing and reminiscing. She walked the halls like a ghost retracing old steps. The floor still creaked in the same places. The same scuff mark near the second floor stairs. Kendra had always blamed Rose for that. Marie wasn't so sure. She didn't linger. The main lounge was quiet, early afternoon light slanting through the wide windows. The table in the center had a stack of old magazines, some curling at the edges, abandoned the last time they'd all been together. Marie slid the note beneath them, half hidden, but easy to find if someone looked. The handwriting was unmistakably hers, slanted, aggressive, alive. "Kendra, I know what you're fighting. The urge you keep buried, the desire to make them pay, to even the scales no matter the cost. You can't hide it from me. You'll have to choose eventually, to embrace that part of you or to eliminate it. If you ever want to talk about it, or if you want help, reach out. The address is below. Burn this after you read it. Take care of yourself. M." She didn't say goodbye. She didn't need to. Herbert Hall stood behind her, quiet and untouched, the way old memories always looked in hindsight. She'd left what she needed to, said what she had to. No grand gestures, no declarations, just the truth, tucked under a stack of old magazines. Now she was going west, but not for revenge, not to vanish, to see Kendra and Rose. To say goodbye the right way this time, without blood or shadows hanging overhead, before she stepped into whatever came next. Because she had decided, but hadn't quite worked up the courage to live that decision yet. Not completely. Not until she looked them both in the eye and proved, to them, to herself, that she was finally done running. Marie climbed into the red Rustmobile and eyed the dashboard like it owed her an apology. "Try not to explode before Nevada," she muttered. "We've got work to do." The engine coughed to life. She put it in gear, eased onto the road, and pointed herself west. Toward closure. Toward something new. And this time, toward something hers. Epilogue. Savannah. Weeks later. Clara's office, 2:43 p.m. The door opened like it was holding its breath. Marie stepped inside. Not cautiously. She didn't do caution, but with a tension in her shoulders that hadn't been there the last time she'd walked into this room. Weeks. That's how long it had been. Weeks since she left the letter, since she'd disappeared without a word, since she'd put a bullet through the last chapter of their lives. Clara looked up from behind her desk, jaw tightening. She didn't speak. Not first. Marie took a breath. Hi. Hi? Clara's chair scraped back as she stood. Hi? Her voice cracked on the second one. You disappear for weeks and come back with hi? Marie winced. I wasn't sure you'd want... I didn't want what? Marie snapped. Her hands shook at her sides, fists clenched to keep from flying apart. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw something through a window. I wanted to find you and shake you until your teeth rattled. I wanted to hunt you down and slap you senseless. She blinked fast, voice rough. And I wanted to know you were alive and okay. Marie nodded, swallowing the knot in her throat. I am alive, that is. That's not the same as being okay. No, Marie agreed softly. It's not. A silence settled between them. It wasn't fragile, not anymore. No, this silence had teeth, earned and honest. I had things to do, Marie said after a long moment. Loose ends, and I didn't know if when I came back, if you'd still want me. Before Clara could answer, a voice called from the hallway.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Arya leaned in, holding a half-empty energy drink and wearing an expression of long-suffering exasperation.
Will you please just kiss already? Clara's been a human rain cloud for over a month. I was this close to tranquilizing her, and that's saying something because tranquilizing lawyers is frowned upon in most jurisdictions.
Clara flushed a vivid red. Arya. Arya raised both hands.
Hey, if this is heading towards emotionally mature resolutions, I'll go back to pretending I have a real job.
She disappeared again, grumbling something about needing hazard pay for proximity to unresolved sexual tension. Marie didn't laugh, not quite, but her shoulders loosened, the first time they had in days, weeks, maybe longer. Clara made a noise halfway between a laugh and a sob. I'm going to kill her. Marie actually smiled. Please don't. She's good at what she does. Unfortunately, Clara muttered, scrubbing a hand down her face. She's also right. Marie shifted, taking a tentative step forward. Was it worth it? Her voice was quieter now. Not asking for absolution, just clarity. Clara looked at her for a long beat, then nodded once. Crowder's entire empire is collapsing, she said. Federal charges, confiscated assets, former allies lining up to roll on his organization. Half the Confederacy's legal system is having an identity crisis, and the other half is summoning grand juries. Marie exhaled, slowly. And Nina? She's back in Germany, Clara said. Her voice softened, staying with an aunt in Dresden. I pulled some strings to make sure she got there safe. The case? Despite you, it's moving forward. Voss had everything set aside, just in case. Marie blinked fast. Then it was worth it. Clara's jaw tightened. No, she said fiercely, it wasn't. You nearly died, twice. You tore a hole in my chest and expected me to keep breathing like it was just another Tuesday. She took a shaky breath, eyes glinting. I understand why. I know what it cost you. So no, it wasn't worth it. But it was necessary. Marie stepped forward, a woman who had finally stopped running from everything that mattered. I didn't leave because I was running away, she said. I left because I had to finish it. For you, for me, for us. Clara's arms were still crossed, her posture still stiff. Her eyes were wide open, drinking in every word like they were the air she'd been holding her breath for. And now? She asked, barely a whisper. Marie swallowed. Her voice was steadier than her pulse. Now I'm choosing. I'm choosing you. I'm choosing us. Not because I'm cornered or broken or tired of fighting. Because I want to. Because I finally can. Clara exhaled shakily, the kind of breath you only take when it's safe to believe again. That's all I ever wanted, she said. To be your first choice. Marie reached out. It wasn't quick or confident. There was none of the coolness she felt when lining up a target. Her hand trembled as it rose, brushing the backs of her fingers along Clara's cheek, a question she didn't dare ask aloud. Clara caught her wrist. Didn't flinch, didn't pull away, just held on, tracing the line of Marie's pulse with her thumb. Still fast, still ragged, still real. They didn't speak, didn't need to. When Marie leaned in, Clara met her halfway. It wasn't their first kiss, not even close, but it was their first kiss after the secrets and the violence and the years of silence, after the bruises faded and the blood was washed away and the lies had finally lost their power. It was a kiss that said, I know who you are. I know what we've done, and I'm still here. It didn't promise forever, but it promised now. When they finally broke apart, enough to breathe, enough to look each other in the eyes, neither of them felt the need to fill the silence. There were no ghosts, no missions, no running, just them trying again, together.
You've been listening to The Girl in the Scope, published by Ad Astra Science Fiction and Fantasy, written by Adam Gaffin, copyright 2025, narrated for you by Brea Pellandini.